Live.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I will call to order the December 17th, 2024 meeting of the Albemarle County Planning Commission. I'll begin by asking for you to call the roll, please.
All right. Mr. Murray,
Here.
Mr. Claiborne,
Here.
Mr. Missile,
Here.
Mr. Carazana,
Here.
and Mr. Moore's walking in right now.
Great. With that, we have more than a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Moore. And I will now ask and acknowledge if Commissioner Bivens is available.
Thank you, Chair. I am. And if at all possible, I would request, because of medical reasons, that I be allowed to join you this evening via Zoom.
Awesome. And could you please state your general location, Commissioner Bivens?
I am on the same road as Albemarle High School, Jack Jewett, and Greer.
Awesome. It's great to
Yes.
see you. We will, thank you. It's great to see you. We will need a motion to admit Commissioner Bivens to the meeting.
So move. I move to admit Commissioner Bivens to the meeting of the Planning Commission.
For a second,
Second.
any discussion? Could we have the roll, please?
Yes. Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll move into the work session, and that is CPA 2021-2 AC 44 Environmental Stewardship Policies and Actions. And we'll ask for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tanya Schwartzendruber, Planning Manager for the Community Development Department. Here to speak about the Environmental Stewardship chapter of the Comprehensive Plan. I'm joined by several colleagues that'll help us answer questions, and Scott Clark will be presenting some specific information on the chapter as well. To get started, the agenda looks like we will summarize your feedback, what we heard from you from our last session just a week ago on the rural area land use actions. We'll go through the community input themes through the chapter itself and some information about stormwater management, biodiversity, and water and groundwater supply, as well as review the upcoming schedule and public participation opportunities. So these are the 4 direction topics that we have for you to consider tonight. The first focuses on low impact development, or what we're calling LID. Also, the second one focuses on biodiversity protection and demonstration projects. The third addresses public water supply and groundwater supply. And then the last is just the general, is there anything that we missed or is additional context needed? So as far as what we heard from you on rural area land use, this is just a summary, and this should be in your packet as well, but these are the things that we did here. We heard that land conservation doesn't necessarily mean resource conservation, and quantified or percentage target may not be the best measure. As far as agriculture and forestry goes, industrial may not be the best classification, and we should look at more by right farm worker housing. And then regarding non-residential commercial uses, there was really no decision on special events. For historic or heritage properties, we should consider a resource extraction overlay, and areas within the RA should be treated as individual communities, as well as the proposed use of an existing building doesn't necessarily need to be a historic use. A few of the community input themes that we heard when we presented this a little less than a year ago were really centered around protecting waterways and improving water quality, protecting biodiversity and ecosystems, and then improving that habitat connectivity. Our goal for environmental stewardship chapter is really focused on providing healthy, thriving, resilient ecosystems, prioritizing the connected habitats and natural carbon sinks, and then valuing our natural environment. And these are the 5 objectives that were established in that chapter. These are all overarching goals that we have for the actions that fall beneath each one. So just a quick summary of the changes from the 2015 plan. We've updated the goal and objectives to reflect all of the community input that we heard, including addressing waterways, drinking water protection, and natural hazard mitigation, et cetera. We additionally incorporated the county plans and policies that apply to this topic, including Stream Health Initiative and Biodiversity Action Plan, which Scott will go over in more detail in a moment. So your specific input regarding this topic previously included the topics that are here on the screen, specifically regarding biodiversity and wanting more improved data and supporting more education on biodiversity, and recommending incentives for green infrastructure, for water quality, and support for programs on financial assistance regarding failing septic systems, as well as recommending stronger protections for riparian stream buffers and greater coordination. And the last one we heard from you all previously was implementing more effective lighting requirements to protect our dark skies while prioritizing safety. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott to talk about the different efforts that apply to environmental stewardship. You can just use,
Okay.
roll it towards you.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Clark. I'm the Conservation Program Manager in CDD. If you all have any trouble hearing me, just kind of raise a hand and I'll try to get closer to the mic. So as you'll notice, this chapter is titled Environmental Stewardship, but there are some topics that are here as you would expect, and there's some topics that don't appear in this chapter that you might expect. This chapter is largely focused on water matters, water supply protection, water quality, surface and groundwater, and biodiversity and natural systems. And those sections, as Tanya mentioned, have been updated to reflect the recommendations of the Stream Health Initiative and the Biodiversity Action Plan, which I'll go over in a bit more detail in a minute. What about those other environmental topics? Why aren't they here? A lot of the other topics are covered in other chapters, and there will need to be cross-references between them. But as you'll see here, for example, emissions reductions for climate are addressed in several chapters throughout the plan. Climate resiliency is in the resilient community chapter. Land conservation, which is often included in the scope of environmental stewardship, is in the rural area land use chapter. So it's not so much that those topics have been left out as they just happen to fall more smoothly into another chapter in the same plan. So to talk about the Stream Health Initiative and how that led into the edits on this particular plan, the initiative came out of a long history of water resource protection policy in the county going back to the 1970s. That was a large part of the foundation of the growth management policy. But more recently, in 2017, the board directed staff to work with the community, stakeholders, the public in general, on developing recommended measures for improving stream health and water quality throughout the county. That program was handled by community development through the previous natural resource managers. There was a phase 1 that was largely on urban and development related issues. And then more recently, the phase 2, which was largely focused on the rural area. There was an extensive public input and stakeholder input process. And there were 14 recommendations presented to the board that came out of that multi-year process. We have tried our best to reflect all of those in the draft actions that you're seeing today in the plan. I won't read all of them off to you because there are 14, but you can see here, except for the couple that are already underway, such as the buffer ordinance that you all have heard about separately in a recent work session, we've tried to reflect those recommendations of the Stream Health Initiative in the environmental stewardship actions, as the numbers here indicate. It takes another slide to get to the other 7. Just wanted to draw attention to one in particular because this was part of the questions for this particular work session. Low impact development covers an incredibly broad range of potential measures. So just to summarize, this is the use of systems that mimic natural processes to improve downstream stream health from development projects and other land uses, and try to improve the way that we use land in both the development areas and the rural areas to reduce those downstream impacts in a more natural fashion. This probably deserves an entire work session on its own at some point, but that's just a quick summary to give you a rough idea of the kind of things we're talking about in that discussion question. Another major section of this chapter is the biodiversity and natural systems section. A lot of this comes out of the Biodiversity Action Plan. The comprehensive plan has included policies regarding biodiversity protection since 1996. I put 98 here, but that was an amendment. From that point on, the comp plan called for development of a county biodiversity action plan and a biodiversity protection program. In the mid-2000s, we had the Biodiversity Work Group and then the beginnings of the Natural Heritage Committee, which is an advisory body who helps the commission and the board understand the impacts on biodiversity of our land use policies and recommends measures that, to act on that. In 2018, the action plan that had been called for quite some time before in the comprehensive plan was completed by the Natural Heritage Committee and staff, and the major recommendations of that action plan were adopted into the natural resources chapter of the previous comp plan in 2019. Again, that plan contains a wealth of recommendations. I don't have time to take you through all of them today. However, if you look in the executive summary of that action plan, you'll see that the Natural Heritage Committee prioritized 9 actions for higher priority action acting on sooner, focusing on 3 particular conservation focus areas, 5 key ecosystem types, working on habitat fragmentation, connectivity, buffers, and management for biodiversity on county-owned lands. There's also some education-related measures here, promotion of locally native plants. And then finally, the last one is talking about developing indicators of biodiversity status in the county, which you'll see reflected. All of these you'll see reflected in the actions in this draft chapter. And those indicators would feed back into any future updates of the Biodiversity Action Plan. Just for interest's sake, these are the 3 focus areas that were mentioned in that action plan. These are not meant to represent the only areas where biodiversity occurs in the county, of course, but they are intended to be areas for action in the short to medium term. I think they said 5 years originally, that these would be the areas of most importance to act on. So this is the northwestern part of the county at the head end of the Ravenna watershed, the southwestern part of the county around Herds Mountain and Green Mountain, and then the Ravenna north and south forks in the main stem. So at that point, I'll hand it back to Tanya.
Thanks, Scott. Just to look at the schedule and remind you the next time that we'll be in front of you will be January 28th, 2025. So that feels a little weird to say, but we'll be here talking about the Parks and Recreation chapter on the 28th. We are going to the board with that same chapter on the 19th of February. in between now and then, we will be going to the board to look at the entire rural area land use chapter, as well as the environmental stewardship chapter that we're discussing here today. And we'll be providing that input back to them. On the 12th of February, we'll be going to the board to present a revised rural area land use chapter and development area land use chapter. You all will receive those same revised chapters, but we'll be going to the board to go through basically how it's been revised and discuss those chapters. And just as a reminder for those out there that are wondering how they can get more information or would like to know how to participate, we encourage you to go to engage.albemarle.org/AC44, where all of the draft chapters are located in the Phase 3 page. There are also several opportunities to ask questions on the page, ask a planner, as well as engagement opportunities. The next one we're looking at is the end of January. And all those events will be noted on the Phase 3 page. So please look there for any updates. And these are the direction topics for you up on the screen, and we'll turn it back over to the chair.
Great, thank you. Very helpful. Glad we're loading up the Board of Supervisors with work. So let's start the discussion. Anybody want to kick us off with questions before we get into our thoughts and statements?
Sorry, I do have one question. Is the intention of this chapter only to focus on, streams and not so much the river, the Ravenna River, for example? Because I didn't see much of mention in there. So didn't know if that shows up in parks and recreation, or could you share a little bit about the intention behind the omission of that, or am I missing it?
Yeah, I don't think there was any intention to focus only on streams and not the larger rivers, so we can clarify that language as we
Okay.
go back through this. There is a fair amount of discussion of the importance of intermittent and headwater streams generally in the field of water quality protection, so they are very important, but we didn't intend to
Okay.
limit the scale.
But Commissioner Claiborne, if the question, you mentioned parks, I mean, as far as like blueway trails and boat launches and stuff like that, how we might use the river as a recreational resource, that will be covered in the Parks and Rec
Sure.
chapter.
Sure. I was thinking more like protection and activation, but I'll share more about it as we converse. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something. So thank you.
Any other specific questions? I have one, but I'll make sure everybody else has had a chance. No? Okay, mine is, do you mind going back to page 14, please? Thanks. So where it says, for example, number 1, riparian buffer protection standard, environmental stewardship action already underway. Will that work continue under this current document? And if so, how is it identified? If the other ones have specific numbers, how, for example, is number 1 included? If the initiative is underway, same with number 5. That make sense?
I think we had not specifically included them because they were underway. However, if you all prefer that we include them within that, and I think there are existing actions that we could mention, the Phase 1 Stream Health Initiative and the buffer ordinance, and just to beef that up and be very clear that those should continue, we can do that.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. I don't know if you all agree.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ongoing initiatives, I think, need to be continued. So, yeah, good.
Thank you.
And kind of a general framework question, if I may.
Yeah.
And it's really very broad, but there's a lot in here about, particularly in the biodiversity parts around protect, preserve, restore. And I was wondering, as we, as a world, are engaged in a ongoing rolling climate catastrophe. How much and are we considering just the macro things that are going to happen to our biological spaces? Whether we preserve and protect or not.
Well, I mean, maybe I can take that.
Feel free.
So this, so this is something that has been discussed a lot by the Natural Heritage Committee about climate resiliency, right? And so, you know, there are certain things we are going to lose. I mean, if temperatures go above a certain level, there are things on the edge that we're going to lose. So, you know, looking at those species that are most vulnerable to climate change and how we can provide more resiliency. The interesting thing is, even for some of the most vulnerable species, I mentioned at a previous meeting, Cornus canadensis, or a little teeny tiny dwarf dogwood. There are very simple steps we can provide in that case, a controlled burn that helps provide resiliency for that species. So even though we do have this overarching threat of climate change, there are still things we can do to provide resiliency for those species. But obviously we'll want to prioritize those that you know have the best chance of survival. But we're also part of the habitat connectivity. When we talk about corridors and the connectivity of those habitats is to allow for migration. You know, after the last ice age, when the glaciers retreated, a lot of species that liked colder weather migrated up to the tops of mountains because they had avenues and ways to do that. So maintaining those corridors allows for that migration of plants and animals to other habitats. So it's been discussed.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I'm trying to get my head around that, the bigger picture piece, right? So I was thinking about there's prevention, there's adaptability, there's resilience, there's reactivity, there's proactivity, there's all these different things. And thinking about, I love your word was what, holistic or something like that, thinking sort of the bigger picture and how is this plan and the resilience work and the climate action plan and all those, how are they adaptable? So that we're not just taking a moment in time and saying, these are the objectives and actions that we need to have for this moment in time, but we're also thinking the bigger picture and how do we adapt as time goes forward? And I know we will redo this in another, was it 5 years or so, or maybe 20? But I think it'd be good to have that and that adaptability in mind as we think through it.
There's some bigger conversations that are going on, some which are controversial, things about assisted migration, for example, of actually, you know, people are talking about in terms of native plants, maybe we should be planting not the native plants of our region, but thinking about planting plants that are just from slightly south. So there's a lot of discussion about that, and some which is quite controversial, but those conversations are occurring.
So the founding principles that went into the development of the recommendations of the Biodiversity Action Plan were not focused on a reactive model of conservation of let's just find some hot spots and put a fence around them.
Yeah, good.
The entire idea was to focus on a landscape approach, just as the state is doing through DCR with core habitats and connectivity at a state scale, that we were trying to do a process mimicking that at a one step down closer scale with our plan, so that we're focusing on important habitat areas and the connections between them, which is not only the kind of standing model for how you do landscape scale conservation anyway, but becomes particularly important when you're dealing with climate change, because as species and communities shift across the landscape, having those cores and those connections is all the more vital for those gradual shifts over time of the range of each species and each community. So
Yeah.
I think because we focused on that landscape approach and looking at not just let's find a pretty place and put a fence around it, but the falling back on those principles of how conservation science works and how it directs you to do conservation on a landscape it's even more resilient for being founded in those principles.
That's really helpful. I had kind of, I guess, a related question, and that is if we're thinking about this big picture in the landscape, et cetera, that you're talking about. And, getting to number one, which talks about, does the commission support prioritizing the implementation of incentives for low impact development? 2.2 talks about developing incentives for low impact development and green infrastructure. You know, the objective is reduce the amount of unmanaged stormwater and other sources. Can you remind us a little bit, and this has come up in previous conversations, how do we measure how we're doing?
In terms of the, yeah,
Pick one. So low impact development, 3 years from now, how are we doing in terms of developing incentives? Are we seeing a lot of new rain gardens and green roofs, pervious pavements? Have things changed? Are we adapting to that landscape and changing environment or not?
I wish we had some of our engineers to answer this better than I can. I know there are other organizations in the community that are repeatedly measuring stream health in multiple points, both in very low impacted streams and very heavily impacted streams across the city and the county, some of which of course are downstream from development projects where LID would be an option that may or may not have been put in place. So I think that's part of why a lot of these actions refer to working with community partners, is to be able to pull in that information. I don't have an easy answer for you right now. Somebody probably does, but we can try to follow up on that.
So,
Mm.
so I will say that the Stormwater Conservation District does track all the practices that they implement and they report those to DCR. So we do have we have an annual report that we issue every year. I'll be glad to pull up the last one we had and distribute it to the commission so you can see that. It talks about the amount of stormwater that were treated, the amount of practices that are implemented. I think you might find it very helpful. At the same time, I think there's a real opportunity here. We're missing some basic GIS data that I think would be valuable in terms of the amount of impervious surface in Albemarle County, the amount of streams that are lacking a buffer. So I think that kind of data, getting that data would be very helpful. See someone coming up.
Yeah.
There's an engineer in the
Frank is
room. Frank Pohl, County Engineer. We do the same thing, report all constructed BMPs on a site to DEQ. Our new system will track that even better, so we'll be able to report that out down to every single one that's built on site. So we
Yeah,
can do number 2.2 pretty easily, I think, in the future.
That's great. Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to the extent possible to have the action number, and then there's the actual action, and then have a third column that is measure.
Hmm.
How do we, and maybe some of them are just NA, but where we can, how do we measure these so that we can use those as a metric to move forward, or to increase or decrease or balance as we need to, and adapt.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good point. As I was looking at the different action items, and I'll draw our attention to 4.11, for example. Consider establishing grant programs and/or other incentives, ... What does consider mean? I thought about it, so I'm done, right? So that, just speaking to what are we measuring? What are we really trying to accomplish there? I think you bring up a really good point.
Getting back to number one, do we support prioritizing the implementation of incentives for low impact development? Is there any discussion on that? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we could say something stronger there, not just incentives. I mean, I do support incentives, and there are existing incentives, at least at the residential scale. We don't have incentives right now at the commercial scale. If like a developer came forward, there's very few incentives. We do have some incentives for green roofs if a developer wanted to do that for new construction. I haven't seen one take it yet, but it's out there. It's not a lot of money. But I think we should move from just incentive to also require, because particularly you have that map that has all the impaired streams, waterways on it. I think there's an opportunity there. There's a tool that we have at the state level called resource management areas, and lands under it's part of the Chesapeake Bay Act with research management areas. The county can designate areas where low impact development is required. And there are other parts of Virginia that have low impact development checklists. I think I might have sent one of those out to the commission before. I think that having something like that, particularly around those areas that we know are impaired, to require areas adjacent to that to practice low impact development. I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, I will say that a lot of the localities that have implemented resource management areas have decided to expand those resource management areas to their entire county because they realized, they said, well, you know, if low impact development is a good thing, actually, maybe we should just do it everywhere. Maybe not just in these sensitive areas. So that's a,
Yeah, just to add a little bit to that and to both a comment and a question. So along with developing incentives, and I do agree, if we identify certain areas that are particularly challenged, then yeah, we should move to require. But I think part of that is also providing information and resources. I think a lot of people do want to do the right thing if they had understood the resources that they had, and there are a lot of resources. There could be grants and there could be all kinds of other, and so I do, so that's part of the statement. Now the question is, do we have ways for the public to access these resources or information on what they could be doing for low impact development?
Greg.
Hi there, Greg Harper. I work in Facilities and Environmental Services as the Chief of Environmental Services. And I think Mr. Murray earlier mentioned a program that the Soil and Water Conservation District implements, which is called VCAP, Virginia Conservation Assistance Program. And we have a county version called ACAP, guess what the A stands for. And that is promoted by the district to property owners, not developers, but property owners. So if you own a property, a house, or even probably mostly residential, not so much commercial, you can do low impact development after the fact and have some of that work paid for by the program, and that's the incentive. And I think it is published pretty well. It's tapped into a lot. I think Albemarle County residents do a lot more of that sort of thing than surrounding counties. So, but it's sort of like, what do you do after something's been developed? I think that the challenge is when developers come in, they may not want to do something they don't have to do. They'll want to do something that might be less expensive. So instead of doing low impact development, because there's no requirement, they'll end up purchasing nutrient credits instead of providing on-site stormwater quality treatment. And so we actually have a situation where we have a lot of new development that doesn't have a lot of new quality treatment. So we're sort of like taking a step backwards. So that's kind of like the rub, I guess. But there's also the tension between wanting to develop urban areas as densely as possible, you know, to save the rural areas from sprawl, et cetera. So there's some tension. So I think the question might be mostly oriented around sort of like new development and not so much maybe after well, never mind, I take that back. It would be applied. Low impact would do well for both new development and existing development that wants to, you know, do good things. Hope that was helpful. I don't know if it was or not.
Yeah, I asked the question because, you know, there's numerous times, and it's grateful that Commissioner Murray has a lot of this information off the top of his head, but I can't recall how many times, but multiple times there'll be an application and Commissioner Murray will rattle off or Commissioner Firehawk does as well, a resource that's out there, a grant opportunity to you know, for low impact development or improving wetlands or a buffer or something that might be on the site from an environmental standpoint. And most of the time, the applicant are not aware of this information. So I'm just wondering if there's some way, particularly as you start developing incentive programs, or is there some informational program resources that can be listed as well so that people, to raise the awareness that a lot of people may want to do the right thing to begin with. And so, yeah, I just think there needs to be more of that.
Can I add to that? Just sort of from an applicant standpoint, I think what would be helpful, I don't know, maybe this is already being done, but at a pre-application conference, for example, or early in the process, when an applicant comes and says, I want to develop X, Y, and Z, that staff has as a checkbox, environmental or low impact development opportunities as one of their assessments. So it's early on, it's, and it's like applicants haven't gotten too far down the road with their pro formas and with their density and with their site plans and spent a lot of money without thinking about that as a fundamental starting place. I think that'd be helpful. The other thing you're mentioning education, thinking about how, and I'm borrowing from one of the communities emails, is there a way that the county can look at their properties and use them as examples of low impact development potentially, or, I remember this is years ago, might have been Tim Padalino, I'm not sure who worked on this, but it was Azalea Park and the stabilization of the stream that runs through Azalea Park. I mean, that was a great example of funds that were spent to provide these types of examples. And you can point to that as a county and say, look, we're not just asking you to do this. We got skin in the game. We're doing it ourselves.
At that last point, I would just say that there is, and Greg can talk about this much more, but stream stabilization programs, stream restoration programs. And I think we're going to cover that in the capital facilities chapter.
Great.
That one point to that, there is some stormwater stuff in that chapter.
Great. Commissioner Bivens, I know you're there and I have your name written in big bold letters in front of me, so I don't forget you're there. Any comments, any thoughts? Not to put you on the spot, but.
Thank you, Chair. The one thing, and eventually we'll come back to it, I think it was Commissioner Murray who mentioned, through this whole process, I kept thinking, why don't we just adopt the Chesapeake Bay Act? Why don't we just do this? And one of the reasons and I'll say this at another point, because it seems that from all of the issues that are on all the various pieces, that all the various strategies, the sort of 30 some odd strategies which are there, it all simply comes down to we're going to put something in place that there's already a sophisticated model in place that's been endorsed by the three jurisdictions, Pennsylvania, I guess the District of Columbia, Maryland, and some parts of Virginia. And it would just seem that it would bring a lot more sort of push to the process if we were to say we're going to join our neighbors and our jurisdictional neighbors in this. And I also mention that because I'm concerned that if the upcoming administration decides that water is not something that they care about, or the purity of water is not something that they care about, given some of their conversations about drill baby drill, that some of the funds that were being mentioned outside of the county might not have a trail to the feds. And so we may see a drying up of those kinds of funds if we don't try and get into a place where we can, as we're thinking about this, we're also thinking about how can we lock down funding streams so that we can in fact have a vibrant environmental stewardship. So that's what I've been thinking about as hearing you speak, hearing my fellow commissioners speak, and also just reading that sweep of 32 actions.
Great comment. I don't know, does staff want to respond to anything that Commissioner Bivens just said? For example, why not just adopt the Chesapeake Bay Act?
We'll let Frank handle that one.
Awesome.
So there's some history on this topic, and we brought this to the board during the Stream Health Initiative. And it was decided at the time to not pursue that option. We can always come back and look at that again. There are staffing issues and implications, not only for us, but for the soil district. So that would have to be a discussion with them. But we can revisit that, of course.
So
Thanks.
Frank, just as a matter of clarity, my understanding is that, in particular in regards to the Bay Act, what was talked about was the controversial part was adopting the agricultural portion of the Bay Act, correct?
There were other parts that were also like the pump outs and how to handle that.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of that is actually had made its way into here in the comp plan as well.
Yeah.
Um,
But that was a big point, yes.
but I mean, I think one of the things that I mentioned before, I think, there are some other pieces of that Bay Act. I mean, it's not, one of the beautiful things is that it's not all or none. The enabling legislation allows us to adopt all or part of the Bay Act, correct? So, I mean, there are some of the provisions like resource management areas that we did not adopt that I think would be something worth considering. We, they have two different kinds of buffers. They have resource protection areas, which is analogous to our stream buffers in Albemarle County, or at least the proposed ones that we're talking about adopting. So there's resource protection areas and there's resource management areas. And so the Bay Act counties have both, and we only have one. So I think that's an option that we could really look into, is adopting resource management areas. I've developed some slides on that in the past, be willing to redistribute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just noticed number 2, should the actions include more measures for biodiversity protection or related demonstration projects on county-owned lands? That's, yeah, I should have read that first. Pretend like it was unique and creative. Yes, in my opinion. Any other thoughts on number 2?
I would obviously say yes, but one of the things I would say is, I'd like to pick on Chesterfield County and their horrible solar project that they approved. They had a massive solar project I mentioned before that was going to threaten a whole list of state critically imperiled species. And it went through their planning commission and got approved. But before I'm too critical of Chesterfield, I have to say, if the same project were to come before Albemarle County, I'm not sure that we have anything in our comprehensive plan that would have said, well, based upon the comprehensive plan, we shouldn't allow that. And so I think we should really think about that when we, particularly for resources, habitats that are listed at the state of, the state has classifications for habitat, be the, and species. And I think we should take those into account so that when we get a special use permit or other things that come before us, that we have the ability to say no based upon that information.
Sorry, I was just going to interject that is one of the revisions that we made, that we are proposing to make in our updated chapter.
A question about the question is like, so should the actions include more measures for biodiversity protection, more than the 12 already listed here, or just in general more than we have had in the past?
I think the question was more focused on a few of these actions, like 412, which were more specifically demonstration projects and landowner support, that have that element of public or landowner assistance and also kind of educational projects.
I mean, I think there's a lot of biodiversity preservation and stewardship work already in there. It like doing some demonstration projects feels nice, but I don't know if it's essential in the same way. But
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to provide some clarity on sort of what's already happened. So some of the things that have already happened at the public schools, for example, is there's areas that they've established. You may have seen the signs of the low mowing, the areas that were they're reducing mowing in those areas. And these are places often they're difficult to mow anyway, so they could be dangerous and they're using a lot of gas and other resources. But the thing is allowing some of those areas to grow and can provide habitat. So there's some things that we can do like that are demonstration education projects for the public that in some cases can even save money and, be beneficial. You talk about park spaces where people visit already. Sometimes it's just as simple as, putting up a sign.
One of the things that may be kind of a given is, doing these demonstration projects is a great thing, but making sure that you're publicizing it as well and expanding that and thinking about ways to do that. Whether it's through CACs or the media or whatever, right?
yeah, I feel
Radio
like
would be a good
I feel like we come back to that often. Yeah, just getting the word out about affordable housing lists and getting the word about, demonstration projects, getting the word out about. So, get Serena like 3 more staffers.
There haven't been many, but what I'd really love to see is, the VCAP program, individual homeowners can apply, but there have been a couple of circumstances where HOAs have actually applied for the VCAP program to implement something like a wildflower meadow or something else within the middle of their neighborhood. And I'd love to see, the county do more and to help promote that and work with HOAs and neighborhood associations to say like, hey, here's you could put this in one of your common spaces and you have this great feature, this educational thing in your neighborhood.
I don't know if you know the answer to this or not. We can table it and come back to it. But in terms of solar, you mentioned solar. Generally speaking, I seem to recall that there's some language in the solar ordinance, in a sense, that talks about conservation, preservation, et cetera, right? That's, I guess, somehow linked to this document. I think having that cross-reference would be helpful.
Yeah, actually, you guys are gonna be receiving a copy of the solar ordinance here in the next couple of days. For
Great.
your, we're gonna have a public hearing on it January 14th.
Okay.
Indeed, a lot of the performance standards in there are trying to get at some of these issues. We'll just see how effective we have been in writing that.
And are there any of these objectives or actions that could be referenced or used? Maybe not, because the document is pretty much done, I guess, right? But is there a way to strengthen that through these objectives?
Be honest with you, there's so many details floating around. I know that there's a lot of talk in that section about wildlife corridors. There's talk in there about prime soils. I believe that there's something in there. We're talking about biodiversity specifically and maybe avoidance of, to Commissioner Murray's idea, something on the state level. I think that that's in there, but I won't guarantee you that that's in as a performance standard within what's been written for you. Mr. Fritz has been spearheading that, and
Yeah.
the minutia of that I'm not recalling at this moment.
I think there's also some opportunities too, and that I know that there's one particular project on 29 that you guys might remember. Volunteers have been monitoring the migration of spotted salamanders every year from their forest habitat to these vernal pools across the road, and even picking them up and carrying them across the road. And there was a development that occurred up on, off of Polo Grounds Road. That's when that was in process of being approved. Some people from the Natural Heritage Committee actually approached the developer and said, hey, there's this need in the public. There's this species the public cares about. There's these vernal pools. What can you do? And the developer actually proffered these tunnels that the salamanders could travel underneath the road to get from their forest habitat to the vernal pools. And so, they actually even showed up to the meeting with they even had buttons made like save the salamanders. And when they went through the approval process, it was kind of maybe perhaps a little bit shameless on their part, but it helped their project succeed in many ways to get support for their project. But it also helped accomplish a biodiversity goal. So I think more things like that could be very positive. We can find opportunities to work with the development community on ways to enhance and protect biodiversity.
Yeah, I think that was actually a comment that Commissioner Firehawk made in her comments, right? About if it's the same or related, identify and map barriers to wildlife movement. Solicit funds to build wildlife crossings and partner with the Virginia Wildlife Corridors Collaborative. Didn't even know that existed. To build additional crossings in Albemarle County.
Yeah, if you're going on 64, you'll see this area where they built all this fencing across the road. And before they put that fencing up, there's a lot of deer collisions every year that are that are very dangerous for motorists, but then also obviously not very good for the deer. When they put the fencing up that actually channels the deer underneath the road, they went from a large number of deer collisions every year to almost zero. And so it's a good example of, something the public should really appreciate that's been done, that we can do more of to actually, because I don't know about you guys, but I've hit a deer before. It's not great. And so, I mean, it's, that's a dangerous situation. So to the degree that we can work on solutions like that, I think it's good.
Kind of procedural question. So Commissioner Firehawk did send a number of notes prior to the meeting. And so, which were very to the point. I think, I know that the staff has it, everybody has it, at least in the dais and in the staff. How do we put that into the formal records? Because obviously community doesn't have the benefit of that. So can we incorporate that into the meeting minutes as an attachment?
I mean, if Commissioner Firehawks wishes those to be in the record, they can certainly go to the clerk and the clerk can incorporate them in the record.
But we don't have to take any action here.
No, the commission does not.
Thank you.
Question.
So just moving on to number 3, I mean, I'm just kind of taking us through your list, but I know there's a lot of others too. Do the actions for objectives 1 and 3 sufficiently address protection of public water supplies and groundwater supplies? Any thoughts on that? Touched on a few things.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll share a thought on that one there. And it goes back to the river. And it seems like a lot of this chapter, or most of it, it's really geared towards the rural area. But I want to make sure we don't forget the development area. And so I would love for us to be able to start thinking through like river protection. And especially as we want to activate the river or develop along the river, which also seems to have some inherent conflicts to what we're talking about here. So I just want to make sure we spend some time discussing that piece as well, how that maybe shows up in this chapter. Or if it doesn't, let us know. But I just want to make sure we do address that, just development along the river as we start to plan, but protecting the river, right? So.
One of the things that was called out by the Natural Heritage Committee, and one of the reasons the Rivanna is highlighted as an area of conservation is that some of our occurrences of county rare species are actually along the Rivanna River, some right next to Charlottesville. So those bluffs along the Rivanna River are actually quite important for biodiversity conservation.
Want to follow up on that comment about development areas and rivers, but streams in particular, whether we look at ways to incentivize daylighting streams. Most of the time we just put a culvert in, and I didn't see a lot of that here in terms of how do we look to incentivize protection, but not only protection, but in some cases perhaps restoration of streams that maybe had been covered up or culverted and that we could bring back and could be an amenity. And we have plenty of examples around town at UVA where we've daylighted a number of streams.
So if I understand correctly, what you're getting at is, especially in the development areas, getting at daylighting or restoration or maintenance of above ground streams, both for the water quality benefits and for the kind of access to nature issue in the open space.
A little bit different than what you're saying, right? Or it's the same?
A little different, it's a little nuanced there, but as we look at activating the river, it could be for recreation, right? So I imagine in Parks and Rec, there's gonna be some stuff like Mr. Barnes shared about boat ramps and so forth, right? You're using the river in that aspect. But also as we're thinking about how we use the land, which is part of this exercise for the next 20 years along the river, there could be some inherent conflicts around preservation and stewardship and the land usage that we would like to see. And so it's making sure that we just take our time with both of those, right? It's complex, but sometimes they will be in conflict with each other. So how do we start to plan to make sure that it's mitigated or reconciled?
I'm not going to get the name right, but there is a Rivanna River Master Plan that we're aware of that we no, needs to be incorporated into
Okay.
into our chapters, and admittedly, kind of coming into it late with it, but we do recognize that needs to be incorporated.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
That addresses exactly what you're
Okay.
talking about, is my understanding. So thank you for bringing it up.
But I think as I'm hearing you talk, I think you're talking about development area conflict with the Ravenna, essentially.
Potentially, or as we're thinking about how do we use it, right? We're thinking about AC 44, so it's the next 20 years. So as we're starting to think about how is that land used if it's open now or not? But how do we use it but still protect or exercise environmental stewardship, right? As we, do that.
And I appreciate, and I'm listening to you guys talk about the complexity of the stuff. I mean, obviously, master planning efforts should probably be paying very close attention to the environmental resources that are along the river or biodiversity hotspots if they exist within the development area. All that stuff's gonna be floodplain protected, kind of,
Sure.
but it doesn't get to the bluffs that Mr. Murray was referencing. And maybe part of what this thing should be is sort of making sure that we don't lose sight of that objective when we're doing the master planning. I mean, I know Greg had mentioned a minute ago that natural trade-off between trying to get density into the development areas and yet protecting some of these resources. And I think we're talking about biodiversity in this little lens here. And I think that may be something we should draw out a little bit more in the comp plan to make sure that's something that we pay close attention to during our master planning process.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be helpful. I mean, not to beat this into the ground, but like, if we had a requirement for low impact development along the Ravenna, which has a TMDL in process. I mean, that to me seems like an obvious thing, so that when development does occur, that at least it's done in a sensitive way.
Can you, maybe I missed it, but can you guys speak a little bit to how watersheds, really more reservoirs are being treated in this? Is there any special consideration for buffers around reservoirs or limitations to recreational use or enhancements to recreational use related to reservoirs? Because it's tied to what we're talking about, I think.
Also, Mr. Bivens has his hand up.
Awesome.
So we could probably stand to clarify the language a little bit to more directly address that. The buffer ordinance that you all saw at a work session a few weeks back has particular standards for lands directly adjacent to the water supply impoundments. So
I'm
it's,
sorry, which?
so it's 200 feet. The buffers would be
Oh,
at
yeah, gotcha.
200 feet beyond the floodplain, which is pretty extensive and more extensive for those lands directly adjacent to the impoundments themselves than elsewhere in the watersheds. The question on recreational use, I'm not sure if maybe that's in the Parks and Recreation chapter. I don't remember, but we can look for it.
I mean, as far as actual, what kind of recreation would be allowed on the reservoir, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think if we're thinking about drinking water supplies and we're talking about water quality, how are we protecting our reservoirs as part of an environmental master plan?
Well, obviously on the larger scale, we spend a lot of time, that'd be one of the fundamental guidelines for the rural area land use aspect of it. But protection actually on the water of the reservoir. Let's look
That's
at that.
largely handled by the Water and Sewer Authority. So they manage the reservoirs themselves. So they deal with access and the types of boating and fishing recreation that are permitted. And they also have a role in permitting individual docks that access the reservoir.
So the county doesn't have an ordinance that manages access to reservoirs. That's more RWSA related. It's just something to look at. Something to
I
think
think
about.
actually do, but I'm not remembering the details. I can look that up.
I'm basically, we'll follow up, but
Yeah,
I mean,
that'd be-
basically it's things on the water. It's the land
Right.
near adjacent to the shoreline and then more of a shed scale.
I was
That's what
also
we need to be
thinking about
focused on.
Commissioner Claiborne's comments relative to the river that then feeds the reservoir that then becomes our drinking water, and thinking about how that all plays out. Thanks. Commissioner Bivens?
So along that, thank you, Chair. So along that sort of whole conversation, I'm thinking about what has happened at our, most recently at the park near the airport, Chris Green Lake, where the water there became, it was, you weren't able to swim in the water because of flow off from farms and agricultural places upstream. And so while we're talking about water, we're also talking about, and the water from Chris Green Lake also does sort of enter the drinking water, the drinking water system at some point. But so what I'm hearing, and this was my conflict on do I believe that we've sufficiently addressed these in 1 and 3, is that I don't know that I have a full enough image in my mind of the network of water, whether or not it comes from farms and then goes to the reservoir and then it goes someplace like Chris Green Lake and it goes downstream. There's this whole network of waterways that I don't know enough. And I will say that I don't know enough to say whether or not the action items in 1 and 3 will sustain and hopefully improve the quality of water that goes through those various areas. And so it would be helpful for me at least to have some sense of when water flows off of a farm and it goes into a stream, and that stream either goes into Chris Green Lake or it comes in as a tributary that comes into the Ravenna and eventually goes through the water purification system. How is that all going to be impacted by the action items or the action items and objectives in 1 and 3? I don't have a sense of that. I see what they are, but I can't say at the end of the day, we're gonna have better or even the best water.
I could jump off that just a little bit too. I think one of the things, so, before this board, I was on the ACSA board, and so we talked a lot about PFAS and the sort of water quality from the source where we get it and all that. And one thing I don't see in 1 or 3 very much, I mean, I know there's some reference to riparian buffers and a riparian buffer program, but the degree to which we have regulations, the degree to which we're even empowered to set regulations about the kinds of fertilizers that are used. If there's like wastewater sludge that's being used as fertilizer, I was reading about that in the Virginia Mercury, that often comes with PFAS in it because it's getting everywhere these days. And so if we have some farms upstream, that stuff is just kind of in the ground now. And how much do we address that, and can we address that in this?
Well, we've received several letters from the public, particularly about biosolids, and that we're concerned about that. And I think it'd be useful to have it an action item in the comprehensive plan to specifically investigate a program to monitor biosolids. I think that would be a good step forward, to have a program look at requiring monitoring about biosolids. Several other localities in Virginia have such programs. They apparently have not taken a lot of staff time after being implemented. I think it's something that would be a valuable addition here to look at that.
Mr. Herrick shared an email, I believe it was last week, in response to some of the questions about biosolids applications and the degree of limitation from the state on local prohibitions, but also the enabling authority for monitoring and testing programs. So we could, if y'all want that to be included, we could potentially add that to this chapter as a recommendation. There are, of course, pretty significant staffing requirements to pursue that. I mean, it's one thing to have a program or a requirement, another to have 1 or more people whose time is dedicated to following up with those applications and tracing their impacts. So it's certainly not that it's not worth doing, but it is a serious commitment to make it work. I believe there was some comment in one of the public comments recently about communities that had enacted the testing requirements but never fully staffed the monitoring position, so that they had their requirements, but they didn't have the teeth to do anything about tracking those impacts. But we can definitely follow up on that. If I can back up just a second, Mr. Missile, you had asked about an ordinance regulating recreational use of the reservoirs. We do in fact have that. Chapter 11 of the county code regulates recreational use. And it's broken into waters that are or are not drinking water reservoirs, and the uses vary slightly. And of course, there's a special section, as you've have heard in the past, for Ragged Mountain natural area as opposed to other areas and what's allowed. But generally speaking, fishing, non-gas powered boating, things like that are permitted, but there are specific restrictions for park waters and drinking water reservoir waters.
Yeah,
That's helpful. Thanks.
I mean, it's not just, I think we need to look beyond just Ragged Mountain. Of course, as you may know, I live in the Sugar Hollow area. So, I mean, Sugar Hollow is important to me too. And that's an area that is frequently loved to death. The amount of cars and people tearing up the side of the road next to the river, and, people starting fires and doing other things down there, dumping trash. While a good portion of that land is actually owned by the city of Charlottesville and managed by RWSA, I think it's important for all of our reservoirs, I think, to work with our partners and find ways to mitigate those situations.
You brought up a good point. And that point was the idea of resources. And I don't know how to actually ask this question, but as we look at these different objectives and actions, a lot of them, to your point, come with a requirement, right? And maybe that's staffing in the case of what you mentioned, or maybe it's funding or some other resource. And I think, unless I'm wrong here, I mean, I'll just pull one up. Oh shoot, I had it before. Implement the no, that's not it. Well, there's a couple in here that seem like they would require additional staffing or funding. And I guess we're not really, not that we don't care about that, but I would ask, here's my question. Has the county considered the necessary resources to actually implement these objectives and actions? And is this realistic?
Especially for the Stream Health Initiative, there was a double evaluation for each of the 14 proposals. One was, how much does this proposal match up with the comp plan, the climate action plan, and the biodiversity action plan, each individually rated? But then there was a second factor, which was how much of a resource commitment is this? So that's been identified, at least for those 14 programs, which make up many of the actions in this chapter. Whether, it hasn't got to the point where the board has evaluated that and said, yes, we want to do it, or no, we don't, but at least they have been identified. One example, Mr. Bivens mentioned earlier, trying to get closer to, or just adopting the Bay Preservation Act. A lot of the same measures that are required by that act have very similar measures in individual actions in this chapter. For example, the septic testing and pump out matters that were recommended through the Stream Health Initiative. And that was rated as something that had pretty good impacts, or was helpful to reaching our goals, but also was a major commitment of perhaps 3 or 4 staff members. It's a whole new program. So whereas some of the others that were very compliant with the plan, such as the land conservation for improving funding and assistance for riparian buffers, either for new riparian easements or adding riparian easements to existing conservation easements, is equally great according to those 3 plans, but has a lesser staffing requirement because there's not as much falling on the county to actively manage.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm thinking about all these objectives and actions, and we're all like, oh yeah, this is great. This is fantastic. And then I'm thinking, like, somewhere there's a heat map that says this is really a high priority and it's also a high expense. And then there's another section that's like, this is a high priority, but it's really not going to cost much. Right. So if you think about putting these objectives and actions onto something like that, it's a priority and it's, here's the resource requirements and how does that play out? I think it'd be a really cool and helpful conversation to think through those priorities and those resources. Plus you could use that, or those resource needs, plus you could use that tool to plan, right, moving forward. It's almost like risk management, where you're trying to figure out how to mitigate the high risk things that are high impact.
I think that question also goes to a bigger view, a larger view for the board and potentially part of their strategic planning process and identifying what those priorities are for the board themselves. And then digging down as, I don't know, part of the budget cycle discussions.
Yeah.
What can actually be funded, what can maybe wait until next year.
So that's a great point. That's exactly where my head was going. Like if I were a supervisor, what would that look like? And what would be the tool that I could use to then budget? So I guess the question is, how do we prioritize things? Is that something you said the board probably does that, but I would think they'd be looking for input from us and staff on those priorities.
I think that's something we probably have to work with our executive team on how they would like to collect that input. So
Great.
we'll get back to you because I think this will come up over and over again for all of these chapters that we come to you. So
Yeah.
I'll just say it has been discussed. It's, it's something we've been trying to wrestle with ourselves.
Yeah. Great. Okay. That's helpful.
And Mr. Chairman, I would say some of it goes back to the measurable outcomes as well to kind of help prioritize. One comment that I have here, which would maybe help me think about priorities, is when I look at this list of action items, it's a lot of them here. This could be my ignorance to the planning in which you all do, so forgive me if it is, but it feels like some of these could be just part of someone's job description versus a path to achieving a 20-year vision, like AC 44. So like one that stands out to me, there's a few of them, but 4.8, use available data to document occurrences of rare habitat types and species in the county. I don't know what everybody does on staff, but it feels like if I did a Control F with that language, that probably would pop up in someone's job description, like they're already doing that. So if there's things like that that maybe isn't part of the strategic plan, that might help us also be able to whittle it down in terms of what do we really want to shoot for. But again, I don't know what everybody does, and so I don't want to speak out of ignorance, even though I am right now. Don't want to sound ignorant as I share those comments, but that's something that stood out to me as I was, particularly in this chapter, more so than the other ones I reviewed. It felt like a lot of things that I would have thought someone was probably already doing it as an everyday job. So.
In the biodiversity action plan, one of the things we've done is we have like a little coding system for what is done by volunteer effort, what is going to require staff time, and what might be done by partners or education. And I think that, that's not in here about whose responsibility is doing what. And you cited one that's a good example, where, I mean, that particular item is actually currently mainly done by volunteers. But it's not clear in the comprehensive plan that that's done by volunteers, right? Or in the draft. So
When the biodiversity action plan was first included in the comp plan in 96, 98, the way it was phrased was the county should develop an action plan through staff working with volunteers in the committee, which became the Natural Heritage Committee eventually, to develop that. And I would expect that to be the same now. It might benefit us to be more clear about that. I think we were just kind of assuming that staff in the conservation program and the Natural Heritage Committee would work together toward that, but we can make that more clear in, I think it's 4.1 is the action about, updating and improving the biodiversity action plan. And really that 4.8, that item about improving mapping of what's out there could really move up into 4.1 as part of that. I mean, there's quite a bit of mapping out there. Is it thorough and complete? No. There's state data, there's some local data, there's an awful lot of knowledge in the community, which we've attempted to map and collect in the past, but it's a huge county and there's a lot out there that we could stand to better document and better map, but that would be part of that action plan update process.
Yeah, that's, I mean, related to that thinking, it's like, here we've got, and I hope I'm not restating something, sorry, sir, but we've got the action. Then we identify the resource, then we implement, then we assess.
Right.
Then we repeat. So when we assess, if we're like, well, that action, we didn't fully achieve the action we'd hoped for, we can rinse and repeat, right? And come back and circulate through that same process again. But it's interesting, the volunteers, it's a great point. I mean, that's part of your identification of your resources, right? It's like, oh, well, we got this, we're doing this, like to your job description point too, right? It's already in there. This is also easy.
Thank you.
Number 4, we've got a few minutes left. Are there any topics, especially within the narrative and or actions that need additional context or explanation? So we really haven't touched on the narrative. And Commissioner Bivens, I know you're there. I don't want to cut you off. I'm assuming if you have thoughts, you'll be raising your hand, but otherwise, just cut us off. Anything in the narrative to chat about?
Mr. Chairman, I'll throw out a couple of things as I'm looking at my notes here, and it's more just commentary. Perhaps, land restoration. I just think about, if we're thinking again, 20 years on the road, not what's in front of us now, but AC 44 is 20 years on the road. We're getting, solar projects, and you always see like decommissioning, for example, as a requirement. Is there anything that we should be doing in our thought leadership that will start to influence decommissioning requirements, right? Like, should we be thinking about that now to start to influence proposals that are coming before us? So when that project is decommissioned, call it 40 years on the road, we've exercised some thought leadership to try to guide that. And then the last part would be around maybe drought resilience, right? And what are things that we're starting to think about now that can help prepare us 20 years down the road with climate change? We saw a presentation, I forget when it was, but all the impacts, I think we're in that room over there, 244 or whatever, with all the impacts that we're seeing right now in climate change. All right, so what are we gonna do as we're looking 20 years on the road? Like, I was expecting to see that question start to be addressed or wrestled with a little bit, but just encourage you all to think about it as the plan continues to mature. Those 2 areas might be beneficial, so.
Thank you.
Any other general thoughts, comments?
Yeah. Excuse me, and I assume this will be, I hope this will be addressed in the climate resiliency, but I just want to say, because it does impact this. I mean, I think that, at some point, to your point, I think we have a flood hazard overlay currently with the county. Of areas that are high flood risk, for example, if a reservoir dam were to go. I think we also need a fire hazard overlay for the county. I think there are several places in the county that I've personally seen burn multiple times that have homes in those areas. And so, actually one of my daughter's teachers lived in one of those areas and, came to, the house almost caught fire. So, I mean, I think we need to identify, I think it'd be very helpful to have something like a fire hazard overlay when we get to that point, whether it be in this section or in the climate resiliency section. And then I think at the last meeting too, it seemed like there was some support in the last meeting for some minimal standards of protection for intermittent streams. Right now we go from a buffer for intermittent streams of 100 feet in the rural area to 0 feet in the urban area. And most frequently, those are just erased off the surface of the earth. I think about Stonefield back in the day when my dad worked at Sperry. As I used to go to the picnic there, and I used to admire the beautiful little stream that went across that property. And as a kid, I liked to plan streams. It's like, oh, that'd be a cool stream to plan. It was a thought they had. And so when they came and they buried that stream, it kind of broke my heart a little bit. And I found out later there was actually an occurrence of a county rare fern that actually was along that stream. So it was also an area where there was a resource that was there. And it seems unnecessary. UVA has demonstrated multiple times that you can integrate streams, even if they're highly engineered, into your development without losing very much space. So even if we have to have a highly engineered stream, just something on the surface. So because once that's in a pipe under the ground and it's just a grate underneath, people are gonna dump their trash in there. Motor oil is gonna get in there, other things are gonna go in there. It's out of sight, out of mind. I would just love to see something. It's not in our stream health initiatives right now. I think some minimal standard for urban stream protection.
Great. Any other topics? No. Good. We're good. All good. Staff, anything that we've missed that you'd like us to touch on? We're actually finishing early.
I was just looking through my notes to make sure that we had sort of a general consensus on these different questions. And so I think it sounds like we do. I didn't hear any objections for some of the discussion, so I think we're in good shape.
Great. Thanks for all your hard work on this. It's really helpful, really meaningful, I think, for the county as a whole, too. Thank
Thanks
you.
for your input.
All right, with that, I'll put us into recess until 6 p.m. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the December 17th, 2024 meeting of the Albemarle County Planning Commission. Could we call the roll, please?
Yes. Mr. Moore,
Here.
you want to try that again? Mr. Moore?
Here.
Okay. Mr. Carazana,
Here.
Mr. Missile,
Here.
Mr. Claiborne,
Here.
Mr. Murray,
Here.
Mr. Bivens,
Here.
Do we need
and
to
Ms. Firehawk is
act
absent.
again to bring Mr. Bivens in?
No, Mr. Bivens is admitted based on the earlier action of the commission.
Great, thank you. So with that, I'll just read this statement. The public can access and participate in the meeting through information posted on the Albemarle County website, specifically on the Planning Commission homepage and on the Albemarle County calendar. During the meeting, there will be opportunities for public comment on specific agenda items where input is invited.
6:01 p.m.
So with that, I will open it up to public comment on matters pending before the commission, but not listed for a public hearing on this agenda. I have two names on the sign-up list. We'll start with that. Stuart Overby. Come on up, and Sophie Massey is on deck.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Do I need to push a button? Or are you going to start my?
Good
3 minutes?
evening.
Okay, I am one of the people who's been sending you emails about biosolids. I have prepared comments here, but first I wanted to pick up on something that Commissioner Claiborne said about thought leadership. In 20 years hence, there will be a fund to rescue all the farmland and farmers that have used biosolids because they won't be able to farm and they won't be able to use their land. And if you think I'm being hyperbolic, you can look at what's happening in Maine and Michigan. It's coming. So we need to just put the word biosolids in this document, recommend that there be some addressing of the issue. And that may be all the difference 20 years hence as to how we end up. So I have one of the things I've sent you all, and I would really love it if staff would read, is a proposal, information and background for potential Albemarle County biosolids ordinance. The crux of it is there's already a model out there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a great ordinance in Rappahannock County that has basically resulted in their biosolids applications dropping to 0. So it's very clever. It's just based on the testing and monitoring program freedom that the state has left to localities. And it just makes it really difficult for landowners to spread biosolids on their land. And the money for it comes from the landowners themselves. We don't, you don't have to pick up the tab as a county. You can be more creative than that. So please, everyone, look into it. I will continue to send you things, and I look forward to talking to you more as this progresses.
Thank you. Sophie Massey? Sorry, you just have to, just to make sure you're on the record, just state your name and.
I'm Sophie Massey. I live in southern Albemarle. These are maps of where biosolids have been applied in the county, as well as a map of overlaid the biosolids and the drinking water supply, which is not dashed, and with the floodplain. So we'll get started. I've got some ideas that are going to save y'all boatloads of money in contaminated soil remediation and well water improvement costs. It's simple, require better agricultural practices. As someone who lives next to the county's only industrial scale poultry operation, I would like the AC 44 to consider how to better protect surface and groundwater from the outsized impacts industrial agriculture has on the surrounding environment. Confined animal feeding operations, or CAFOs, are expanding nationwide, and if you think Albemarle is an unlikely destination for more CAFOs due to perceived high property values, I would say to you, have you ever heard of private equity? There's good money in owning CAFOs, and private equity firms are already operating in this space. They have a right to do that, but we need to make sure that CAFOs don't outsource the true costs of their operations onto Albemarle County residents and the environment. Do we want to be like Nebraska, where industrial agriculture has so contaminated the groundwater with nitrates that the state now offers a $4,000 rebate for homeowners to install reverse osmosis water treatment systems to avoid blue baby syndrome? I don't think we want that. It's very expensive. I would like to see language in the AC 44 that distinguishes between regenerative, resilient, and dependent farms and industrial agriculture. One will get us through the next pandemic. The other one might very well cause the next pandemic. The AC 44 should also explicitly address the crisis in progress of PFAS-contaminated land-applied biosolids. Compared to the county at large, biosolids are disproportionately spread on farmland in southern Albemarle in the Totier Creek drinking water supply, an area which scores the lowest in the county for composite American Human Development Index and has the county's lowest median income per household, with 29% of the population falling below the self-sufficiency standard. This is an equity issue. Rural folks deserve clean water too, and biosolids pollute the water. As an aside, rural folks aren't just farmers, they're also hunters, and PFAS-contaminated meat from game that drink surface water on and near land-applied biosolids is a real problem. This is another rural food source and way of life under threat. The AC 44 is an aspirational document. We don't have to constrain our vision to current agricultural policies that have been heavily shaped by the big industrial agricultural companies. In its 2025 legislative positions and policy statements, Albemarle County has already expressed its support for environmental protections from the land application of biosolids and for better erosion and sediment control standards for agriculture and forestry. These policy positions belong in the comprehensive plan. It's not a given that intensive agriculture will forever be permitted by right. We need to envision a future when intensive agriculture is evaluated for consistency with the comprehensive plan, just as intensive development is today. This is our opportunity to write the narrative of a future we want to live in, one where agriculture is part of the solution, not a major part of the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to matters not on the agenda this evening? All right, seeing none, and also seeing no consent agenda items, correct?
That's correct.
Great, we will move on to the public hearing items, beginning with ZMA 2023-2 Oak Bluff Development, and I'll ask for the staff report.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Kevin McDermott. I'm the Deputy Director of Planning, and I will be giving staff's presentation on the ZMA 2023-2 Oak Bluff public hearing. The location of this, of the properties is that are applying for the rezoning. It's in central Crozet, located along Licking Hole Creek. You can see that in the blue line here. I have this laser pointer that I'll follow along with. So located along Licking Hole Creek and the extension of Eastern Avenue. And this is just south of Westlake Hills development. That is this single family development you see here, and north of Liberty Hall development, which is this development you see right here. You can see 250 running across the southern end of this map. And in this area right here are the Clover Lawn mixed use development and the Blue Ridge Shopping Center where the Harris Teeter is. The existing conditions of the site, it's approximately just under 33 acres, and it is zoned R1 residential that's one dwelling unit per acre. That's the green color that you see on this map. The surrounding properties are a variety of residentially zoned areas, including other R1, R2, R4, and Liberty Hall, which is a neighborhood model development. Further south on there is where the Clover Lawn development is. That's planned district shopping, planned district mixed use shopping, and highway commercial where Harris Teeter is. You can also see on this map on the right that the blue line represents the Licking Hole Creek floodplain. Also within that area is a WPO buffer that follows that creek. And the green splotches you see throughout here are preserved slopes. The 2021 Crozet Master Plan recommends most of this area as a neighborhood density residential that allows approximately 3 to 6 units per acre. That is all of the yellow area you see on the screen there. And the dark green is public land and trails and open space. That really represents the Licking Hole Creek Trail and some adjacent open space properties. And then the light green is recommended for green systems, which usually encompass environmental features such as floodplain, stream buffer, et cetera. The 2021 master plan also recommends the extension of Eastern Avenue from the corner where it currently stubs out at West Hall Drive, south to connect to Corey Farms Drive, and then to US 250. Additionally, the Licking Hole Creek Trail is recommended through this property, approximately where you see that green line there. The overview of the proposal is that they would like to rezone this property from R1 to planned residential development. The maximum they are requesting is 134 single-family attached and detached units, which comes in at 6 dwelling units per acre, and that is the recommended maximum for the comprehensive plan land use. As you can see, that the property is split between Block 1 in the north right here and Block 2 south of Licking Hole Creek, which runs right through there. It is all single-family detached and attached units, and they have also agreed that the units adjacent to West Hall Drive and the existing single-family homes would be all detached units with a 30-foot buffer. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. The maximum building height throughout the entire development is 3 stories or 35 feet. And they have agreed to a 15% of the homes coming in at affordable at 80% AMI. That would be 21 units if the maximum build out occurs. The special exception request is to reduce the minimum rear setback from 20 feet to 10 feet. As I said, the application plan proposes a 30-foot buffer between the development in West Hall Drive and the development in the homes on Jana Street. So staff would support this reduction in those cases where this 30-foot buffer is included or in the areas adjacent to the steep slopes that you can see along here and here. However, we do not support this across the entire development. There are some internal areas that they are also requesting that for. In the staff report, I had stated that a blanket statement about accepting that special use permit, but upon further reading of the request, I recognized it was across the entire area, not just for those areas with the 30-foot buffer. And so, like I said, we would support that for the areas with the 30-foot buffer, not throughout the entire development. The Planning Commission does not have to vote on that, but I'm happy to take comments when we bring it to the board. Related to transportation, you can see by the red lines here, the entire system is served by public streets. The project would also construct 500 feet of the Eastern Avenue south from the current stub out down to their first entrance located right about here. And they also have agreed to dedicate the necessary right of way throughout the rest of their development, which is this section right through here. They are not agreeing to construct that portion of Eastern Avenue. They are only constructing that first 500 feet. There was a TIA performed for this proposal. It estimates 270 daily trips. And 270 daily trips from block 1 and 248 from block 2. This only analyzed the operations at Park Ridge and 240. This is one of the prime areas that the block 1 would get their access through. So if you head north on Eastern Avenue, you run into Park Ridge, and then that goes over to 240. That's one of the primary areas. The operations analysis showed that this would operate either levels of A, B, or C in one instance for the left turn coming from Park Ridge onto 240. So the TIA really showed no impacts at that intersection. Staff did identify that there were additional intersections that we would like to see the operations at. However, I will point out that based on the traffic generated from this development and the existing Crozet transportation study, which was completed approximately 3 or 4 years ago. It did not show that there were existing problems at the intersections of Taper and Crozet Avenue or any others in the area. And so we did not assume that there were going to be any significant impacts from this development at those other intersections. It was identified as a concern though. Their staff also identified the connectivity issues with the lack of completion of Eastern Avenue and the fact that there are only one point of access to each of these blocks of development. So that one point of access, as I pointed out, is right here on Eastern Avenue. There is an emergency access right here. And then on the southern end, there is one point of access here onto Radford and an additional emergency access located right here. That meets the fire and rescue requirements with those emergency access. However, it was found not to meet the neighborhood principle for interconnected streets because of those issues. Related to schools, the students generated by this development would attend Crozet Elementary and Brownsville Elementary, Henley Middle School, and Western Albemarle High School. Western Albemarle is the only one that's currently over capacity. The construction of High School Center 2 will address some of those overcrowding issues, but likely not completely remove them. There are trailers at Western to address those. However, those are not considered in the capacity calculations. Related to environmental resources, as I mentioned, there is a public greenway dedication of approximately 4.2 acres, which encompasses most of the floodplain and WPO buffer. That's this area that you see right here. That would be dedicated to the county, and it would also include the trail that runs along Licking Hole Creek. The remaining water protection ordinance buffers and floodplain areas are located on proposed green space, primarily in this area and adjacent to the floodplain. There are impacts to approximately 0.2 acres of preserved slopes for residential lot development. You can see that located right here on block 1 and then down along these sections on the edges of the development in block 2. There are 4 acres of preserved slopes not impacted and preserved in the green space. It does appear to meet the amenity and open space requirements and provides public trails connecting to the greenway. So this public trail that you see here would also be dedicated to the public to provide access to the existing greenway. Based on that, you could see in your report that staff identified positive aspects of the request as being consistent with the uses and density recommended by the Crozet Master Plan, mostly consistent with the applicable neighborhood model principles, providing 15% affordable units, which this project did come in prior to the change in policy. So that does meet our requirements there. And that the request provides construction of a portion of Eastern Avenue and right-of-way for future construction of the remainder across their parcels. Staff did identify the concern with the request of the disturbance of the areas of preserved slopes. Overall, for those reasons outlined in the staff report, we're recommending approval of ZMA 2023 Oak Bluff. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Great report. Lot going on here. So why don't we open it up for questions from the commission? Anybody have questions for staff? Mr. Murray?
Yeah, so when the traffic analysis was done, was there any look at the pedestrians that are using those roads in those areas? Is just strictly cars?
No, the traffic impact analysis only analyzes impacts on vehicular travel. Staff does review the pedestrian connections internal to the site. We found that they were meeting all of our pedestrian connectivity needs. There are sidewalks proposed along all the public streets. And then there is the trail, which is just a primitive trail, but a trail that they would construct that would connect from block 1 to block 2. But we did not look at the pedestrian, or we did not consider those pedestrian impacts outside of this development.
That's something I certainly hope that in the future that we can, as we move into the next comp plan, that we can start to look at is actually including pedestrians when we look at, projects like this, because as you increase those traffic totals, it does have an impact, on the kids and other people that are walking to the park. I've ran on that road with my daughter myself. It's pretty scary, actually. So it's something I would consider that in the future that we could look at.
Weber?
Well, thank you, Mr. McDermott. In our materials, it says that the construction of Eastern Avenue is a high priority and that funding has been identified. Are you able to share a little bit about how far out in the future you believe that project is becoming reality?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on with Eastern Avenue, so I'll take a few minutes just to explain what all kind of the history there. So this has been, Eastern Avenue has been a priority for the county for many years. I know that since I've been here in, around 2015, 2016, that priority has certainly increased, and we have been actively pursuing opportunities to get that constructed. We've made multiple applications for state funding for that. And at one point, a number of years ago, we hired a engineering firm to do a study to identify the potential alignment and do 30% design on Eastern Avenue. We were doing that in hopes that it would help us get additional funding from the state. That was completed back in, I believe it was around 2018. And at that time, we made an application for revenue sharing to the state. We assumed that the cost of that project was somewhere around $20 to $24 million. We did receive funding from the state for that. However, that was then when COVID hit and we saw that large spike in costs for construction. The Department of Transportation came back to us and said they no longer believe that we could get this project done for the assumed cost at that time. They raised that cost estimate up to $39 million. We have continued to evaluate that with an independent engineering firm to try and figure out exactly what that cost is. And recently, based on some of that work we're doing with them, it was determined that the county would like to attempt a Public-Private Transportation Act project for the Eastern Avenue connection. Over the past 6 months or so, we have been working with state and private contractor or a private engineering firm to develop a request for proposals that we would like to put out. Our estimate for releasing that request for proposals is in early 2025. And essentially that's going to go out where the county has a significant amount of CIP funding. And we are going to say the county is willing to pay this amount of funding for a contractor that would be willing to come in and build this for us. So that's how the sort of the very basic way PPTA works. We expect that to be released, like I said, in early 2025, maybe as late as mid-February 2025. It'll be on the streets for a number of months, and we would hear back for any proposals beyond that. So we would know whether or not this PPTA would work for this sometime probably in early summer time period. If that does not work, then we will go back to the drawing board to try and find another opportunity to get that funded.
Commissioner Carazana?
Thank you, Kevin, for the report. I do have some questions. So going back to the traffic analysis that was done, you said that was done 3 years ago, the more comprehensive.
The comprehensive one, yes, correctly, 2021.
Has there been any conversation of updating that? I mean, there's a lot that's happened in Crozet in the last 3 years from a development standpoint.
At this point, we have not had discussions about that. The traffic analysis, first it looked at existing conditions, doing traffic counts, and a lot of those traffic counts happened around the COVID time period. So there were factors to evaluate how accurate those were done. So we did do a pretty thorough transportation study at that time. While there has been some development going on in Crozet, I don't think that in just the past few years it would have significantly changed. In addition, that transportation study looked out into 2045, and in order to do that, it added in the standard growth factor that we usually use for all traffic, and it also looked at the comprehensive plan or the master plan land use and assumed the amount of development that we would see between now and 25 if all of that land were developed like we expected to. So the 2045 estimate is really a full build out of Crozet, what the traffic would look like with that full build out. The other thing it did do was also consider the proposed projects at that time. So I don't want to say that we can rely 100% on it because it did assume, the 2045 did assume that Eastern Avenue would be built by that time. We don't have that right now, but hopefully by 2045.
Yeah, that was my other follow-up. There were some infrastructure improvements that were also assumed in that study. I would still encourage that we revisit that. Part one, your point of it was done during COVID 3 years ago. And getting real time, what's happening now, I think it's beneficial to update it. Again, if 3 years ago doesn't seem like that long, but I think because of what's happened and the situation that was happening at the time, I think it warrants another look. I also wanted to go back to the memorandum. It was the response to the applicant from March 1, 2024. And I'll just paraphrase. Well, I'll read one particular sentence. I'm not going to go through the whole. The transportation staff views as an infrastructure improvement, being the Licking Hole Bridge, as a critical for the development of the development to be realized, and cannot recommend approval of this development without the bridge, the Licking Hole Bridge, because of traffic and safety concerns. So that's gone from this current report. It's less than a year. So just wondering what has changed in the minds of the transportation staff that no longer views this as a critical infrastructure for this.
We do still consider the Eastern Avenue to be critical for the overall development of Crozet. So I think it sounds like by the time period that you're referring to, that was an old, a comment that was provided to the applicant on a previous version of this application. It would be hard for me to say for sure, but I know that the unit count has changed out there. The development style has changed out there over the subsequent submittals. So I don't know exactly how that was, but one of our major issues was that we didn't have anything from a traffic engineer that gave us some sort of estimates and analysis of the impacts of this and the trips generated. Since then, the applicant did provide that, albeit it didn't have all the information that staff would have requested. But based on that and based on our analysis of the existing transportation study, we felt that this project could move forward without Eastern Avenue.
So the difference is, as you see it, was, and I didn't have the application for it, so the number of units went down.
Yeah, I believe that the number of units has gone down since the initial submittal. I can't remember the exact numbers, but
From the applicant.
And furthermore, I think having the TIA coming back and sort of demonstrating that the turning movements, especially at the critical intersection of Park Ridge and 240, didn't substantially affect the level of service there, I think also influenced our decision.
Thank you.
I picked up on most of the process of, my turn. I picked up on most of the process for the public-private partnership, but I wanted to find out a little bit more about the sort of current part. That was a fairly quick portion of your response. And I was just, there's X amount of money that the county's got set aside from past CIPs sort of saved up. Is that?
yes, correct.
So we're going to put it out for bid and hope that some independent engineer constructor can do it for that amount, or there's some other funds coming in?
No, that is what we are hoping will help, is that, or what we are hoping will complete this road, is that the amount that we have, and we're having that, as I said, analyzed by an engineering firm, a road engineering firm, and proposing this, that they think they can do it for this much. This is what we're asking you to do it for.
Is there an over-under on how likely that might be, that it's possible to do it for the pot of money we've got? Is it 90%, 80%, 30%? I mean, I don't know what the.
Sorry, I don't think I could provide an over-under on that. I think there's, we are seeing costs go down for these types of projects, or estimates go down for these types of projects. There may be ways to make this work. I will say that, as I mentioned, this, the estimate that we had previously assumed that full construction, there's 500 feet that could be constructed with this. It also assumed a pretty significant cost of right of way. So things like that may bring the costs down a little bit from what we think. But I am not involved enough in the engineering discussions to be able to say whether or not I think this is going to work, or what my guess would be.
Thanks.
So, sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
so in a public-private partnership like this, I mean, if for some reason we get a contract with someone to do this and they can't complete the contract, their cost overruns or what have you. Explain how does that fall through? I mean, like, what happens next? Do we pick up
In the contract, it would be defined what would be allowable expenses if there were something outside of that cost. If we don't identify those in the contract with this public-private transportation contract, then those costs would not fall back on the county. Essentially what we're doing is we are saying there are risks to this, and if you're willing to take those risks, we're willing to give you this money. So it would be defined. There may be some things that we would say we would pay for, depending on how that contract's structured. But I think the general idea is that the risk falls on the company that is proposing to build it.
Well, and your contracts would be, you would bond the project, right? I would assume, and so payment of performance bonds would be part of the the contract, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
If they don't perform, what's the fallback?
Exactly.
They would be bonding, I think.
And I just add that there was, not quite the same, but there are design build projects that VDOT's doing all the time now that are, it's a way of, working some of the different risks of, instead of just having a bid, of working with the private sector of their engineering and construction to find achieve efficiencies of cost.
Great. So I have a few questions. Some of these may be best for the applicant, but I'll ask a few anyway, and some have already been asked. So can I just, well, let me just clarify one thing since we're on the TIA conversation. It's what we have, right? It is the source of information that we use to determine basically your findings and whether or not these intersections are operating at a suitable level of service at a peak hour, et cetera, et cetera. It's the document that we use, right? Have you validated the findings in that document as it relates to this project and impacts to other intersections using another source?
Yes, so VDOT did review the TIA and agreed with those findings. The only analysis that was done, as I stated, there's a trip generation model that they have, which provides good information for us, tells us how many trips we would expect to come from each of these blocks during peak hours and over the day. Those numbers have been validated. The only analysis they really performed was a modeled analysis of the Park Ridge 240 intersection. We did validate those numbers and cross-check them with the transportation study that we performed. It all appeared to meet the same or to come with the same results, which are those, as I said, a C level of service in the PM peak hour for the left turn from Park Ridge, all other movements A and B. And then also I will point out that we did cross-check the trip generation from this with our Crozet transportation studies to look at the other intersections. So say Tabor Street right now is also operating in an A or B level. And so we could look and see, well, if you add the peak hour trips to that, what would come of that? And we were able to cross-check it against that.
So you also mentioned, thank you. You also mentioned projecting traffic out to 2045. When you get to 2045, is that projection, that's based on full build out per the master plan?
Correct.
Or build out projected to be completed by 2045?
Mhm.
Were any of those intersections that we're talking about tonight failing at that point?
Yes, that same movement that is Park
Left
Ridge
turn.
and 240 that is at the left turn there, that was projected to fail in 2045.
Was there any study done between now and 2045 to determine if it fails next year or if it fails in 2044?
There is not.
There's no way to tell, really, I guess.
Yeah, no way to tell. We continue to observe the intersections. Of course, we don't see any significant change right now from what is listed as current conditions in this transportation study. So we think it's still probably operating in an A, B, or that movement is a C. The addition of the traffic from this, I would not expect to change that.
And I think I would just follow up, but that's pretty standard
Mhm.
for traffic impact analysis. So do the, where we are existing conditions and then pick a time period in the future.
Got it, thanks.
Do it iteratively.
So this is I don't mean it to be a loaded question, but I'm just, knowing what the track record is for the development of roundabouts and the cost related to the original budgets. Like, I don't think there's been one that's been on budget, as far as I know. I mean, and part of that's timing, right? It's just the budgets were set years ago and now it's like 30% higher, whatever it is. To editorialize, I'm not so confident that this Eastern connector is going to come in on budget and be able to be built in a timely way. Let's hope it is. But if it isn't, taking that out, let's pretend there's no connector there. What I'm hearing is that the northern part of the development is likely to impact the intersections there. Those are stressed. Those are the ones that would be the most stressed. The southern half of the development is less. So, correct?
Yeah, probably. I think there's fewer trips generated according to their TIA and their estimates. There's a little fewer trips. Also, it's just, there's less development down there that would clog up intersections, congest intersections.
Got it. And forgive me if you've already answered this, but that 2045 study, did that assume the existence of the connector?
Yes, it did.
So if you took that out, we don't really have data that says whether or not those intersections will fail or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm sorry to keep rambling on, just a few questions. So context, thinking about the 6 unit per acre development or the 6 unit per acre.
Sorry, just to clarify, the applicant's study, the applicant's TIA did not assume construction of Eastern Avenue.
Got it. Okay.
He was making sure that we clarified that. The 2045 analysis
Got
is
it.
the one that assumed it. So I just wanted to make sure we got that clear.
That's helpful. Thank you. Just help us, and you may not know this off top, but just in terms of context, how many other 6 unit per acre developments are in and around this area? Is this, like, I'm looking next to them, right? It doesn't look like it's 6 units per acre. It's less density.
I don't know all the details of these. I will say that you're correct. West Lake Hills, the development that I pointed out to the north is R1 essentially. So that's 1 unit per acre over the whole development.
Yeah.
Corey Farms development, which is on the south side and a little bit west, that's probably closer to R1. However, Liberty Hall, which is the neighborhood model, is significantly higher than R6. West Hall development, which is north of this development, but on the west side of the existing Eastern Avenue, that is also that's probably 6 units per acre, if not more. That's a fairly dense development. And other developments north of there, the Glenbrook has areas that are certainly 6 units per acre or more.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mhm.
So now buffers. We could just talk about setbacks and buffers. You mentioned something, I don't remember what slide it was on, but it was where you were agreeing that the buffers could be reduced in a certain section and not in others. And did I hear you say that was different than what you had in the staff report initially?
Yes, sir. That's the step back
Yeah.
the setback special exception request. So the applicant has requested to reduce their minimum rear setback from 20 feet to 10 feet. When we evaluated this, we were looking at these areas where the applicant has proposed a 30-foot buffer
Yeah.
between West Hall and the existing development. The reason they are requesting this special exception is because they want to keep that 30-foot buffer outside of private lots. So they want to be able to reduce their rear setback to 10 so that that additional 10 feet can be added to the buffer.
Maybe a simpler way to put that is if it was just a normal situation, the house could be 20 feet from the rear property line from the adjacent property. Here you got 30 plus another 10, so it's essentially 40. So we're kind of doubling the distance from the rear property lines.
That's helpful. So you're reducing from 20 to 10, but you're increasing the area outside the lot line from something to 30.
Well, from 0 to 30.
0 to 30.
0
Okay,
to
got
30.
it.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any other requirement for that buffer that they're providing. So in the report, I said staff supports the special exception. Now I'm clarifying that we support the special exception in the areas where there's a 30-foot buffer shown and where there's areas where they're using it to possibly protect from preserved slopes. We would not support that in the internal streets or where there's a 20-foot buffer, as you see along Eastern Avenue here and here.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Then just one last question. You touched on the affordable housing initiative, but in one of the staff comments or one of the comment letters that was as part of this, the fact that the county's policy has gone from 80 to 60% AMI for 30 years rather than 10 years, et cetera, was in there. And it said staff recommends revising the application to accommodate 20% of the units as affordable housing units. I assume the applicant just chose not to do that. Is that right?
The applicant is not proposing additional affordable housing over the 15%, correct?
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Yeah.
Could you go back to the slide that shows the school enrollment? To make sure I understand. So it was like 42, I believe, cumulatively. That includes by right and this development, is that correct?
The 42 is what this development proposed would generate.
Okay.
If this were built by right, if it were R1, you know, we can assume that's approximately 32 units.
Right.
That would be, and I don't have the calculator with me, but we're replacing those students generated by the 32 by right homes with those for the 134. So it doesn't include both. This is the total generated from what this proposal is saying.
So how do we, that's helpful. So how do we judge the impact, whether positive or negative, based on this proposal versus by right development? Like, how do we find out like the delta? If it was by right, would it be 32 and this is an add of 10 or?
It won't be exact, but you can assume that this is, let's see, 30 units would be approximately, 20% of what they're recommending here. So 20% of 42.
8 roughly.
8 students.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bivens has his hand up.
Great. Commissioner Bivens.
Mr. Bivens, maybe on mute.
I thank you. I've taken myself. So I just have a couple of sort of just a tiny housekeeping questions. So in the project, it says that there'll be a stepping stone creek across Licking Hole Creek, and I'm assuming that stepping stone creek will be in the property that the county will have to take over. And if that's true, then that means that we'll assume an additional cost because there's no use in having a stepping stone creek crossing if it's not maintained. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. The stepping stone crossing that the applicant is proposing to build would be within the county, the parcel or the portion of the parcel dedicated to the county. So in the future, the county would be responsible for maintenance of that portion of the trail and the crossing.
And the crossing. Okay, thank you. So then I have a couple things. So in block 1, where you talk about the 500-foot of road that goes down to what really feels to me like the second entrance, although you're saying I understand on the illustrious, it says that it's the first. Why aren't they using that first entrance as a first road or first pathway or first whatever we want to call it as an additional road? Why is it just being used for emergency? Why aren't they just going to turn it into a road?
I'll make a statement about it and then I'll say that we might want to check with the applicant's engineer. However, I believe that it probably doesn't meet VDOT spacing requirements from the west hall or from the other entrance.
Okay, thank you. That does make sense. So then when we come to block 2, so we've talked a lot about block 1 and going and connecting up to Eastern Avenue, but block 2 is really pushing a lot of traffic, 52 units through Liberty Hall. And if we look at sort of the combined Liberty Hall plus these 52 units, we start hitting up against the same level in block 1 coming into Eastern Avenue. The difference is that block 1 will have 500 feet, so 500, a new road that will then connect to Eastern Avenue, which is a road that was built to assume some of this traffic. And coming through Liberty, they don't have anything. You're basically dropping it into their neighborhood. And has there been any conversation or any thinking by staff about the impact of that, of what it would mean to take 52 units and then push it through basically a very dense community, much like we had on Avon Avenue, where we're looking at that community that was being built, that they were parking all of that. Well, that was actually a less dense development. This feels like it's not less dense, and the density's high here. And what's your thought on that, or what you're thinking on that, please?
Yeah, that staff recognizes that, well, we would like to see an analysis of what is going on at Radford and 250. The traffic impact analysis does include the peak hour trips generated by each development, and it shows that it would generate the most it would generate during peak hour, or I guess the exiting peak hour in the AM is 27 trips during that peak hour. So fewer than one trip every 2 minutes on average. Of course, that's how, TIAs it's tough to sometimes recognize that this is an average over an hour. I understand it backs up at different times, but 27, and our assumption was that it less than a vehicle every 2 minutes, that it's unlikely to really significantly impact that intersection.
And again, if you would you tell me sort of that critical period during the AM critical period? I just don't remember.
The AM peak hour, I don't have the number for the exact time that is, but it's, assumed to be sometime between 7 and 9. I think
Okay.
all times you see it's like 7:45 to 8:45.
Right, okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. And then if you could just just unpack this for me a little bit, where in the staff report, it says on page 9, staff recognizes that the value of this proposal is a significant contribution to the necessary transportation infrastructure in Crozet. However, it should also be noted the Oak Bluff development does further strain the transportation network in the area. So could you unpack both of those? So at the first bit, it says it is a significant contribution to the necessary transportation infrastructure. Are we talking about the 500 feet plus the 1,200 linear foot right away, or what's the significant contribution that's happening there?
Yes, that's correct. The contribution that staff recognized was the 500 feet of construction and the right of way. And the reason we point that out is just because of how that would reduce the future cost of the county for construction of Eastern Avenue.
Particularly the right of way, because that's often where that's where the cost escalates quickly there on the right of way. Okay. And then if you could, and maybe this, I'm asking you questions that also I'm asking sort of so you can signal to the applicant. I saw the stormwater management piece on block 1. I did not see a stormwater management piece on block 2. I did see an existing pond, but I saw existing ponds on both blocks. To your knowledge, is there a stormwater management? I actually got it right because I wrote it in big letters this time, because usually I get confused when I say those things. But is there a stormwater management facility on block 2? Because I could not see it.
No, that's correct. We did identify that there was not stormwater management shown on the application plan for block 2. We reached out to the applicant and they had a number of proposals of ways they could deal with stormwater. They do have green space and amenity space I think that's available for that. Of course, they could do underground detention, but we did point that out to the developer.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, with that, I'll open up the public hearing and ask for the applicant's presentation.
Wonderful. Good evening, everyone. Great to see you again. My name is Ashley Davies with Riverbend Development, And tonight I'm joined by Alan Taylor, also Riverbend. We've got Chris Schooley of Greenwood Homes.
Hey, you need to speak in, instead of turning around and speaking.
Okay,
Sorry.
sorry, Scott Collins Engineering, and Carl Holtgren, our traffic engineer. And yes, we're excited to talk about the Oak Bluff neighborhood with you. Building a community is not something that any of us do on our own. Community is something we come together and create collaboratively. You, along with the citizens of the county, created the long-term vision and goals for Crozet back in 2021. We as applicants are your team members to help implement that vision. Riverbend and Greenwood have a strong track record of community creation in Crozet. We hope you've been able to visit our nearby neighborhood, Glenbrook, to get a feel for the high quality homes and trailside living. In fact, many of the people that you'll likely hear from tonight may live in houses or neighborhoods that we designed. I don't know if it's gonna let me click. There we go. Thanks. Specifically, the Crozet Master Plan calls attention to the broad topic areas of conservation, transportation, and land use. The Oak Bluff development meets key goals in these three highlighted areas while also adhering to the principles of the neighborhood model. Oak Bluff will be one of the last new neighborhoods in Crozet, an area where families truly love to live. With only 5% of the county in development areas, it's essential that we develop those areas wisely and effectively in relation to the comprehensive plan goals. There are many things that make Crozet magical, and the extensive trail network and natural systems are high on the list. Licking Hole Creek is at the heart of the Oak Bluff neighborhood, and it's truly an amenity to be protected and enjoyed. Families of Oak Bluff will connect with nature and recreate along this corridor. The existing trailway running through the property is well utilized by the community, but has no formal easement in place. Our plan proposes over 10 acres in open space and 4.2 acres dedicated for a public greenway, inclusive of this trail and a creek crossing. Sensitive natural areas are protected, with the closest house in Block 1 approximately 500 feet from the stream. And you can see in this picture how that compares with the houses in the neighboring community. Over the past year and a half, with an engaged citizenry, the Oak Bluff Plan has evolved extensively and for the better to address this community input. As you see on the screen, you can see the comparison of April 2023 to this fall. We've done a lot of work to maximize the buffer areas between the neighborhoods, as Kevin was explaining earlier. We removed the road connection and driveways that were previously on West Hall Drive. We reduced building heights from 65 feet, which was the PRD standard, down to 35 feet, a more reasonable 3 stories next to adjacent neighborhoods. And we also committed to only single-family units on the edges of our neighborhood, making a harmonious transition to the West Hall neighborhood. We also minimized all impacts to preserve slopes and moved homes further from the creek. As mentioned earlier, Carl Holtgren from our team is here to address any questions you may have about transportation, and I know you do. Even though Oak Bluff does not generate enough trips to require an official traffic study, we did provide one with the targeted study with the county to address their specific questions about this development. And what we found is, as Kevin alluded to, with so few cars leaving the development, even on the peak hours, it doesn't have an impact to those surrounding neighborhood streets that was anything discernible in the traffic study, and no improvements were required. However, the proposed rezoning does significantly contribute to the county's goal of completing the Eastern Avenue Connector Road, and it eases the burden to the county as they move forward with the Eastern Avenue RFP in February 2025. Specifically, the applicant is constructing 500 feet of the remaining section of road per the proposed design, while also dedicating 1,400 feet of future roadway area or 1.5 acres of the project site, saving the county several $1,000,000 and providing the necessary land early in the process for an efficient road construction timeline. Riverbend Development and Greenwood Homes are at the forefront of creating new housing that is available to families at a variety of price points, ensuring that Crozet can remain diverse and inclusive for all. We understand that housing is needed now more than ever, and Oak Bluff is a perfect place for infill housing. Our team is proud to say that we will deliver 108 total affordable units to this area in 2025, including the 20 to 21 that are projected here. That's not in 2025, but the 108, sorry. We are uniquely poised to build for sale affordable units that we can match with the extensive list of families who would love to live in Crozet, including the existing list of interested county employees. We join you in solving this very important community issue, creating more affordable housing than any other private developer in the region. I'll leave you with these key project statistics. You can see that open space is over 1/3 of the site, and what we're dedicating to public use is over approximately 1/5 of the site. Over the past year and a half, our team has worked extensively with the community and Albemarle County staff members to ensure the plan that you see before you tonight fulfills the key goals of the Crozet Master Plan, while also being responsive to neighborhood input. Thank you for your consideration of the Oak Bluff rezoning application. We ask for your approval of this new neighborhood that so clearly benefits the public and the pressing needs of the community. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Very helpful. So Commissioner Carazana, you look ready to go.
Thank you for your presentation. Did have a little question, but so the original, you mentioned you reduced the height of some of the housing. So what were the number of units you had in the March 24 proposal?
So I think we've always had a pretty consistent number of units within the development, but what changed was the unit types changed. So that actually did result in a reduction in the number of trips coming in and out of the development because different unit types have a different trip generation rate.
But the number of units that have stayed around.
That's been relatively consistent. And I think that that's also important on the school conversation because smaller unit types and attached unit types don't tend to generate as many children as a large single family home might in the same area.
And can you go to your illustrative plan looking at block 2? Yeah, thank you. So is the intent that with the Eastern Avenue, the future Eastern Avenue connection, you would have your entrance into block 2 off of the Eastern Avenue? Is that?
Yes, there would be an entrance from Eastern Avenue as well. And it's kind of right in this
right there.
area. Yep.
But that section of Eastern Avenue would be a future section. It's not planned in block
Correct.
2.
Correct. So we've planned for both our entrance and our emergency entrance as it stands with this illustrative, and that would be a
Yep.
future
From the
connection.
Liberty, yep.
And just also wanted to note that Liberty Hall was designed with this development in mind as well. So those roadways were designed to accommodate this traffic.
Thank you.
Next.
Yes, the question was raised about block 2 and how stormwater management would be done. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I think right now we're imagining underground detention where you see the amenity areas noted. I think that lower one, but if Scott wants to address that.
Thank you. Scott Collins with Collins Engineering. Yes, block two, would handle it one or different, a couple of different ways. We do actually have that existing pond as well that a portion of the site does drain to, that's on our site. So that does handle some of the stormwater management on that block two. We are looking at the ability to do underground underneath the amenity area, and we have this large area and another pond on the far right side of the development. So some of the drainage goes that way as well, and then we have the ability to do some forest and open space buffers as well. So we have a number of different things we're looking at, and then any overflow could be underground detention, and we have other potential areas as well. So.
So Liberty Hall currently has underground detention as well, right?
They do.
And I seem to recall hearing from some of the neighbors there that during recent storm events, they've had some quite expensive problems with their underground detention. So I know that the county allows those systems to exist, and we may not be able to prohibit them, I don't know, but they definitely can have problems that can be very expensive, and then it falls in the neighborhood association to pay to fix those problems, right? So, I mean, I don't know if there's other ways that you can think of to handle stormwater, but.
Certainly, that's why, I mean, there are two other options here that we do have stormwater that at least half the site goes to. So that other portion of potential underground detention in that amenity area would only handle a small portion of the site, about half of that block too. There's also the ability of that other stormwater management pond on block one. It's sized to handle this area as well as portions of Eastern Avenue. So if Eastern Avenue is in, it could go that way as well. So there's lots of options, and that's all sort of evolve as things are being developed. So we look at all options during designs.
Thanks. And then I guess I'm also just sort of questioning the timing of the project too. I wonder, given that there are these discussions about moving Eastern Avenue, this connector forward, why bring why bring this forward now instead of waiting until after there was a solid plan approved to build the Eastern Avenue connector?
I think that's a great question, and there are a couple of reasons. Reason one is we need housing now, if not yesterday. Reason two is we have looked at the traffic that's generated from the development as is, and it's not stressing the intersections. They're performing at the exact same level that they are right now. So there's no reason that we have to have that connection to build these homes. And I think reason three is that it is really helpful if we go actually slightly forward of the road development process that is proceeding at this point. If we go ahead of it, then we're able to go ahead and get the construction of sections of the roadway in and already have the land dedicated in advance of the additional roadway construction. So I think it actually folds together quite nicely, exactly as it is moving.
Thanks. And you also call out a couple slides before, you talk about walkability.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things you talk about, it says, yeah, walkability, great location of proximity to commercial trails, parks, and downtown Crozet. Could you characterize the sidewalks between this project and Crozet Park or to downtown Crozet?
Well, I know along Eastern Avenue, there are sidewalks, and we also have great trail systems. So, I mean, can I go down every single road and talk about that? No, but I think it is proximate to all of these places, and there are lots of trail connections and pretty easy, obviously, to get down to the commercial area just south of here.
Right. Later.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Davies. First question is more clarifying. I want to make sure I understand. Proposing 15% affordable housing. Did you say only for sale units, or are they rental and for sale? Could you talk about that?
Sure. I think as a company, we're really trying to turn the page and focus on for sale more than for rent affordable units, because In a lot of our other developments, we have a plethora of for rent units, and that tends to be the go-to solution for developers because it's actually easier to meet those rental prices than it is to find people to buy and live in the for sale units. But as a company, Greenwood Homes has a really good marketing department and an excellent pipeline of families that want units in these locations. So, and we're also partnering with the county. We've had meetings recently with Ms. Pethia and really getting coordinated with her growing list of county employees that specifically want to buy affordable units. So we think that that really distinguishes the project and is a good fact. And, you know, at the moment, the rezoning still has the for rent allowance, but that's, we're much more interested in for sale as a company.
Okay. No, thank you for sharing that, because I was looking at the materials before us and it says that, you know, they would be available for a period of 10 years. I'm thinking that was probably a rental. So
that's
how
just a
long
rental.
are your for sale units available? How long are they available at that affordable rate?
So the way the policy of the county works currently is it's affordable to the first home buyer. I think we had this conversation recently with another one of our applications, just how I think we're also looking into community land trust models and other options to make them affordable for more long-term and future turnovers. But at this time, it's a big deal to even have anything close to affordable in the Albemarle County market.
Yeah. So how long are they required to remain affordable?
It's just the first sale is the county policy. So it's not for a for sale unit, it's just sold at the affordable price. So it's not a long-term deed restriction.
I have a question for staff. How is that working for us? Are we converting a lot of these for sale units to actually folks who are interested in buying affordable units, or are they going back to stock? Do we have an answer for that?
We don't have a very good answer for you tonight, sir.
Okay. Trying to get a feel for, is this really a good proposal in that respect?
Our policy really addressed the rental, but not the for
Right.
sale.
That's
So
what I
I think
thought.
that's part of the.
Could you talk a little bit? I see a lot of you know, boasting, if you will, about how many affordable units will come on the market, which I think is a positive thing for the county. But I am curious a little bit about knowing the direction we're trying to go, which is 20%, and understanding you submitted this before that policy took effect. But knowing where we're trying to go, talk to us a little bit about, you know, why can't we do that? Why can't we stretch a little further to try to meet the county's new goals?
Yeah, I think we, you know, we've submitted a lot of these rezonings a long time ago, and we've been through several years of review, and each time we put it in, we get different feedback about, you know, what we should be doing or should not be doing. But I think in general, as a company, we're interested in really helping the county to fulfill that policy. And you know, quite honestly, I think on our part, it's like we just want consistent feedback about what we're supposed to be, you know, what we should be doing, what we're supposed to be doing. And so, you know, for certain applications, we're following old policy, certain applications we're adapting. And so it's a little confusing on the side of the applicant, just, you know, trying to get through the process.
Can I just follow up on that? Because I am interested in. So was there any conversations with staff about, because there is the incentives available now to get to the 20%. Was that evaluated? Did those conversations happen, or was that an evaluation that happened with your pro forma? So would the tax incentives help to get us to the 20%?
That has not really been presented to us. We were advised that because of the timing of our application, that we followed the old policy versus the new policy, and that for applications after March, those all followed the new policy.
Although on March 6th, you did get comments about looking into the 20% change.
Yeah, and then we heard from staff saying, oh, actually, we addressed this with the board and they said that yours goes by the old policy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the incentives wouldn't, is it an incentive or is it an incentive?
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
if-
right.
If it is an incentive, then maybe, you know, I think it would be in the benefit of everyone
Yeah.
to go to the 20%.
Gotcha.
But if people aren't even running the pro forma of does that work? Is it an incentive or is it an incentive? Because we need, that feedback would be helpful, I think, for staff and for the county to understand if those are actually incentives that are motivational.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't answer that question right now, but I would maybe look to what applications you are or are not receiving under the new policy to see
We don't see many.
how that's going. Yeah. So that might be part of the answer.
Could you talk a little bit about how sustainability and climate responsiveness is integrated into the proposal?
Sure. I'm going to bring Chris back up to talk through those items, or no, he doesn't want to.
Hello, Chris Schooley with Greenwood Homes. I was not prepared to answer that question, but I'll do my best. Greenwood Homes was built in 2020, 2021. And as we set our specs for every home that we build, we established effectively what used to be known as Earthcraft standards for all of the homes. Now, a lot of those have been built into almost all production homes these days. So you'll see a lot of 2x6 framing. We have a significant upgrade with appliances and our HVAC units. And it's not just for our high-end homes, it's for all the townhouses. And it would be the same for the affordable houses here. There's a significant amount of that that we have found that the market expects these days. And I think you really should see it across the board for many other builders, is that these are the standards today. And I think we are fortunate, especially in Albemarle County, that the market really expects that, because it's made a significant difference. If you look at all the homes that have been built within this community over the last 10 or 15 years. I was involved with the first Lead for Neighborhood project in Albemarle County in 2005. It was a pilot program. We spent a significant amount of time in DC learning what that process looked like. And a lot of those standards it just happens these days. And I think we're very fortunate to see that.
Thank you.
So while we have you up there.
You did too good a job at answering that.
I'll tell you, one of my frustrations walking around Crozet is still seeing new buildings going up or new neighborhoods that have Nandina or burning bush planted. Yeah, I'm glad to see that.
I'm a landscape architect by training. I completely agree. No Nandina, no burning bush. We will proffer that. That's not a problem. They're awful shrubs and we would prefer not to include them.
No Bradford pear.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely no Bradford pear. I mean, we do have, I would not say that we have a native plant list per se, because keep in mind that we're planting plants in large part for people who aren't horticulturalists. So what they need is something that's going to last a significant amount of time, that makes it through, like once we plant, once it allows it to establish, and then in a perfect world allows them to augment their own landscape. But you hit on three of my least favorite plants. Fully support to cut those out.
Well, fantastic.
Okay.
Next.
Mr. Carazana, any questions?
I've asked mine, but I think Commissioner Bivens might.
He doesn't have his hand up.
No hand up?
He's shaking his head no.
You all have covered questions I had. So thank you.
Okay. Really? Wow. Okay, I have a few questions, please.
You haven't brought Carl up yet. Come on.
Pardon me?
You haven't brought Carl up yet. He's
I
gonna
know,
sit
that's what I was
down
about to say.
all
Good
smoother
timing.
than the
I have
audience.
some questions for your traffic engineer. Let's start with, before you come up, let's start with just this question of the special exception. In there, and I'm trying to get my head around these buffers. I think I understand them, but there's a note in here that says the reduction in rear yard setback. So that's along these single-family detached homes
Correct.
only.
So, Scott may want to speak to this, but I think that is our primary intention, because we did, as staff alluded, there's no buffer requirement between two residentially zoned districts, but just that was something that we heard loud and clear from those neighbors, that they want to preserve as much of the landscape in between the two developments as possible. And along West Hall Drive, there are some really nice mature trees along that berm. So that was a design change midway through the process. And because of that, yeah, it does squeeze those rear yards just a little bit, but I think it's a much better result of the process.
So you mentioned the neighbors. I think there may be a question as to whether or not they expected a 30-foot additional buffer, including the 20-foot setback. But what you're saying is we'll give the 30-foot additional buffer, but we'd like a reduction of the setback to 10 feet, right?
Right. So the very first plan, you'll see here, it showed a 10-foot landscape buffer in
Yeah.
between the two. So we did increase that another 20 feet. And then there's another 10, obviously with the special exception request, then you get another 10 feet of additional space.
So on the left, you would have had 30, on the right,
We have 40.
you have 40. So you added 10.
Yeah.
Okay. It also says in your special exceptions, the reduction in the rear yard setback shall also allow for the construction of decks on the rear of the units adjacent to any private alleys or open space areas. Well, can you point out where the private alleys
So
are?
I don't think we have private alleys anymore. So do we need that?
Yeah, with some of the changes we've been
Or are
making,
you gonna have to
Scott
introduce
Collins
yourself
again,
again?
Collins
Thanks.
Engineering. With some of the changes we've made with the design as it's developed over the last year and a half, those alleys moved away. That's sort of a standard exception that's been done for alleyways when you have the driveways with units being served from the alleyways. Sometimes the decks extend over that setback, that 20-foot setback. So that's been a typical special exception that we've been requesting. And we did this special exception way back when we had that, but that, as you see, it's been kind of evolved to this, which is a much better layout ultimately. That's what's come through this process, which is great. And yes, we wouldn't need that requirement anymore.
Okay, thank you. And then it says that these decks overhang the driveways, and the reduction of the rear setback will allow the decks to be installed along the rear of the units. So are you saying that without that reduction of 10 feet, the decks would have to be on the side over the driveways, or?
So we're just going to remove that part of the special exception request altogether because we
Okay.
don't have those
Got
private
it.
alleyways anymore.
And yet you still want that reduction, so the special exception, because that was one of the reasons I think you were using to justify the special exception.
Correct. So we would still request it along those areas that have the buffer, but we'll update that language to pull out the sections that staff was not supportive of and we no longer need.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you. Let's see. I'm not sure how to ask this question, but it's about Eastern Avenue. So the section that you're proposing to build at 500 feet is in a right of way. Correct?
That's for the proposed future Eastern Avenue.
Got it. And so that right of way is controlled by you?
I don't think we own that land, right? That's just right away that was proffered for the Eastern Avenue
Got it.
connector.
Who
So
controls that section of right of way? Do you know? And I'll just add, who controls it, and do you have the authority to build a road on that right of way?
I think that's probably a question for the county, but we would treat it the same way as, we've built all the other sections of the Eastern Avenue connector. So we would just view this as an extension of that roadway. And then, as you can see, initially, that road, the connector road was going to go straight down to Licking Hole Creek. And, through the process of design, they determined that was not the best location of it because of the way the creek is bending down in that area, created a much more expensive project. And so That's why you see the roadway actually coming onto our property and,
Mhm.
eating up some pretty major sections of it, but that is the better alignment versus just going directly south as shown.
No, that's helpful. I guess my mind is like divided. I'm on one side, I'm like, what if the Eastern Connector, Eastern Avenue wasn't there? Is this a reasonable development? And then, well, how reasonable is it that that Eastern Connector will be built? So if you're saying we're coming to the table with this 500 feet of road, that's great. It's a portion of Eastern Avenue, right? Which is getting us closer, even though probably costs, are increasing on the other side, hopefully not more than the value of that 500 feet. But my question is, that land that's built on, is that controlled by you as the applicant? Because you're saying we're going to build it and we're looking at that as part of this.
I think the county would have to comment, but my understanding is that land was specifically proffered for the construction of Eastern Avenue. So the county should have the right for Eastern Avenue to be built on that land. That's certainly, we can get anyone else to weigh in on that, but I think
You're getting a nod over here, just to.
Yes, I'll just say that we did look at that, it was not actually a proffer, it was dedicated as part of a subdivision upon demand, I believe, of the county. So it's not currently under our control, but we can request control of it according to that subdivision.
And do we know if that request for control is dependent on the entire funding being in place for Eastern Avenue?
There was nothing in the subdivision that alluded to that. No.
Nothing that would require that. So you could ask for control of that portion only to service this.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
And just, I think you'll see in the design on the illustrative plan that it's quite extensive. The roadway section that we're building would be, different than if it were just something that's
Sure,
serving as a
access.
driveway. So
Yeah.
it's actually about $2 million worth of improvements that we're putting in there.
So, and then you're dedicating the remainder of the right of way that's on your property. If you
Yes.
go, I don't know if you have a slide for this, but if you go to the southern, I guess that's not phase two, but what is it, block two? Block two. So there's a section of the road that, maybe this is a question for the county too. There's a section of the road that continues off of this applicant's property. Is that also in dedicated right of way, or?
Yes, that piece is actually proffered. I believe that was possibly part of the Corey Farm development, but that section is a proffer.
And that can be called by the county.
To be clear, currently it's Corey Farms Homeowner Association, but we have the right to request the right of way.
You can call that up too. So you could control all of the right of way necessary to build this road.
Well, technically, as it stands today, all of the right of way, except for the roads shown on the applicant's property. That's part of the value of the applicants. I think initially the concept was the road in the Corey Farms open space and the strip we've been talking about for reasons of making a grade out there. The alignment studies that were done by Kimley Horn showed that there was 3 different alignments. And the second alignment, well, the middle one, where the road's shown now, is the most cost-effective alignment. So that's why the roads migrated onto their property.
I get all that. I guess my question is, if today you were given $40 million and told to go build this road, you'd be able to call up all the necessary right of way and land to be able to do it. You had that in place.
There would likely, according to our 30% designs, it does look like there are still some permanent easements that are not within that existing right of way that we may need, but it's pretty minor compared to the overall right of way necessary. We generally have it, but there will still be a right of way phase that we'll need to go through.
Okay, so that's a no. In other words, you don't have the land to control that piece. Okay.
Don't have all the land though.
Got it. The TIA. So I'm just curious, we've talked a little bit about block A and B, 1 and 2. I'd just like to understand a little more about how those were addressed, how they were in terms of phasing and in terms of impacts to levels of service at the intersections. And I know we heard some of that from the staff, so this may be a little bit redundant, but that's okay. Just take us through your thinking with and without the Eastern Connector, because I think they mentioned you modeled it without the Eastern Connector too.
And I just wanted to give a tiny bit of background that kind of takes us back to when we first submitted the application. We were working under the assumption at that time, this overall traffic study that the county had just produced was very fresh. And we're like, well, you know, this certainly covers what we had proposed on the property. And then as we've gone along through time, staff was like, you know what, let's study some things very, like, more specifically to your development. And so that's when we brought Carl on and wanted to show, okay, what's the worst case scenario to the northern neighborhoods if everything was going north and going out onto Route 240. And so, and then now Carl's looking at some other components as well, but that's kind of how it progressed. There was like no traffic study required. And then they're like, well, you know, we both felt like it was a good idea. Like, let's just dig in and make sure that everything looks okay.
Got it. Thank you
All
for the
right,
background.
hand it to Carl.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Carl Holtgren with Grove Slate Associates. We're a traffic engineering firm based in Fairfax. I manage our Richmond office. And I've worked with Riverbend for over a decade on a number of projects in and around the county. And y'all have asked some actually very good questions about the traffic study. And Mr. Barnes and Mr. McDermott, I agree with all the answers they provided. You guys nailed it. I just wanted to say I agree with everything that they said. So your question about the block 1 and block 2 trips, you know, the traffic study that we've done is focused on the block 1 trips and their impact to 2 intersections. Route 240 and Park Ridge was the original intersection that we looked at. So we did a traffic count at that intersection during both peak hours back in August of this year, a few months ago. And to be conservative, we assumed that 100% of the block 1 trips would travel through that intersection, and found that that the intersection would still function acceptably, you know, pretty much as it is today. In response to some questions that were raised by the neighbors, we've also taken a look at the intersection of Crozet Ave and Tabor, northwest of the site. We did some traffic counts there as well. And just looking at the roadway network, we think that roughly half the trips from block 1 would probably take Park Ridge out to 240, and half would probably wind through the intersection and go through the Tabor Crozet intersection. And what we found is that the trip impact of block 1, if you take the trips in and out of block 1 that hit those 2 intersections, it's going to increase the traffic volume at those 2 intersections by 2 to 3% in the peak hours. A very small impact that really would not affect the level of service at either intersection. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. Just a
Okay.
quick question. And so I think I'm a little confused by the time. So did you look at this with using background traffic from a previous study, or did you run new background traffic data?
We did our own study.
Okay.
We did not do the long range 2045 plan. That
Got
was another firm.
So you have current background traffic, not
Right.
background traffic from 2021.
Correct. Yeah, we did not use that study. We
Got
did
it.
our own study that's just focused on what you see on the screen, block 1 and block 2.
Right.
So like I said, we did fresh traffic counts at the 240 Park Ridge intersection. Those were done in August of this year, just a few months ago. And then at Crozet and Tabor, those are more recent. Those were last week that we did those counts. So those are brand new. And we've added that to the report. We have not submitted that yet to staff. So Kevin and Michael have not seen that yet. I'm just kind of giving you a preview of what we found at that intersection. So to put the way I'm thinking about the Eastern Avenue extension, So if this project is a 2 to 3% impact on the roadway system in terms of volume, I would point out that by building the first 500 feet of the extension and dedicating right of way for a large, another 1,400 feet, that's way more than a 3% contribution to the construction of the Eastern Avenue extension. I don't know what percentage it is, but by building 500 feet in that right of way, that's really advancing that project pretty significantly.
Thank you. Any questions while this gentleman's up?
Yes, and looking at the numbers for school students that will be attending, Western Albemarle and Henley and so forth. And it just looking at the routes that, I'm sure you're aware that we had a situation of a school bus shortage where kids were, the school system was encouraging parents to drive their kids to school because we didn't have enough buses. And it was just quite recently. And some of my own kids have had to, transfer buses twice to get to school. So I'm looking at the route from this development, from block 1, they'll go down Park Road and then down Tabor to Crozet Avenue, right?
Okay.
And so I'm just thinking about the additional number of trips, during the, did you look at that in terms of school students and people traveling at peak times to get to school down those particular roads? And, just having seen some of those intersections, they're pretty sketchy, particularly Tabor. It's pretty sketchy.
Right. Yeah, those are narrow roads, no question. We didn't specifically look at the school traffic scenario that you're describing. The way we estimate the trips that'll be produced by by both blocks, is we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip manual. That's what we use for all projects. It's based on traffic counts that have been done across the country over 20, 30 years. And yeah, that data is analyzed, and then they provide us with trip rates per unit during the peak times of the day. The 7 to 9 a.m. peak hour and the 4 to 6 p.m. peak hour. So that's what we use to estimate the trip potential in and out of the neighborhood. And then looking at the roadway network and origins and destinations where we think these folks who live here will want to travel to, then we estimate what percentage will go out this way, what percentage goes out this way. And then we add those to what we count and run the model based on that. So we don't get into that level of detail about, well, what if these extra school trips go this way? It's all kind of factored into the numbers.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Holden?
Well, Mr. Bivens has his hand up.
Yes, Mr.
Also.
Bivens.
Thank you, everyone. Sir, you said that the traffic at 240 was acceptable. We typically hear, when we talk about traffic, we hear something like an A, B, C, or it's an F. So what does acceptable mean at that intersection?
Yeah, generally acceptable for a left turn at a stop sign would be level service A, B, C, D, or E. Level service F, when it hits level service F, that's typically when we say that movement is failing. And that movement today is level service C, and it will remain level service C with these trips. And the other thing that we added since we submitted the traffic study a few months ago, Kevin made us aware of the Montclair approval. I believe it's 88 townhomes, pretty close to that intersection. A traffic study was not done for that project, but we have done a trip calculation for that, and we've added those trips into our model as well. So we did the traffic count in August. We grew all the volumes by 1% for 3 years to estimate 2027. We added the Montclair trips, and then we've added half of the block 1 trips, and we still have level service C for that left turn movement in both peaks.
Could you just tell me what I didn't quite follow your narrative on block 2. So what did you or did you not consider in block 2?
Yeah, we have the traffic study does not address the block 2 impact specifically. We have a trip table, a trip calculation for block 2, but we did not do any analysis of of those trips. You know, those trips are going to go out to 250. Our study was more focused on north of the creek and the block 1 impact to 240 and Crozet Avenue.
Just so to suggest to you, those are still 2-lane roads. So, and they're coming off of the Liberty Hill area. There are more stores and things to just occupy traffic. And so if I were giving you a suggestion, I would suggest that you spend some time looking at that entrance, which has many more congestive agents than the other side does.
Okay, understood.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant or Mr. Holden? All right. Thank you all.
Great, thank you.
With that, we'll move into public comments. And let me read just some ground rules real quick if I could, while we move into this. Let's see. Timekeeping is conducted by the clerk. In order to give all speakers equal treatment and courtesy, the Planning Commission requests that speakers adhere to the following guidelines. Speakers are limited to 1 appearance of 3 minutes per public hearing item. When called, state your name, address, and magisterial district. Address comments directly to the Planning Commission as a whole. If you exceed your allotted time, you will be asked to end your comments. If a speaker does not use all allotted time, the unused time may not be shared with another speaker. So with that, I have a sign-up sheet, and then we'll go online, and then I'll open it up for anyone else who'd like to speak. And then I will come back to the applicant to respond to any of the questions or concerns that have been raised. And then we will close the public hearing, just so everybody's got the ground rules. So we'll start, and if I could also mention, if you agree with the speaker, well, you are welcome to come up and say the same thing again. You could also just raise your hand and you'll be acknowledged as having the same opinion. So the other thing I'll just say that helps with a lot of comments is if you would be on deck. So when I'll say 2 names, second person's on deck, you can come up towards the front, get ready to speak, and then we'll roll through that way. That's okay. So we'll start with Bill O'Malley, and then Steve Walsworth is on deck.
At this time also, if anybody online wants to speak, if you can use the raise hand feature, and that will put you in the queue. Just be patient. You will be called on after all the in-person speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bill O'Malley, and I'm a resident of Westlake Hills, Whitehall, and the HOA president of that association. Tonight, I want to talk about an age-old problem. Kids want to eat dessert before they finish their vegetables. When I was a kid, I thought I was clever. I'd bargain, delay, or try to sneak my peas and broccoli off the plate. But my mom was always a step ahead. She knew the trick to parenting: vegetables first, dessert second. Now the county staff, they're adults, seem to be skipping straight to dessert. More homes, more tax revenue while ignoring the vegetables, the infrastructure promised to the community. Let's talk about what's on the menu tonight, the Oak Bluff CMA. This is the largest parcel of land remaining in eastern Crozet, and it's a challenging piece. 2 separate blocks, split down the middle, protected stream, protected slopes, and a floodplain. There's no practical way to connect the north and south portions of this land without a bridge and a connector road, unless you consider a stepping stone across them. And here we are approaching 2 years since the developer first submitted this application. 2 deferrals later, and the same fundamental problem remains. The transportation principle is not met. The new strategy bury the inconvenient facts, deepen reports, gloss over concerns, hype the positives, and hope no one notices. Nothing has changed except the lead planner. Kevin McCollum left and Kevin McDermott's in. Here are a few of the facts. A landlocked parcel without a bridge and proper access. This land cannot responsibly support development, yet staff skirts around the challenge, ignores the concerns of 4 abutting HOAs whose green spaces and proffers were not set aside for a 500-foot road extension to access a private development. Project Heron, originally a secret attempt to cobble together a faux funding mechanism. It fell apart. Schools in the area are bursting at the seams. Just refer to outdated reports to downplay the problem. Community concerns, you have to call him. The timing of this, right before the holidays, that feels like an attempt to avoid scrutiny and transparency. Now is not the time to burden Crozet again. 30 years of bridge talk with no definitive action, that's the tipping point for Crozet. Thank you for being so engaged tonight. Please be the parent. Make them finish their vegetables before they eat cake at the expense of our community. Thank you. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas. And the timing is not right for this development. And they don't have access to all the parcels. Great question. Thank you.
Same to you. Steve Walsworth is up, and on deck is Aaron Howell.
Thank you. I'm Steve Walsworth. I'm a Quarry Farm resident. I've been there 22 years. And I want to clarify a point about Eastern Avenue. We do have a proffer, and that was a great question that you brought up about that Eastern Avenue proffer. The proffer is specifically for the 240, 250 connector road and is to be dedicated when that is in the mill. The bridge is not there, so therefore the 240, 250 dedicated connector road is a no-go right now. Until that bridge has been funded and ready to go, you're not going to get a dedication for that Eastern Avenue strip that goes across Quarry Farm HOA property. That's going to be a no-go. We're already consulting attorneys about that. So you guys are going to have some problems getting access to that property. The only alternative now is you got all those hundreds of cars from Block 2 going through Liberty Hall. And if you've ever been over there or walked the roads, those are narrow roads. That's just built like a little village community. And those roads are not going to be able to sustain all the other added on traffic that's going to be a burden to that neighborhood specifically. And you're not going to get the access through Eastern Avenue until you have the bridge. There's a case law, and it's actually your own board of supervisors here in this county. They lost to going against a company called Roadway 29 LLC a few years ago, where the company was promised actually it was promised a bus stop in accordance with the proffer. But in the meantime, the county's trying to bill the property owner $500,000 for their part of the proffer, but the county never came up with a bus stop, so they lost in court. It was appealed, and the appellate court upheld the decision not to award the county their $500,000 from the property owner. So there's case law on this. So have at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Aaron Howell and Nadia Anderson is on deck.
My name is Aaron Howell of 5821 West Hall Drive, Whitehall District. I serve as the president of the West Hall Community Association. When I was first contacted about Oak Bluff rezoning, I was a little reluctant to get involved. I think as a resident of West Hall since 2009, we're a little numb to the building in Crozet and the lack of infrastructure. We all are. Park Road running through West Hall has been a throughway for most of the construction at Westlake, and I'm sure for some of the construction at Glenbrook. When I first learned the developer planned to cram 100+ homes in Oak Bluff, and the county had no plan in place to complete the 240, 250 stretch to Quarry Farm, my first reaction is, you've got to be kidding me. As a resident of West Hall, about 30% of our HOA meetings pertain to traffic on our narrow streets, whether it be low-hanging trees, branches, residents parking at both sides of the street, or speeding work trucks. We've discussed them all because our streets are simply too small to handle that much traffic. Without another outlet on our Park Road Peninsula, the problem will only continue to get worse. Albemarle County's transportation planner noted this in early March. All this brings us to the needed use of 56HB, which is a West Hall HOA owned parcel proffered for the use in 2005 for the construction of the connector. No one in the county or the developer has contacted the West Hall HOA at any point to discuss the use of this parcel. I think this concerns not only us in West Hall, but a large portion of Crozet residents who are concerned about the lack of infrastructure. If you've been on Crozet lately around 4:30 p.m. or any time during business hours for that matter, you know there are issues with traffic. As you guys have recently probably become aware, West Hall intends to hold the county to the agreement made in 2005 for the use of that parcel and not for the private use of a developer for their 500-foot driveway that benefits nobody in Crozet but the developer. This plan for rezoning is premature. It's rushed. I mean, we've all heard we don't have a plan for a bridge. And the future residents of Oak Bluff, Crozet, and the residents of West Hall deserve a concrete plan, not hope, for the completion of the road that's been promised for nearly 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Nadia Anderson and Luke Fairborn is on deck.
Hi, my name is Nadia Anderson, and I'm a resident of Liberty Hall. I'm a parent to 3 young children, a coach for the Western Albemarle High School crew team, and president of the Liberty Hall HOA. We all know the existing roads are inadequate, and proposals to widen them or install a traffic light at Radford and 250 are not forthcoming. And without the connector, Oak Bluff assumes it can create a secondary access road on Liberty Hall's property to be able to rezone. Not a single county or Riverbend staff member has been in contact with me or our board to discuss their proposed plan. And in reviewing our deed in Liberty Hall's proffers and rezoning documents, I can only see a note that says it's there to provide an opportunity. While the opportunity has been provided, as I see on this map, given the strain that Crozet is already shouldering, we do not feel that granting access is necessary. Riverbend is able to build their development by right or wait like the rest of us for the Eastern Avenue connector to be built. While I'm not a water resource specialist, I can speak to what I see in Liberty Hall. It floods, we have standing water, erosion forced us to remove a gazebo most recently. I spent months troubleshooting water problems with a neighboring property. The sump pump kept on dumping water nonstop onto another property. The water was tested, no chlorine. While these residents acted cordially and did not further redirect water back and forth on each other or on Quarry Farm neighboring home, a French drain was eventually installed. Water often has nowhere to go. Given these conditions with 20 feet of setback, which is what is in Liberty Hall, the development should not be approved with an exception for 10. To add fuel to the fire, a sinkhole has formed on our buried stormwater system, a system that our zoning application says does not need treatment. Our system is a buried collection of plastic milk crates, 100% post-industrial polypropylene for those worried about PFAs, PFOAs. It is difficult to maintain and requires specialized crews to access and clean. Because of the nature of our site, I'm now told we have to do 2x yearly maintenance, a major red flag for me. And that I don't see a stormwater map on block 2. Where's the water going to drain? In Liberty's Hall backyard? A lot more water runs off when you strip the lands of trees, and there are more properties. Given these conditions and what I've observed with water management, the development should not be approved with without an above ground stormwater management plan in writing. The staff report acknowledges the strain on transportation while expressing hope for future infrastructure improvements. We need concrete plans, not just hope, to address these critical issues. I also welcome any commissioner to join me at the corner of Radford and 250 to attempt a left-hand turn while playing a game of chicken with exiting cars from Harris Teeter. Lastly, it might be slightly uncomfortable telling Crozet residents that they have to continue to shoulder the burden of middle-density development while 95% of the county remains rural. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Luke Fairborn and Carol Fairborn, you're on deck.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Luke Fairborn, and I live in Westlake Hills in Crozet. Tonight, I will focus on Riverbend, specifically how they have been an unreliable partner to the Crozet community and how their claim that their Oak Bluff plan is responsive and harmonious with the community is utterly false. In developing Crozet, Riverbend has left behind an ugly legacy of broken promises to residents and disrespect for property rights. For example, in Glenbrook, some purchasers of single-family homes were led to believe by drawings of future site plans that the homes would have premium mountain views. However, Riverbend impaired their mountain views by constructing 20 feet from the property line, a solid wall of attached villas that were not part of the original plan. In Westlake Hills, amenities promised by Riverbend, including a pool and a community center, were never built. Also in Westlake Hills, some homeowners have filed a lawsuit in part because for Oak Bluff, Riverbend intends to use a parcel of land which is controlled by the Westlake Hills HOA. This litigation is ongoing. Finally, for Oak Bluff, the traffic study was flawed and the project narrative misleading, as others are highlighting and as we've documented in letters to the county. You might think I would begrudge Riverbend for these transgressions, but I do not. Just like I do not begrudge a snake for biting. After all, it is within a snake's nature to bite, just like it is within a developer's nature to extract as much profit as possible and ignore community concerns. And that, commissioners, is where you come in. As our representatives, the community looks to you to ensure growth is carried out in a responsible manner, harmonious with the environment and neighboring communities, and commensurate with the existing infrastructure. In closing, I ask you to listen to your constituents and protect the Crozet community by not recommending the rezoning. Please compel Riverbend to put forth a plan that is truly harmonious with the community. Please help protect our rights. The Crozet community should not be forced to resort to legal action to protect and enforce our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol Fairborn and Janie Holbrook. Amy? You're on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Carol Fairborn and I live in Crozet. Tonight, I'm going to highlight the errors and omissions from the county staff report on the Oak Bluff proposal because at face value, one could easily but wrongly conclude that there are no major issues with this proposal. However, if you take a deeper dive into the staff report, you will find glaring omissions and misleading statements. First of all, the last page of the staff report claims there is only one concern with the Oak Bluff proposal. We saw it on the screen tonight, which has to do with preserved slopes. However, in the report's attached Oak Bluff neighborhood model analysis, it states that the section on interconnected streets and transportation networks is a principle which is not met. Why wasn't this included? An entire critical principle was deemed as not having been met by the proposal. The omission of this very important unmet principle in the staff report is inexcusable. Secondly, the staff report makes claims that Oak Bluff will not negatively impact the area's schools, but staff used an outdated ACPS report from 2021 to make those claims. However, the ACPS Long Range Planning Advisory Committee published an updated report in October of 2024, which shows serious concerns about school overcrowding for the next 10 years, despite plans to build another high school. Using the old data from 2021 falsely indicates that Oak Bluff will only have a mild effect on schools. Failing to use the updated school report is inexcusable. Third, the staff report excluded all community input received on Oak Bluff, an amount of input they deemed as significant. Instead, staff said anyone interested in reading public comments could get in touch with the lead planner. Why is it okay for the staff report to include 8 attachments where all 8 attachments collectively add up to 25 pages, and yet staff felt it was appropriate to exclude the significant community input from the attachments? Does staff have a limit of how many attachments they can include at the end of a report? The omission of the community input from the staff report is either purposeful to hide the public's concerns about Oak Bluff, or staff believes community input is somehow irrelevant or less valuable, or staff was unwilling to make the extra effort to include the additional attachments. Any of these reasons are inexcusable. Commissioners, the connector is not coming anytime soon, and due to its cost, it very likely won't ever come. To add another large development into this already dangerous and overcrowded section of Crozet before learning the feasibility of the actual outcome of the PPTA is an incredibly large burden to ask Crozet residents to bear. Now is not a sensible time for Oak Bluff to advance.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Holbrook, and then Rashmi Guy, I think, is on deck. Forgive the mispronunciation.
Janie Holbrook, I live in Westlake Hills. Balance. It's really hard to achieve balance. Tonight, you must balance the applicant's goal of maximum profits, the community's goal of minimal adverse impact, and the county's goal of, I'm not sure yet. Your decision will tell us whether the county's goal is to warehouse human beings as efficiently as possible as measured by Kimley Horn, or whether the goal is to facilitate safe communities that are vibrant and where both existing and new families can thrive. The applicant wants you to believe that they have worked with the community. Actions taken by Oak Bluff to remove a parcel from the Westlake HOA precipitated a lawsuit and the 30-foot buffers. And they proposed to take green space from families in West Hall and Liberty Hall for private gain, not public purpose. The request for reduced rear setbacks negates the buffers provided in Block 1. A preserved slope in Block 1 will be covered by impervious roadway and the front porch of a house. No stormwater management for Block 2 is shown on the plan. Parking is inadequate for the multi-family units, and the spacing of driveways makes on-street parking impractical. How will Radford Lane traffic be managed, particularly around the Liberty Hall playground and the 250 intersection at Harris Teeter? It's a long list of concerns. The applicant's plan certainly is efficient, however. Putting an amenity area on the bluff between preserved slopes allows for 6 units per acre, the maximum for neighborhood residential. The site-specific issues are complicated by the fact that the commission does not control all of the factors at play. Albemarle County Public Schools must come up with a solution to Western Albemarle overcrowding that will continue even if 200 students go to Center 2 in 2027. Rivanna Water and Sewer must come up with a solution for the inadequacy of the Beaver Creek Reservoir to serve the 12,000 Crozet residents now connected and future needs. Rivanna Water already has objected to the Eastern Bridge abutment in their easement. And there are the issues that the county controls but does not have the resources to resolve, notably Eastern to 250, a Champagne project with a beer budget. Recent magisterial redistricting showed that Whitehall grew more than any other district because of development in Crozet. Has Crozet hit a tipping point? What is more basic than drinking water, schools, and the road that has been planned for 40 years to support development? A maximum density development is not justified at Oak Bluff until these problems are resolved. Approved and pipeline residential units exceed the 20-year forecast for total units required. Balance. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, you too. Rashmi Guy and Kathy Tisak is on deck.
Good evening. I tried to wear heels, but I'm still not tall enough. So, good evening. My name is Rashmi Guy, and I'm a resident of the Whitehall District. I stand before you frustrated by a county process that appears biased toward developers, where residents' concerns are dismissed as NIMBYism or indifference to affordable housing, neither of which is true. We deserve to be heard and hope we get a fair hearing as tax-paying citizens deeply invested in our community. I'm a parent of a Henley Middle School student and currently serve as the Henley Family Council co-rep. Recently, ACPS Family Council has voiced its frustration over the approval of housing developments without consideration for school capacity and critical improvements, leading to years of overcrowding classrooms and reliance on temporary trailers, which seem permanent. My daughter now attends classes in one of these trailers, and I'm ticked about that. Western Albemarle High School, which is already slightly over capacity, also includes the use of trailers. The problem is exacerbated by outdated formulas for estimating how many children new developments will add to schools, which can consistently underestimate the actual impact. Bus transportation is another recurring issue for families countywide. Parents anxiously wait each year, unsure if their children will have reliable transportation. Another maximum density development will only worsen this unsustainable situation. Parking, the proposed Oak Bluff development parking plan is grossly inadequate. Narrow streets will limit parking within the development, forcing overflow into adjacent neighborhoods. Counting garage spaces in the total parking count, as done in Pleasant Green, has proven disastrous, creating ongoing parking shortages and cars parked where they shouldn't be. Existing infrastructure in Crozet is already overburdened. Montclair and Old Dominion developments haven't been built yet. Glenbrook is still under construction, and Beaver Hill Mobile Park expansion is under review. Our roads cannot handle the additional strain of yet another high-density neighborhood. The Eastern Avenue connector is years away from completion if it happens at all. Meanwhile, bottlenecks persist on Tabor and Crozet Avenue, and there are no sidewalks along Park Road. The proposed pedestrian stepping stone path across Licking Home Creek is impractical for real-world use, such as grocery shopping or other daily tasks. As an environmental scientist with over 20 years of experience, I have serious concerns about the proposed development's impact on stormwater management and water supply capacity. Licking Hole Creek, already impaired, experienced significant overflow during Hurricane Helene and other storms. My backyard is wet after just the 2 days of rain, 2 to 3 days of rain that we've had with standing water. And the storm affected nearby properties, including flooding in Westlake basements. We shouldn't strain the stream further with another development. I urge the Planning Commission to vote no on Oak Bluff as proposed. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you. You too. Kathy Tisak and then Bill Connolly, you're on deck.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Tessick. I live in Liberty Hall subdivision. Nadia Anderson explained everything just about the way it is right now, but I live there and I'm very concerned about what is going on around us and wanting to bring in a road into our small little neighborhood does not make any sense whatsoever. We have a playground there that is right on Bradford. There are children constantly playing in the playground and all around the neighborhood. They're running around the streets. They're riding their bikes through there. What is this going to do to them? Nobody ever thought about that because I didn't hear that much from comments from the board here. And then let's see, as far as I hear people speaking about the children in the high school, the population there. Yes, I know that. My kids are like 27 right now. My oldest is. And when my son was going there in 2013, he was going in trailers. How many years ago was that? And nothing has been done to solve that problem. And we are talking about adding more neighborhoods, more people. And also I agree with if Corey Farms is going to end up getting a lawyer for going through their protected lands in the back, that's going to be null for anything going through Liberty Hall, I would imagine. So there's also, let's see here. Where was I? Sorry, I'm not one that is good at speaking here.
Doing great.
Okay. Let's see. And then we're also destroying Mother Nature. I mean, the area of Licking Hole Basin has a number of 200 birds. The most amount of birds in Albemarle County has been cited to be in this Licking Hole Basin area. Plus, there are bald eagles there. Bald eagles are not endangered anymore, but yet they are protected by federal law as well. So there are bald eagles back there, and I also used to see bear actually in our neighborhood. I haven't seen any for a long time, and it's probably because everything has been building up all around us. So anyway, thank you very much and have a good holiday.
Thank you. Same to you. Bill Connolly and Rebecca Connolly, you're on deck.
Thank you very much. I'm Bill Connolly. I live at 835 Carlisle Place in the Fox Chase neighborhood, which is just outside of Crozet proper. I confess right up front, I'm relatively new to this controversy, having just recently in the last couple of days heard about this Oak Bluffs proposal. So I came tonight to learn, and frankly, I've learned a lot. I would begin by seconding much of the angry comments from the public comments that have been made just prior to my standing up here. But I'd also second the line of questioning by two of the board members or the commission members. The gentleman on the screen, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name, Mr. Carazana. The line of questions I think was actually quite helpful. Two big issues, schools, I'll mention that right up front. I think the numbers that have been provided by the developer are optimistic because Western Albemarle High School is a magnet. It's such an excellent school. It's drawing people out here. And I think their lowballing numbers are frankly unfair. But traffic congestion and safety is really the biggest issue. I think the traffic analysis or study that's been done is dated at best. It's much heavier just over the last couple of years, to the extent that that earlier traffic study was done during COVID. I think that's a bit of a problem. You clearly need to update the traffic analysis. Why, by the way, if the study has already been done, is there now a new traffic counter at the opening to my neighborhood, Fox Chase? It just came up in the last week or so here. I would recommend at a minimum, by the way, somehow lowering the speed limits past Harris Teeter on 250, putting in traffic lights, et cetera. There is a serious problem there from a safety point of view. The second question would be, why would any other private developer be interested in developing the extended eastern connector if Oak Bluff is not interested in doing so? Some of the earlier comments called the staff on this bit of analysis. I would strongly recommend updating the traffic studies, in particular, doing a more adequate traffic study on where the block that connects to 250 and Radford Road and the traffic coming out there. One of the public commentators mentioned the difficulty of turning out into 250 and any given time of day. I would strongly recommend doing a little bit more careful study on that front. That said, based on everything I've learned tonight, I oppose this Oak Bluff proposal. Thank you very much and happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to you. Rebecca Connolly, and I think it's Matthew Heft or Het on deck.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Connolly, and I live at 835 Carlisle Place, and I am trying to set up my timer. Oh, I have a timer. Okay. I urge you to please deny this request for the Oak Bluff development and the accompanying edit to the zoning in this particular area. The basis for this particular request is for housing and needed now. What is needed now is affordable housing, and this particular project offers at most 20 that may be affordable for purchase, but there's nothing that's been shown that to accomplish 20 affordable units cannot be done under the existing zoning. It's just that they didn't want to. The reference to the master plan, which allows up to development of 6 units per acre, is based on certain conditions, one of which is the Eastern Avenue, which of course is not developed and is not going to be developed. And until that's going to be developed, to suggest that the master plan supports this kind of development, the maximum 6 units per acre here, is frankly irresponsible. And certainly not consistent with the master plan, given that one of the key conditions isn't met and isn't going to be met. I urge the commission to not approve this request until at least an updated traffic study can be concluded, one that would not be done during COVID and during lockdown conditions, or one that's not done during summer months or during the week of Thanksgiving, neither of which may give a reasonable assessment of the school traffic. Until a traffic study can be done that also takes into account the size of vehicles. It's been noted that some of the roads that will be used if this development occurs are very narrow. Their visibility is very poor. What is the impact of buses and equipment vehicles and trucks, delivery trucks and whatnot upon those roads? And what other updating or changes may need to occur? Or an updated traffic study that also would take into account the impact on the speed limit. If the speed limit is not going to be lowered, how is that going to impact the traffic generally, but more importantly, the safety? And to take into account the traffic in the block 2 portion in particular.
Thank you.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, just conclude your remarks.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Matthew Heft, did I have that right?
It's close enough for Albemarle County government work. Good evening, y'all. I'm Matt Helt. I'm probably somewhat unique in Crozet and probably unique in this room.
You might
Having
wanna
been born.
state your name just to be sure I got it right, please. You didn't
Can I
start
get-
by,
Cool. Can I get my 3 minutes back?
you didn't start by stating your name.
I did. I said, hi, I'm Matthew Helt.
Okay. missed
Can I
that.
get my 3
Thank
minutes
you.
back?
Go for it.
Okay. I'll start this off. As I said, I'm unique in this room. I'm from Crozet, born there, raised there, and fortunate enough to still live there. Probably unique in Crozet as well. And let's just continue that conversation about schools. For perspective, there were trailers at Crozet Elementary, Henley Middle, and West Albemarle High School when I was there. If the county could fix the schools in 30 years, maybe there'd be a different conversation tonight. We wouldn't still have trailers and frustrated parents. Over my life in Crozet, I stopped having hope in this county. And while I'm not counting on it, I'm hoping to have the lottery or win the lottery because someone in Crozet has got to build the sidewalks. We know the county can't do it or won't do it in a reasonable time frame or budget. But the county staff member saying that they're hoping to find someone to build a road is unbelievable and not a reason to approve a development. We don't do something like this because we're hoping. The county needs to do better. We can't keep adding additional development until infrastructure and space. And let's talk about infrastructure. The county hasn't built the aforementioned Eastern Avenue, built Western Park and Old Trail, hasn't built sidewalks on Park Road, built the sidewalks and bike lanes on Crozet Avenue, hasn't built the roundabouts in 250. I could list dozens of projects, or you just look at the Crozet master plan to see a list of failed promises and unrealistic timelines. Just a point of clarification on the presentation tonight, the map showed that future Eastern Avenue connector is dark green, which is identified as public land, trails, and open space. How can a road be trails and open space at the same time? Roads are not trails. Roads are not open space. If anyone disagrees, I'd encourage your kids to come play in our open space in Crozet. The step out for Eastern Avenue is the only basketball court in the area. Where does the planning commission and the developer envision these kids playing basketball? Why wasn't the loss of the only recreation space mentioned in the staff report? Do you expect the kids in the neighborhood to walk the non-existent sidewalk or bike the non-existent bike lane to Crozet Park? Or would the developer, county staff, and commissioners like those kids to walk on the shoulder of the too narrow and unlit Park Road? So where will the recreation facilities such as a playground and basketball court go? Where is the system of trails and access points that we provided to the public? A system of trails and access points is not a small couple 100-foot segment of trail. What will be the designed use of the proposed trail? What's the width, clearing height, and surface material? What are the uses? Who's maintaining that trail? And what standard will it be maintained to? What is a primitive trail? Where can the design specifications and standards be found in the county trail design standards? What is a rock hop crossing? Where can the designs for a rock cut be found in the county design standards? What are the hydrology and hydraulic implications of putting a rock hop crossing in that stream? Will this require a permit? And finally, as it pointed out by one of you all, this is a great location. There is proximity if you want to encourage residents to drive everywhere in Crozet. Build a development once the infrastructure exists. Be a great neighbor.
Thank you. Apologize for making you restate your name. Great, thanks, everybody. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this issue who is not on the list? Please come up. We'll start, well, just come up and line up and we'll start and roll through. You, sir, may start.
My name is David Van Roy, and I didn't come here to speak about this, but in the past, it's always been that the county staff prepared a fiscal impact on developments and what sort of negative dollars are going to happen to the budget with projects like this versus a by right project. Are there any numbers available that the public might hear about this?
Sir, I'm sorry. Thank you. Appreciate your question. Next.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Urquhart. I live at 402 Frontier Lane. I live in Liberty Hall. And if you look at Lot B, or whatever it's called, I'm the house right beside the entrance to Ribbit Ranch, is which the land is called. It's a one-lane road. That's all it is. It's a one lane and it's really narrow. I don't see anything how we're going to get that built out. And that is the only way in or out, it looks like on that drawing. But yeah, on that corner lot. And yeah, it's Nadia's right. It's like Frogger trying to get across the road there. So I'm against it. And thank you for your time. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Leonore Crane and I am a resident of Crozet, and I have come here today to speak in support of the upzoning. We all know that there is a severe middle and lower income housing shortage that exists within Crozet. Before coming here, I checked Zillow to see how many listings there were available of houses less than 500,000, and there were only 19 houses for sale currently. In a town of just over 10,000, that is woefully insufficient supply to meet demand and house the teachers, the first responders, and service staff who work in our community. Part of what makes Crozet so great is the local shop workers and educators who provide various services to our community, and these people deserve to live in a community in which they support and not have to spend their days driving either from elsewhere in Albemarle or from across the mountain in Waynesboro, which is frequently a dangerous drive. The land is zoned for development. It is just a question of whether or not it becomes R1 or it is upzoned. It's going to be cleared, the forests are going to be cleared and turfed either way. It's only a question of density, and the conclusion of the scientific literature is that density is more environmentally sustainable for our community. To alleviate the traffic concerns, I recommend this commission also takes into consideration multimodal transit options, including buses that could potentially provide alternative methods of transit for commuters into the Charlottesville area. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Michael Crenshaw. I'm also a resident of Crozet. I live in Parkside Village, so right like just north of Claudius Crozet Park. And I think most of what can be said about the issues have already been said. I'll just say I'm in support of the upzoning. I'm in support of the development. I think there's a lot to like about what's been proposed. As you've just heard, there are tons of service workers in Crozet. I think about the folks who run the gym, who run the coffee shop. Almost without exception, when I talk to these folks, they don't actually live in Crozet, and they express frustration, usually with a bit of a laugh, that it's just too expensive to live there. I looked at rentals under $2,000 a month. There are 4 listings right now under $2,000. You need to make like $80,000 a year in order to afford that. And the folks working a lot of these jobs just can't afford it. So I like to see high density. I do understand the concerns about things like pedestrian access. Access to downtown actually isn't terrible from this development. Obviously, Park Road has no sidewalks and it really, really needs them. However, Eastern Avenue right now has both bike lanes and really great sidewalks. It's where I jog, usually when I take a route around the Crozet trails. And you can go to Eastern Avenue, take a left onto Jonah Street, and then you're on the Crozet trails, which takes you into the park. The park can put you on Hilltop, which does have a sidewalk. It's not great. It's asphalt and it's kind of falling apart, but it is a sidewalk. It gets you off the street and you can get downtown. If I lived in this new development, that's the path that I would take to go get ice cream or to go get a drink at Bar Botanical. So I think that that infrastructure can serve that new community. I would like to know from the applicant whether the new portion of Eastern Avenue they plan to build will be built to that same standard. I would love to see those sidewalks. I would love to see those bike lanes extended. And I'd also just like to speak quickly about the walking path across Licking Hole Creek. I would love to have that. I would love to be able to go to the Crozet Seafood Supply, the couple of restaurants that are there, the ABC store, and not have to drive all the way around and get onto 250 just to go get a few groceries. So that would be really handy. And then finally, Radford and 250, that intersection is bad. But I think it's primarily bad not due to having a ton of traffic off of the side streets. It's just too fast. People don't slow down to 45 when they go through there. And there have been recent improvements that have slowed traffic a little bit, but I don't think introducing new cars there is necessarily going to make the problem much worse. I think the problem needs to be solved by slowing down that traffic. And that's it, in strong support of the upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Eric Schmitz, Whitehall. I didn't plan to speak tonight. I sent you all an email. I trust you read that, so I won't repeat that here. But I'm very encouraged to hear you all talking so in depth about the transportation study and the Crozet master plan. And I would just encourage you to really look at that and follow it. I think it's been made clear that the Eastern Avenue connector is the foundation of that plan. And I just wanted to lay out a couple of other facts that haven't been brought up so that you can entertain that and what comes next. So that's a really robust plan. It was thoughtfully done. It was incorporated into the master plan. It's about 150 pages. And what's important about it is it's the scope. You know, it gets all of the other intersections around Crozet, not just the ones at Park Ridge. In fact, it actually is not big enough because the Crozet growth area does not include the 240, 250 intersection. It doesn't even study that area at all. So I would just encourage you as a next step to expand it to all of those relevant intersections. But what I do want to tell you is that the conclusion of that study is that even if we build Eastern Avenue, that intersections like the main intersection in downtown Crozet get a level of service of an F. That's the level of service, even with Eastern Avenue in the master plan today, no new investment. So then it goes on and it says on page 149 that in order to fix that problem and others, we need to invest tens of millions of dollars more in roundabouts at Western, other ways to get around Tabor. You can look at that yourself. It's on page 149. We haven't even funded Eastern Avenue, much less even that. So with all of this really hinging on Eastern Avenue and knowing that by early summer we might have some information about whether it will ever be built, I would encourage you just to wait. And my final fact that I'd like to point out is the county's first estimate of the cost of Eastern Avenue was $25 million. It was in constant 2019 dollars. COVID then pushed it up to nearly $40 million. So I'd ask, you might ask the staff what their cap is in this RFP that's going to go out in February. And I believe as compared to their own estimate of 25 million, I believe they're capped at 17 million. So I just can't make the math work. I think it would be interesting to see what happens in summer before we pile more problems onto an existing situation, not in accordance with the master plan that we've all adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Is there anyone else here this evening who'd like to speak to this? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
Yes, I have three.
Great, thank you. I'll let you.
All right, Dan, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And I will start your time when you start talking. Dan, we need you to unmute.
I may not be there right now.
Maybe go to number 2.
We're going to move on to Michael. Michael, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to speak. State your name and address, and your time starts when you start speaking.
Thanks very much. Good evening. My name is Michael Monaco. I live in the Emerson Commons neighborhood, a 10 stargazer in the Whitehall district within the development area. I'm also currently the chair of the Crozet Community Advisory Committee. I apologize for not being able to attend in person tonight, and I really appreciate the chance to give comments. I am in favor of this plan. I'm only able to live in Crozet because the land on which I live was rezoned to planned residential development. And even then, I was only able to move in because we were able to purchase a proffered designated affordable home from the developer. I'm very grateful for that. And I want other people to have the same opportunity that I had. I believe that in the long run, building this development will be a good thing for Crozet. I believe it will create more relatively affordable housing, townhomes, duplexes. Based on my own amateurish look at the publicly available data on the Albemarle GIS webpage, it looks to me as if the median assessed value of a home in R1 residential in Crozet is about $860,000, while the median value of a home in planned residential zoning looks to be about $490,000. I'm worried about the long-term impact of not building out the development areas. From what I've seen, sale prices in the rural area look like they're increasing. Development is being shunted out to surrounding counties. We need Eastern Avenue completed, absolutely. We need it completed to the existing standards of bike lanes and sidewalks that exist already. And we need continued infrastructure investments and improvements to not just catch up with, but anticipate Crozet's growth. But I believe the cost of denying this rezoning in the long term would be far greater. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Okay. The next one is Christian. Christian, please unmute yourself. State your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and your time will start when you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Christian Diaz-Ritz. I live in Liberty Hall. I think it's the Whitehall district. So I'd like to bring up just the issue of the traffic coming out of there. One of your previous speakers just said that people don't slow down to 45, but I think that highlights the problem. At that section, it's actually supposed to slow down to 35 miles per hour for at least a short window there. So it's supposed to go 55, 45 to 35, but you have people going 55 and 45 miles an hour through there while we're trying to get out. I don't want to harp on what's already been said. I just thought that that was interesting. Somebody from the area themselves doesn't really understand how that traffic pattern is supposed to work. And then secondly, I don't want to be totally against affordable housing and building outwards. People have said that there are better ways to do it. I agree with that. As this project stands right now, I'd be a no. And then third, I'd like to call attention that the floodplain plans are from 2005 FEMA data. I think that you can look, quick Google search shows that there's articles dating back from 2013 all the way to 2022 that show flaws in the current FEMA floodplain maps. There is drastic climate change occurring, and organizations like the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration are recognizing that. They now have a new precipitation frequency atlas that is supposed to take into account extreme precipitation, weather changes, and things of that nature. I think that the area, all you need to do is drive, down to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson National Forest. You'll see a sign dedicated to Hurricane Camille, which came through 1969, killed 124 in Virginia, primarily affecting the Blue Ridge community. Just this year, we had Hurricane Helene 2024 that killed over 100 people in North Carolina. It's somewhere between 30 and $47 billion worth of damage right now. I'd like that to be taken into consideration. I'm very happy with hearing the questions that the zoning board has been asking. While I know that it might be legal to be using these 2005 FEMA flood plans, I have to ask, is that wise? And I have to ask, is that just? Thank you.
Thank you. I have no one else.
The first person come back online or?
He did not raise his hand back.
Okay. All right, great. Well, with that, I will open it up to the applicant to see if they'd like to come up and respond to any of the comments.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that I really appreciate the engagement tonight and all of the the public comments. I think people really eloquently hit on the issues, and people are obviously very passionate about their community, and we can appreciate that. As someone who over the past few months was looking for a house to buy in Albemarle County, I can speak to the fact that it's pretty abysmal right now for people finding housing, and we do think that it's essential to move forward with new housing in the area. I think at the heart of it, it really does boil down to the Crozet Master Plan. That is the vision for this development area that was created. And the facts point to the Oak Bluff Plan really does enact the master plan in some of the key areas. And those three key areas, I'll go back to the presentation, were conservation, transportation, and land use. Those are the topic areas of Crozet. And for all three of those, we really are hitting on the preservation of the Licking Hole Creek Greenway space, enacting the future trailways that are shown in the master plan. For transportation, I think that this project is doing more for the transportation network probably than many of the other developments and neighborhoods that have been built in Crozet. And we're actually contributing millions of dollars in value to this very important project. And I think it is one of the key ways to advance the Eastern Avenue connector. And I think we would all agree that that is still a high priority. I heard a lot of neighbors say that they've given up hope that it's going to happen. And from my perspective, I think we are closer than we've ever been. And I am really happy that the county has taken the time and effort to pass the PPTA and move forward with the RFP process. I think that shows that they're very serious about the road and the bridge going in here. And I think we are willing partners in finding the solution there that's going to be helpful to the whole community. And yeah, just finally, land use. Infill housing is so important to Crozet. We don't want to have to expand the development areas into the rural area. And this is one of the last few big pieces in Crozet. So I think it's important that we don't miss the opportunity, that we don't just end up with R1 large single family homes here. I think that would be a huge disappointment. And so we want to see a Crozet that is inclusive and diverse and that can have a variety of people and families living there into the future. So thanks for your consideration. We hope you approve it, and we look forward to working with you on great communities in Crozet.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, just stay up there 1 second. There's one question for you.
Oh, okay.
From us.
Yeah, there was a few of our community members that mentioned school impacts. That was kind of a common thread that ran. You want to speak to that?
Do you have a specific question or just?
Why is there no mitigation of school impacts, or why is that not in the proposal? Obviously, it's not deemed as important is the way I would take it, but it just seemed to be a lot of commentary around that, and there's nothing mentioned to offset the impacts of that. So it's the thinking behind that.
Sure. Yeah. So we analyze school impacts for all of our developments. And I think that it's It's a larger issue. So, for example, what we have done to mitigate school impacts for Albemarle County-wide is we, through previous rezonings, dedicated an entire elementary school site and a very large 70-acre high school site to the county. And those are the ways that we can really assist in the overall impact to the county. And then if you look in the school's plan, I think they are starting to build new schools, both elementary and the high school center. So it's a very large framework. And I think as a company and as a developer, we've contributed to the overarching solution that then filters throughout the county. So that's the way we're addressing school impacts.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So with that, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to the commission for discussion. Anybody like to kick us off? Sir? Sure. If you all will bear with us, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene at 8:45. Thank you.
Thank you, good sir.
Discussion? Would like to kick us off.
Well, I guess I'll start. You know, I think if the Eastern Connector was already there, I think I'd have no problem supporting this whatsoever. I think, but the Eastern Connector is not there. Oh, sorry, yeah, but the Eastern Connector is not there. You know, and you know, I'm very familiar with this area because I walk and run. I go to the Crozet Park, and you know, and seeing these areas, there's not a good way, like you know, any way you go, if you're whether you're taking your kids to school or whether you're trying to drive to work from there, you're going to run into some pretty nasty snarls there, some pretty dangerous situations. And so I do understand the frustration that the people in Crozet have about this. This is not the developer's fault. I mean, it's in many ways, this is a good project, is a project, you know, that we want that kind of density in our development area, but the infrastructure right now is inadequate. It's not where we need it to be. And so the timing of this is really unfortunate, particularly since, you know, we may have a plan for the Eastern Connector, you know, a couple months from now. It seems it's a shame that this proposal isn't coming before us a couple of months from now when we actually have a plan to address it. But you know, the other things with schools, you know, I know both my kids go to local schools. I can see the impacts to them about the overcrowding at Henley and at Western. And you know, it is a big issue. I mean, we've somehow got to bridge these gaps. Now, we looked, when we're doing our comprehensive plan, we're looking at AC 44. We all commented, we looked at the map, and we saw all those areas that should have been missing middle that are just single family residential. And Crozet is the only development area that is actually accepted density. So it's doing more than its share. And it's, you know, and it's kind of unfair because they're doing more than their share, but they're not getting a commensurate increase in infrastructure to support that density. And so that's my main objection right now with this, is that, you know, we're asking a lot of Crozet, but we're not really giving a lot to Crozet in return to address some of these issues.
Can I ask just staff a couple of questions that maybe will help deliberations? So we heard from several folks from the Liberty Hall neighborhood, and I know there's a road connecting into Liberty Hall into that neighborhood. Is there an easement that allows that connection? How do they make that physical connection?
It appears that is a stub out that was intended to be connected for future development.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I'm curious. That stub out, I guess it's just a direct connection. It's adjacent property, so they have the right to connect right to it. There's nothing in the Liberty Hall subdivision HOAs, anything that, I don't know if you looked into that.
I mean, a cursory review of the Liberty Hall rezoning for 2007. So I've got up here on the screen, shows the Radford Lane extended back to that property.
Okay.
And it references a road in here, and it's really the one that the applicant's proposing to use as a emergency access. The code here actually says that Second Street is reserved for a road dedication as well.
Okay.
So, and this was, Liberty Hall was developed by the gentleman Vitacetta,
Yeah.
who's part of the property. It's back here. So I think it was always sort of intended that that was what was supposed to support it. Now, I don't know, as far as the traffic counts and traffic study and stuff that's right there on Radford Lane, maybe you'd speak more to that.
Yeah, we don't have that data. That was one of the things that was identified as an issue with the TIA, was that we had no data. I think it looks like Liberty Hall is maybe approximately 50 units or so. So it would probably generate approximately the same amount of traffic as we see from the southern half of this development. So, you can assume that it, all told, you're looking at during peak hours, a car leaving that area approximately once every minute during the AM peak hour. So while we don't have an assessment of how that affects or the congestion or what the level of service would be, it just gives you an idea as to where that would sit.
And you're saying leaving Oak Bluff to go through Liberty Hall, that's the number of cars you're.
Yeah, so the Oak Bluff TIA showed that there were about 27 vehicles leaving Oak Bluff in the AM, assuming that Liberty Hall is approximately the same, or I know that Liberty Hall is approximately the same amount of units, so I would
Yeah.
assume it's going to be about the same
I see what
amount.
you're saying.
So we're saying that it's going to be just under 60 vehicles that are going to be leaving Radford
I see.
during that peak hour.
Hour. I got you. Until that road is connected into the future, because they show a stub out, if I'm looking at this correctly.
And well, I was saying 60 with both. So with the Oak Bluff,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Oak Bluff and Liberty Hall be about 60 vehicles leaving that area per minute during the peak hour.
Right.
Or
I'm
60 vehicles during
pointing
the
out
peak
that
hour.
this development, Oak Bluff, on their application says proposed location of interparcel vehicular driveway connection. At the corner of Cindy Alford or John M. Jackson's property. If I'm looking at this correctly. See it?
Yes.
Upper right. So
Exactly.
eventually that might connect through is my point, which would add vehicles.
Oh, okay. You're saying going north
Yeah.
of Oak Bluff.
Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
If that additional property ever got developed, there would be additional traffic added to that.
Got it. Thanks. And then I think we talked a little bit about this in kind of a pre-meeting yesterday, the day before. From what I can tell, the construction of the Eastern Avenue connector in Crozet is primarily driven by the county's infrastructure planning and funding availability. Was there a timeline associated with that road other than the funding availability? In other words, was there a traffic generation that tripped the need for that to be built? Was there any kind of nothing? No timing, no requirements on that?
No timing and no requirements, no. It's a recommended project in the master plan, but it's not tied to anything.
And then the last question is, I'm curious as to why the interconnected streets and transportation networks, where it says this principle is not met, the application plan shows a network of proposed public streets, blah, blah, blah. However, without the completion of Eastern Avenue, there is no connection between the two blocks beyond a primitive trail that does not meet accessibility standards. This represents a significant gap in the network. Additionally, both block 1 and 2 only provide one public road connection to external streets, but that wasn't included as a factor unfavorable.
No, typically with the neighborhood model analysis, we assess that as one overall analysis, without pulling out individual points. There are 12 principles there, with the rest of those being met or partially met. Overall, we thought it met the neighborhood model analysis. And I think I also pointed out that, the single point of access, the developer did propose a second point of access for the northern one. They removed that really at the request of the neighborhood to try and address some of those concerns. So I didn't want to hold them, further at fault for that, because they really did that to address a problem. But still, the lack of Eastern Avenue is a concern related to those interconnected streets.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Hopefully that was helpful.
I mean, I think the other thing I wanted to bring up too is typically we don't get involved in stormwater design. I am very concerned, particularly given that the neighboring development that's had these severe issues with their underground stormwater system. It is concerning that it's being proposed to do the same thing right next door when they're already having all these issues. So that is another concern for me. But, when you look at this transportation network, whether it's, Tabor constricting you on one side, whether it's the lack of roundabout on 250 constraining you on the other side, whether it's Radford Lane, the inability to make a left turn there, there's some real issues.
And I'm happy to follow that. There's a lot of points that Commissioner Murray made that are consistent with my views. And he just started, this one point that I wanted to make, that it's beyond the Eastern Avenue. There's a lot of intersections that are problematic. We've also have not seen the multimodal bike ped improvements that the master plan talks about, the roundabout. So there's a number of improvements that go to the infrastructure. And, this is a conversation I think we've been having here for a number of years, right? Several of us here have voiced the opinion of having particularly the AC 44, how we talk about having the appropriate level of infrastructure to then unlock that additional development, even maybe perhaps above and beyond in certain areas in development area, right? Makes sense. We want to maximize the development area and not leave the density on the table like we have in the past. I think there's also a conversation to be had of when, you do need to get to a critical mass, you do need to get to a certain level of development, right, in order to have that funding baseline to afford the infrastructure. So there is kind of a chicken and egg to some degree. However, I think the point that Mr. Murray was making is Crozet has reached that critical mass. The point about the missing middle, if anybody has done it, is Crozet. And we don't see the infrastructure. We continue to not have it there. Eastern Avenue is basically the lynch point, right? It is that critical piece that's missing, but it's not the only one. If it was the only, if there was a lot of other improvements, I think maybe say, okay, perhaps we can make this work. If other intersections have been improved, some of these streets are very narrow and they don't have any sidewalks. My wife and I, we walk and run. We don't run as much as you do, but we do a lot of walking. And so we know the area. Our kids grew up playing baseball in Crozet Park. So I coached baseball there for 10 years, seen all the changes, and a lot of positive changes. It is very walkable to some degree in certain areas with the trails, but the streets that you have to go there to, and if you wanted to ride your bike, I mean, they're dangerous. They're very narrow. So I just keep going back to the March 1st, 2024, where our transportation staff is saying that this is a critical connection, that the Eastern Avenue is a critical connection for this development being Bluff, and that it is a safety concern, traffic and safety concern.
I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that, and I don't see what has significantly changed. I think there's been some, the development itself is, has some real benefits to it. I like the density. I think the density is appropriate. I'm a little bit concerned of what I've heard about the floodplain, because that is an issue that actually has come up before that we've been talking about is, have we updated our floodplain map, and do we feel that we're comfortable with where it is today? So if we are still using dated maps, I think that's a data point that we should certainly refresh. I also think our traffic study is one that has to be refreshed as well. So there's a few data points that should be refreshed. And I don't think we've met the commitment as a county in Crozet. So for that, I'm not in favor of this development.
You want to? All right, I'll jump in. I read some comments recently about new development in Crozet. The first one was no new homes until the developers build a connector road and provide other infrastructure upgrades. The second comment was the connector road on the master plan needs to be built before they add any additional homes in this area. And the third one was just stop this insane population explosion. And the fun thing about those quotes is that they were not emails that I got this week. They were comments from Jim Duncan's Real Crozet VA blog from 2012 about the West Hall and Westlake Hills neighborhoods. And I have two reactions to that. One is that many people in today's Crozet would not be in their homes if the 12 years ago Crozetians had gotten in their way, right? But the board did approve that development and those neighborhoods were built. And so now the people of today's Crozet get to live in Crozet. And if we extend that, future residents of future neighborhoods don't get to be here tonight. But we are in a growing county. That means that we've got more people moving into this community. And a lot of them will probably be good neighbors and a lot could benefit from homes that are affordable, relatively. But back to that, don't build any more comments. My other reaction is real sympathy, I can imagine that it's very disappointing to be one of the earlier residents of a multi-phase development area, right? You move into a neighborhood that's very quiet, has very, very low traffic, and for years it stays that way. You've got a nice wooded area behind you. And a lot of folks that move into these areas don't even realize what it means to be in a development area. That more housing development is very definitely coming and you just don't know yet. Meanwhile, some roads and amenities don't pan out when they're expected. And I've heard stories of that in the sort of urban ring too. Crozetians have been waiting for a very long time for the Eastern Connector. It's disappointing that hasn't been built yet. It's really disappointing how there's still a lot of uncertainty that it could be viable now. I do wish we had more certainty on that. I don't like that there's still a lot of things that have to fall into place for that to work. I'm also disappointed by the HOA that's mounting a legal challenge to block progress on the Eastern Connector. That we have a proposal that actually could potentially move things forward, and Crozetian's been advocating this for years and years and wanting it. And I've said this before, but I think most HOAs do more harm than good. They have some good functions. I once lived in one that was basically a group buy for trash service, but a lot of them are anti-freedom and they block necessary and inclusive development of communities. So there's my screed on that. As for the proposal itself, I do have concerns about transportation, like some of y'all. I know there's some areas that will be affected in the years ahead. The intersection with 250 and possibly 240 would need some work. I think that's something that ought to be done. It feels a little chicken and eggy. And I do wish this proposal was coming to us after there's a little more certainty about the Eastern Connector. That said, on the whole, I do see a proposal that has responded to neighbor concerns. That first ring of homes is single family, which is a nice transition. There's a wooded buffer that means there'll be at least 40 feet from a home to the nearest property line. I also appreciate that the efforts are there to kick off an Eastern Connector process at least. I don't think we could possibly expect a developer to pay the whole cost of a bridge, so I didn't even bring that up. But there is some movement here and I appreciate the proffers on the right of way to do so. And the other piece of this too, that, for good reasons, they didn't say this, but I can imagine if I were a developer and I kept hitting a wall over and over and over with the zoning amendment, I might just start building by right and say, screw it. you know, and then there's definitely never going to be an eastern connector. And so I overall think it's a good project and one that I am comfortable enough with and hope that we can have the transportation pieces fall into place.
Great, thank you. Kleber?
Let's see if I can gather my thoughts. First, I do want to thank the applicant, just on the account of, you know, community testimony. If you were keeping score, that was a loss. I was keeping scores 15-3. So I do want to say just thank you for the proposal. I do authentically believe that you are trying to do good, and I like the project. There's lots of positive things about it. And I have no problem with the density, but there are some things that certainly give me concern. I would say one, as I'm looking at my notes here, the timing, right? Staff shared that the results of the PPTA would be available by, you know, Q1. Well, I think the proposal goes out Q1. You would find the results out by probably Q2 or Q3. I think that's a really important piece of information that would kind of influence how I decide on this, because the one thing that I had concerns about coming in today, and it was kind of validated by our meeting tonight, was the infrastructure. And you've heard some of my colleagues share that as well. Both vehicular and pedestrian have both caused pretty significant concerns for me. And so for that, I'm not able to support, but I do want to share a couple of other thoughts. One was around like the school impacts. And to me, I have to take that as a case-by-case, project-by-project basis. Though I certainly appreciate the past contributions of the development team here. For me, I don't think I could say, because I did this, I'm good in perpetuity, or I'm good for the next 5 or 10 years. I have to take it case by case. So I do want to share that. And around housing, I think there's a point where we have to get some data so we can make better data-driven decisions. It's been my understanding that with the affordable for sale units that we lose a lot. That's the intel that seemed to be getting in these affordable housing meetings that we sit in. And so what happens when aspiration doesn't line up with the realization, right? So lots of aspiration, but when you look at it, we're not really making much progress because we're not able to realize these things. And that's something for us to think about. I think we need some data around that. This proposal, I think, had a maximum of 20 units. What happens when something happens to the project and maybe it's only 12, and then we lose 10 of them, right? So was it really worth all the other things, the negatives that we're debating and having conversation about? So I just want to kind of plant that seed just in the future, hoping to just get more data around how are we doing in this space, because this is the main instrument that we're using to get affordable housing is these proposals that come before us for rezonings. And so absent that data, I think is all speculative and anecdotal, and we don't really know how we're doing. So I'll pause there, and Mr. Chairman, I'll pass the floor to you.
I know we're still in discussion. I'll throw out some ideas. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bivens? Apologies.
You don't have to
I
apologize.
don't want to put you on the spot, but
You're not putting me on the spot, and I thank my colleague for looking out for me on the big screen on the spot. I appreciate that. So I am I'm confused and I am annoyed. I'm annoyed that there wasn't a traffic study on the side of the project, that'd be block 2, that has absolutely the most issues associated with it. I'm not trying to downplay driving through residential and driving over a bridge that gets you over 240. I'm not trying to downplay that, but there's a lot of there are a lot of units over there, and whether or not they're pleased with how they're dealing with that traffic, I can appreciate that's a pinch point for them. But I'm very concerned that the applicant or the applicant's advisors didn't look at the 250 piece and said, there's so many moving parts over here, we should do a TIA over it. We should do a transportation study over there. And so that's a negative for me. That's like, I don't think this is a go for that, because I don't think we understand the impacts on what will go on in Liberty Hall. The other piece, and although people can talk about whether or not you like them doing litigation, the point is, it is their right to litigate. If it's their property, they can litigate. And so that's a big pause point for me. that you've got some group, I think it's the West Hall people, who have decided that they're not going to give up their piece of property that is connected to Eastern Avenue without litigating. I wish they weren't doing that, but once they do that, once they push that button, it could be many years before this thing gets resolved. And then there's the Corey Farm folks who have said, and this is the kind of thing that I wish staff would have the opportunity to validate before it goes to the supervisors. The Corey Farm position is that our proffer is only if the northern part gets done. If that is accurate, and this is no offense to the person who said that, but I've not seen the document. If that is accurate, that could add a level of delay to getting that the I guess that's block B portion done. That could really sort of sink and push traffic all the way through Liberty Hall for decades. And I'm uncomfortable with saying yes to that. I'm more comfortable with saying yes to block one, because I think that's all within the whole setting of everything that's going on there. But I'm very uncomfortable with the block two, for the water, for the moving traffic through what is basically a 1.5 lane road. And so for that, while I was very positive about this project, reading the staff report and having a full appreciation to the feedback, I am not supportive of this project now that I know that there was little or no regard for traffic study going through block two, and that there is all kinds of ways that the northern part of the Eastern Avenue connector can be stalled, which would mean that no one would be able to get into block one in a way that would not require them to go through, what's the name of that street? West Hall Drive. They'd have to reconfigure it, put a single driveway into West Hall Drive. So for that reason, I would like more information about what's the reality of the litigation, what's the reality of the profit issue. That's not for me, but that's for the supervisors, and whether or not those can be it's puffing or it's a reality. And I'm hopeful that can be determined, and I'm also hopeful that they can do a non-holiday traffic study for at least the 250 side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bivens. Apologies again. I'll share a couple of comments, and then I got a note for a wave from the applicant to come up and speak. Just a couple of things. I'll keep it short because I don't want to say things that everybody else has already said, but I do want to say a couple of things. One is, as a reminder to folks, I always do this, the commission's primary role is to serve as an advisory body to the board to promote the orderly development of the county and its environs, and to accomplish the planning, zoning, and land subdivision and development objectives set forth in state law and Albemarle County Code. So several of the speakers this evening talked about us approving or denying. Just as a reminder, we either recommend approval or recommend denial, or will approve deferral if that's requested. So I'll just throw that out there. This to me is sort of a bigger, some of you have touched on this idea of infrastructure. It's kind of a bigger subject, right? So if you think about from the county standpoint, from the applicant standpoint, from the county standpoint, we do master plans. Do we plan or actually identify and set aside funds to achieve all of those master plans? No, you probably couldn't do that, right? But there is a master plan in place, and that's done thoughtfully with input from the residents. We want, and we talk about the need for housing. We have worked really diligently to come up with a new housing Albemarle statement, and in there we have tax incentives, and we've provided some incentives for developers to come in. So we've put some skin in the game in that sense, so to speak. We talk about needing this Eastern connector. We have, I think, $17 million set aside in a CIP. Is that right? Looking to staff.
Approximately, yes.
And we're also acknowledging this thing might cost as much as 40 million. We're not sure if the right of ways will actually be able to be used or not at this point. So there's a lot of variability in there. And so that's sort of all on the county side. On the developer side, right? Thinking about objective versus subjective, we just try to keep it as objective as possible. They've done their traffic studies, and to Commissioner Bivens' point, maybe not completely, but have done traffic studies, and they've tested the most critical intersections. And so in a sense, the developer's saying, well, sure, that master plan has the Eastern Connector on it, but we're showing you that you don't need that for us to be able to successfully achieve housing for your county, right? So there's that aspect from their standpoint. Obviously, we're hearing from the neighbors that that's maybe not necessarily the reality in terms of the impacts on the roads, that they're seeing a more heavier impact than what's being said in the TIA. But again, subjective, objective, is there one or the other? That's a balancing, I think, aspect. So the other thing that I'll just mention is, and hopefully, Counselor, this is okay to quote, but I took a next deep dive into the commission's charge in a sense. And in the state code, it says, this chapter under the Declaration of Legislative Intent, this chapter is intended to encourage localities to improve the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare of their citizens, and to plan for the future development of communities to the end that, number one, transportation systems be carefully planned. Number two, the new community centers be developed with adequate highway, utility, health, education, and recreational facilities, and that the need for mineral resources and need for agriculture, industry, and business be recognized in future growth. So my feeling is, we take that next deeper dive down, that it is difficult for us as a planning commission for me as a planning commissioner to support this application as is. But with that, I know the applicant was asking to come up.
Thanks for allowing me to come back up. Obviously, our goal as the applicant is we want to help you enact the Crozet Master Plan. And I can appreciate, what you're grappling with tonight. And I think it sounds like it would be best if we could defer to allow us to more fully flesh out the transportation study, the TIA on our side, make sure that we're being very clear about the stormwater management on Block 2, and then to also give staff and some additional time to research those other components of the roadway so we can come back to you with a more complete picture.
Great. Thank you for that. The applicant has requested deferral. Ms. Davies, did you want deferral to a date certain, or do you want indefinite deferral?
Could we say indefinite to just give us the chance to?
So if any commissioner is inclined to grant that, it would need to be in the form of a motion from a commissioner.
I move that we grant indefinite deferral.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah. I just want, I mean, I wanted to say that to the applicants, so I think this was a very honest attempt to solve a very difficult problem that we have. It's a difficult site to begin with, right? It's a very challenging site. Forget about the connector for a minute, but the site itself is challenging. So, and I do think it's an appropriate development for that site. However, there are too many other issues that are unresolved. So I did want to say that because I think that they did put a lot of thought into it. There's some more conversations that need to be had. Certainly the county needs to have some of those conversations as well, and hopefully reach a conclusion here that we can finally provide Crozet with the infrastructure it needs so that we can continue to develop a master plan, which I think a lot of people feel is appropriate and to meet the needs of the growth areas. But it needs the infrastructure. At this point, it needs the infrastructure. It's been growing. As you said, this issue has been out there for a long time, and we have grown. We have approved, this Board of Supervisors approved a number of developments. We have recommended a number of those developments, but at some point you got to say, is enough enough? But I do want to thank the applicant.
Yeah, and I might add one more thing to that too, is, we look towards master planning, and look at, how development occurs in Crozet. I think it was a mistake in many ways to sort of take Crozet and make it just a commuter town for people going to Charlottesville. I think we need to look, Crozet is maturing. We need to look at a more mature vision for Crozet. And that means we need places for people to work, not just places for people to live. And I think that's another piece of this too. The more people that are working in Crozet and they don't have to get in a car and drive to Charlottesville, the better the traffic situation is going to be as well. So I think that's another piece I hope we can look at in the future.
Yeah, I think there may be, but Commissioner Bivens, did you have any thoughts?
I mean, I thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of, I absolutely will support this. I do think that it's, while we always want the infrastructure to come before the project comes, that's not the way things happen when you're a county. You have to deal with VDOT and you have to deal with fitting in the priority in VDOT, and everybody knows this because they all listen to these things. And so the whole idea is, and I'm thankful for Commissioner Moore going back to 2012 and recognizing, as we do in lots of places, that all the people who live in that part, in that northern part particularly, they are there because people before us said yes. People on the planning commission said yes, you can develop these houses there. And so the grace that allowed them and the opportunity that allowed them to go there, I think we should have, and I think we hopefully will continue to have, the grace and provide opportunity for people who are coming after them. I agree, and I don't know how to do this in a community that is vocal about paying larger taxes, which would go to fund a number of these things. I don't know how we balance a future when we have such modest income tax revenue increases. Maybe we'll talk about that at some point in the future, but I think part of what we've come to here is that we don't have a way to fund our future in a way that's vibrant and that's full of possibility. And that's not this project's problem, but I do think that is a problem that we hear, that we discuss, a number of the things that we look at as we do our work as a planning commission.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just since we're discussing a couple of things. One is I agree with Commissioner Carazana in that this is a good plan. I wrote down a bunch of things that were very positive in terms of this plan. I also, as I mentioned with the master planning, when we as a county do master plans, but we don't have a plan for the infrastructure that's required in that master plan, it, in this case, does become the problem for the applicant in a sense. And that's just a fact. I mean, I've thought, well, what if this eastern connector was, 200 yards to the east or west? It was not on their property. Would this then have been approved? Like, how far are we approving? We approved a previous plan without the eastern connector. It just happened that this applicant has it on their property, and it's become a major issue for this applicant. And so I think just as we think through this, we just have to, I guess, keep in mind that we're going to have situations like this moving forward, and we have to decide whether it is a burden for the specific applicant or if they've gotten to the point where they've justified it as is.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does become a burden to the applicant, and I think even if, and this is something I give some thought, the fact that the connector is right by this property, on this property, highlights the issue
exactly
for everybody. However, I think more and more we have been struggling with proposals in Crozet, because of all these issues are there. And one of my frustrations has been a lot of these developments, they're under a threshold that they don't actually require, and it's not a small, it could still be a significant development, right? Is it under 600, 700 trips?
We typically require a TIA for anything over 1,000 trips.
1,000 trips. So
it's even more than I thought.
It makes it worse.
So you know, you could have 5 developments all at 900 trips each. They don't require, I think that is a big problem.
Yeah.
And we got to find a way around that. So I do think that, yes, it becomes a problem for the applicant. Absolutely.
And the reality of it is if we have another application that comes to us in 2 months and it contributes to the traffic in and around this area, we can't just say, well, that one's okay then, right? I mean, we really have to think, I mean, if we're putting a line in the sand here, this connector has to be built before more development occurs in here. We have to, for the most part, I know every application stands on its own, but we still have to consider that.
A hard one to grapple with. I can boldly say that if the proposal was just section A with that extension, I would have voted for it all day, right? So, but to reiterate some of my earlier comments, I do want to thank the applicant because I do authentically believe you are trying to help the community solve a problem. So, look forward to seeing it again when we have more information, so.
And thanks to everybody who's come out tonight to do that. So we have a motion. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. Okay, no other, could we have call the roll, please?
Sure. I'll start with Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll hang on for just a second while you all clear the room. Thank you.
Been here several weeks in a row, it seems like.
I should have gone second. That was John. Just step here off of that.
Yeah.
I forgot Scott had like the first name and the last.
All right, we will move on to the additional public hearings, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 total. And we will hear 1 staff report and we will have 1 public hearing for these, for all of them. And then we will make motions, discussion for each of them independently. The trick here, I know, is that not all of them are the same. So if there are specific ones that somebody would like to speak to, just know that it will be at the beginning as part of the only open public hearing, if that makes sense. So you may be speaking to E, like, for example, pasture fence mountain. We will be hearing that as part of the initial public hearing, right? All of them are connected. Hope that makes sense. That make sense to everybody? Okay. So with that, I will ask for, well, it's for all of them, the staff report, please.
Yeah.
All the AFDs.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is James Van Vrenken. I'm a planner for the Conservation Program. I'm going to first hand off to Scott, who will give you some background and context for these agricultural forestal districts, and some context for the policy that's going to be present in these reviews. And then we'll go through each of the 8 district reviews. Each one should be quite quick after that.
Alrighty, so I just wanted to go back through some of the fundamentals of the Agricultural and Forestal District program, how it works. After I go through several slides here on the background and the review process, we can stop for a moment and see if you all have questions. At that point, I'll hand it off to James to cover the individual districts. So the Agricultural and Forestal Districts are a program whose name I stumble over repeatedly. It's Agriculture and Forestal Districts. They are a voluntary land conservation program that is enabled by the state code and is used by many localities across Virginia. For general purposes, you can see here related to ag and forestry production, open spaces, supporting a strong ag and forest economy, and protecting and preserving important natural resources. So how do the districts work? They are governed by Chapter 3 of the County Code, which is entirely dedicated to the functioning of this program. Each district, and there are about 28 of them in the county, runs for a fixed period of time. So landowners voluntarily join through an addition process. And each district, when it comes up to that 10-year deadline, comes up for review, and we'll go over more of that in a moment. So how do the districts function once land is included in them? Generally speaking, the regulations for the districts prohibit development to a more intensive use. And then there are some exceptions. Primarily for most landowners, the restrictions that affect them are those on subdivision. There are other restrictions related to how we process special use permits in or adjacent to the districts. In the bigger picture, the presence of a district makes it more complicated for the state to do land takings, usually for road projects on land that is dedicated to agriculture and conservation. But again, most of the impact you see or that a landowner would see from being in one of these districts is the limitations on subdivision. Just as a refresher, we're talking about land that's in the RA, Rural Area Zoning District in the county, which is unlike most residential districts that have a fixed lot size or density. We have a two-tier pattern of lot sizes in the rural area district. Essentially, we have a 21-acre base zoning. 21-acre or larger lots are by right. That's been in place since 1980. Prior to that, the base lot size in the RA district, which was then called A2 or something like that, was 2 acres. So this was a significant downzoning. However, at that same time, all of the lots that existed in December of 1980 were given development rights for small lots that can be as small as 2 acres. Now, you don't generate more of these when you subdivide. This was a one-time grant, and these are tracked on subdivision plats. So any property that got 5 of those, that 5 is all you get. If it's divided into several pieces, those various pieces don't get 5 new ones. That was a one-time thing. But you do have this pattern of 21-acre lots and then smaller lots, again, as small as 2 acres. Now, what changes when you go into the Ag 4 district is that you are permitted to divide off those 21-acre lots, but you're not permitted to divide off the small lots, except in the case of family divisions. The intention there being that people who have land already in the family, who have had it in the family and are transferring it to someone in the family who will keep it for at least 4 years, are allowed to do those in the interest of keeping people together on the family property. But otherwise, those small development right lots are not usable. Another issue that often comes up in discussion of the AFDs is how they relate to taxation. It's commonly believed that they are a tax program or that joining the AFDs gives you a tax break. That is not the case. They're a land conservation program that restricts development and use. There is no automatic tax relief or tax benefit from joining a district. That said, there is one situation in which parcels in a district, usually 21 acres or larger, always, that are in the district can qualify for the open space tax category, which is one of 4 use value categories that are available to landowners in the rural areas. So those other categories are for agriculture, for forestry, horticulture, and then open space. The other 3 categories all have production requirements. Having a forestry plan, generating a certain amount of agricultural goods. Open space is different. You qualify for the open space rate by being in a conservation program. The Ag 4 districts are one of them. The issue that has come up over the years is that when we, actually, this is the next slide. No, it's not. Okay. prior to 2016, we had an upwelling, an increase in the number of parcels joining the districts. Many of those parcels that were joining had none of those small lot development rights that I talked about. So again, that's the only kind of lot the AFDs regulate. So if you don't have any potential to create those, you can be in the district. There's no particular harm to the program, but you're not really regulated by it. So when those properties join the districts and then use being in the district to qualify for that open space tax rate, they're getting a conservation-related tax benefit without giving up any development potential. So there are issues with this, obviously. There's a private tax benefit without a significant public benefit in return. There's often felt to be an equity issue with other landowners who don't have the option to sign into a program and get a reduced tax rate. And from the Board of Supervisors and others, we were offered hearing that there were concerns about reduced public support overall for the use value tax programs and for the rural area conservation programs because of this perceived loophole in the tax program that folks were qualifying their land in a two-step process, join the district, then qualify for the open space tax rate. So given that concern, when the Ag 4 district code came up for review and rewrite along with the rest of the county code in the mid-2010s, the code was generally rewritten, but during that rewrite, it was amended to identify the presence of development rights as a criterion for adding parcels. So in other words, we would no longer recommend that these parcels without small lot development potential be added into the districts. So closing the door to an inappropriate tax benefit. Following up on that, in 2018, when districts started to come up for review, the board directed staff to not just stop recommending approval of those parcels for the districts, but to, as the district reviews came around, usually every 10 years, to identify the parcels that had been added to the districts in the past that had no development rights and that were using that open space tax benefit. And initially the direction was just go ahead and take them out. The problem with that was if you remove people immediately with no warning, they're hit with rollback taxation, which is the penalty for coming out of use value taxation or the disincentive to come out of use value taxation. So in order to avoid a 5-year tax hit all at once with no warning, we started notifying people, hey, this district's up for a 5-year renewal. When it comes back around again, you're likely going to be removed. This is your chance to straighten your tax qualifications out so that you aren't hit with that rollback tax at the end of it. Okay. 2024, we've now got several districts up for review, either some of them, which you'll see tonight, that have already had parcels through that process where we've identified the problem parcels and notified the landowners, others coming up for the first time. We've clarified this policy about removing parcels. We're now recommending removal of all parcels without development rights, not just the ones in open space taxation. The reason for that is that the assessor's office pointed out that if we only remove the ones in open space taxation and leave in all of the other no development right parcels, they have a 10-year window after we renew the district, but they can move freely into that same open space taxation. And under the tax portions of the state code, we can't prevent that. If they're in the district and they have the acreage, we have to give it to them if they ask. So the recommendation then was, well, let's just take out all the parcels that have no development rights as they are largely unregulated by the districts, except in some small matters. And that way they don't have the opportunity in between reviews to slide from full rate taxation or ag taxation into open space taxation when they're not actually giving anything up. That's where we are now. So for tonight, before we get into the reviews, our staff reports to the Ag 4 District Advisory Committee and to you all have been based on, our staff recommendations have been based on that policy that I just described. You all may well have questions on that, and we'll get to that at the end of this slide. One last thing I want to cover is that the role of the Agricultural and Forestal Districts Advisory Committee. We consult with that committee on all applications and matters related to the districts. So new additions to the districts, these periodic reviews of the districts, and applications such as special use permits, legislative actions that are occurring either in a district or adjacent to it. And we always, whenever any of those kind of applications come around, we go to them first before we come to you all as the commission and then the board for the public hearings to get their advice on how to administer this program. But we've done that again with these 8 districts that are up for review at the moment. Some members of the committee do not support this removal policy that the board has directed us to carry out for several reasons. And so you will notice that when we go through our recommendations, unusually for Ag 4 district items, because this is a new policy, typically the staff recommendation and the committee recommendation are either the same or extremely close. And in this case, in 6 of these 8 districts, we actually have a difference in the recommendation that staff made to the committee and that the committee is making to you all. So we'll lay that out as we go through each one, and we'll address that in the options we give you for motions at the end after the public hearing when you all get ready for action. So that's kind of the history and the current policy issue we're dealing with. Before we dive into the individual districts, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. My first question is probably an elementary one, so make sure I'm understanding, because this has always been a challenging concept for me to get my arms around. So if a property no longer has development rights, does that mean that the 21-acre parcel, whatever that magic number is, has already been divided 5 times? Is that what that means?
Not necessarily.
All right.
When those, yeah. One of our very respected attorneys once said to me, Scott, you live in a complicated world.
True.
It's true. Because every parcel that existed in December of 1980 was given those 5 rights, that parcel could have been 10 acres or it could have been 1,000 acres. So the way the parcels divide out, given the number of those 5 rights, is different for every property. There are parcels in the districts that are 21 or 50 or 100 acres maybe that have no small lot development rights, and some that do. But there are also 5, 7, 8, 9 acre parcels in the districts that have no further development potential because they have no more development rights. And obviously they can't be 21 acre lots because they're far too small. So they vary a lot. You'll see a bit of that as we get into the maps of the individual districts. But no, it's not that simple. Sorry.
All right. Probably need a PhD to get that one straight. But one more question. I'm curious about the composition of those advisory committees. Are those individuals who participate in the program? I'm just curious, why would you say no to the county policy? I'm trying to reconcile that. Do they have a vested interest in it, or what's the thought behind that?
It's an interesting committee setup. There are 8 members who are county landowners. There is 1 board member who is not a liaison, but an actual voting member. And then the county assessor is a voting member, and that's standard across Virginia. It's defined by state law. So many, but not necessarily all of the citizen members or landowner members of the committee are in these districts. Generally speaking, they are people with an established interest in rural area land uses, rural area conservation, and that's how they've been appointed by the board to be on this committee, is because of their expressed interest in these topics.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore, would you like to speak to this?
You can't speak out. You'll have to wait till you have
Yeah.
time for public comment.
but when it's open for public hearing. Commissioner Moore?
I was wondering what benefits a property owner gets if their lot is in an ag forestal district, but they don't have 20 acres of open space. Why would a property owner want to get into this, the AFD?
From the landowners I've talked to over the last couple of decades, there are a few different interests. Part of it is that they just generally support rural area conservation. They want to be part of the program. There's definitely an element of community to it, in that landowners are kind of reassuring each other of their intentions to not further develop the rural areas. I think probably early on in the 90s, when a lot of people, when the membership first really ramped up, there was a lot of concern about VDOT bypass routing in the outer portions of the rural areas. And so there were people who didn't agree with that and knew that being in a district would not stop that, but draw additional review to any state land taking procedure that affected rural land if the land was in an AFD. So there's a lot of different landowner interests, varying from, very commonly a sincere interest in rural land conservation and agricultural production, but also a more general interest in avoiding further development in the rural areas. So certainly there are people who are interested in it for the tax benefits if that route is available to them, but that's only one of several that I've heard from people over the years.
And just to clarify, and Commissioner Bivens says he has a hand also, but the tax benefit these days, there's still the use value tax valuation, sorry, the use valuation tax program. Is that tied to ag forestal, or no, people can still jump into that even without being in an ag forestal?
Usually not, and we may go back to a slide in a bit here that I meant to mention with the variety of taxation that's in the districts. Very often when we map out the tax categories of parcels in the districts, we find that just about every possible tax category shows up. There are people in the districts in full rate taxation. There are people in the districts who, through their production activities, are qualifying for the agricultural or forestry tax categories. And there are some that are in the open space rate that may or may not have development potential that they're temporarily canceling out by being in the district. There's a lot of variety.
Yeah, I noticed in the each of the districts that there were several, different tax categories, like you mentioned. And I also noticed there's just like kind of a wide variety of some of these that some of these, it's like, okay, having a conservation district like right next to the Shenandoah National Park, it's like some of these parcels like, oh yeah, okay, clearly there's sort of like some preservation of soils and biodiversity there. One of them stood out to me because after some removals, it's literally just like one wealthy estate left.
That's certainly going to be, or would be true of, for example, the Ivy Creek district.
Right.
That there's one particular property all under the same ownership that's actually under a conservation easement. That would be the remainder of the district at that point.
Sure.
A lot of these districts have been around for 30 plus years. They've kind of churned over the years. Old parcels have dropped out, new parcels have come in. And so they are maybe less contiguous than they were when they began, but they also may cover a larger area overall. It's been a complex kind of churn of addition and removal. And sometimes people leave and come back over the years. So.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Commissioner Bivens?
Thank you. Thank you. Scott, how will notice be provided to those parcels which, as we come through the evening, may be recommended for removal? And then is there an appeal process if they say, well, I don't want to be removed, or I don't agree with that? So what's the sort of process piece there, if you could share that?
Well, the Chapter 3 of the county code says that the board can, in reviewing these districts, can continue, modify, or terminate the district. So they have a broad array of options. I don't know that there's a particular appeal process for removal by the board. However, of course, those landowners can come to these public hearings, the board hearing being the most critical one, because that's when the action is taken, and express that disagreement. So at least that option is open to them, and we have been notifying landowners of the beyond just the regular notification that the process is ongoing. We have been updating our notification procedures to make sure that people are aware that these removals are possible.
Commissioner.
Yes, so you mentioned that, so if we're moving properties that don't have any division rights, I assume that means that a property under conservation easement, for example, would that also be removed from the?
No. The way we've stated it to the board and others in the past is that there's no reason to remove the parcels that are under easement because their development potential is already limited. Their tax qualification is not through the use value program. It's separate. So, you know, what we're going by is not the number remaining in a given deed of easement, because we're just not considering that. We're just looking at the base number remaining under zoning. But if you presume that 99% of properties under conservation easement may only have one or two rights for dwellings as they stand, but underneath that being canceled out by the easement itself, there's several more than that. That was the point of doing the easement. So no, we're not recommending the approval, or sorry, the removal of parcels under easement.
And then another thing, I know that this may also be for the county attorney. I know that we've had a lot of discussion in the past with the Natural Heritage Committee about the open space qualifications. And, whether we could put more requirements on, because my understanding, currently there's a letter of intent that they file with the county, right, for it to be under space. And, whether there can be some additional requirements placed on that open space criteria, for example, commitment to follow, to implement stream buffers, commitment to implement some sort of conservation practice on the property. I think I'd have a lot less heartburn about a property with no division rights being in an Ag 4 district if it was conveying some kind of public benefit. And it does say, I mean, I'm just looking at the Code of Virginia says, as part of a land use plan or directly supports or generally consistent with stated land uses, natural resources conservation or historic preservation objectives, goals, or standards of the land use plan. And it seems to me, if we could establish some tighter constraints on what that open space meant, and we're requiring conservation on those parcels, then I could be more supportive of leaving some of those in.
Unfortunately, that's a much more complex process. As I understand it, we would have to ask the General Assembly to change the state code because the qualification standards are set by that code.
So I'm looking at this and it says opinions in determining whether property meets the general and specific standards for open space. Local assessing officer may request an opinion from the director of the Department of Conservation and Recreation under the provisions of 4 VAX 2040. So have we ever asked for an opinion from the director of Department of Conservation about whether we could put those constraints on there? Because I think that's would seem to be the avenue to.
We have not, to answer your question, we have not made that request. I think the law is pretty clear that there are 3 avenues for this type of land use taxation, either an open space use agreement, an easement, or being in an AFD. I think what you suggest, if you wanted to sort of box people into restrictions on stream buffers, that sort of thing, the county would have to no longer accept open space use agreements because that's an automatic allowance for open space taxation. And it would have to just basically require anybody that wants open space use taxation to enter a conservation easement. I think that's the only way to get to what you're suggesting.
So we don't control any of the language for the open space agreements?
That's correct. The language for open space use agreements is dictated in the administrative code.
Unfortunate.
Any other questions for staff before we roll on?
Well, I will make one other comment here. It seems that one of the other problems that we've had with our land use valuation, and I know that that's separate from this, is that properties that have implemented conservation programs, like for example, there's program called CREP, the Conservation Reserve Program, where you can convert, local, you can convert agricultural property wildlife habitat, for example. That's a federal program. We've had issues in the past where people don't want to apply for these programs because they're afraid they'll lose their land use valuation. Since then, there's been clarifying language from the General Assembly that says that land use for agriculture must consist of a minimum of 5 acres and meet prescribed standards. What's that? Actually, I'm reading the wrong one. Real estate devoted to agriculture use shall include a property participated in such a state or federal soil and water conservation program and continues to meet the qualifications of such program, but is no longer receiving payments or compensation. I think if we were to adopt that phrase, I know this is a little bit outside of what we're talking about here, then you could have more programs, properties that could qualify under agriculture that are under conservation program that now we're telling them they don't qualify based upon the language the county is using. And so some of these people that may be removed out of open space could potentially qualify under a conservation program.
I just had one quick clarification question. So the origins of the ag forestal district going back was primarily to reduce development, to control development, to preserve the rural landscape, right? It didn't link directly to development rights, whether there were or were not development rights, which is why we have some in there with development rights and some without them, right?
It's a state program with more general purposes, the ones I mentioned at the very beginning about agricultural and forestal uses and economies and open spaces. So all of those purposes apply.
Yeah.
Because every locality tends to have zoning arranged in different ways.
Yeah.
And only a few have our strange 2-level development right situation. That's not part of the state program. The state enables localities to limit development through these, but doesn't say exactly how because the localities all vary so much.
So in other words, if rewind back to 2010 or whenever these were started, and I was a property owner, and I decided I wanted to put my property into an AFD or to become an AFD, and I had development rights, right? Then at that time, the county wasn't filtering my request through whether or not I had development rights.
Right.
But as of 2016, we are now doing that.
And
that's a policy that's in place that we have to abide by. Is that right?
That was it was first a policy adopted by the board as part of that rewrite of the county code. And then that rewrite identified in the criteria for adding land to a district, which is the same criteria identified for use for reviewing a district, that in addition to the several other factors, soils, development patterns, conservation needs and all that, an additional item, or 2 additional items. One was the presence or absence of development rights and second other, but that was added to the code.
I see.
During that revision process and the updating of this policy.
So if we're making motions and voting on these to approve or to recommend approval or denial, do we have any leeway in this? I mean, it seems
Well,
like
the board certainly does. The board has a choice when these revisions come around, or sorry, the district reviews come around.
Okay.
To continue to apply that policy or not. It's their policy.
So if there are development rights on a piece of property, they can choose, well, we're going to keep that in the AFD.
Theoretically, they could. I haven't heard any discussion of doing that, but yes, it's possible.
Okay, so if we were to recommend that one of the ones that you're recommending be taken out of the AFD, if we were to recommend it stay in.
Well, we would carry that forward to the board and they would evaluate it. We haven't, generally speaking, going through these reviews to discuss pulling it apart parcel by parcel.
Yeah.
We've tried to group them as, these have development rights, these don't. These are an easement. Not so much, this one's good, this one's bad for some other
Yeah, the thing I'm wrestling with is if we have these in front of us right now, like typically we have a plan like we just had, right? Like Oak Bluff, right? We had so many variables to look at. Here, I'm not sure what what are our variables to determine whether or not we recommend. Yeah, that's another way to put it. I guess just wondering what our role really is and what our subjective determination is.
Well, your role is prescribed by state code that you'll review this and provide a recommendation on to the board.
Yeah, if I'm given one and trying to do my job and I'm looking at it, I'm going, okay, I'm picking one, Ivy Creek District Review. Maybe that's a bad one, but I don't know if that was recommended to stay in or come out. What am I determining whether I agree with that? What am I basing that on?
So,
You know,
Mr. Chair, it's spelled out in the code, in the county code. I'm not sure whether this is part of staff's presentation, but specifically, County Code Section 3-201 F talks about the criteria that the advisory committee, the planning commission, and the board of supervisors shall apply when they review an application. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's for the entry into a district. But then there are subsequent sections of the county code then that refer back and say essentially when reviewing the renewal of a district, you shall take into account the same or substantially the same criteria as upon the creation. And it goes through the 7 criteria, one of which is development rights.
Yeah.
That's criteria F7. And that is new as I understand it, as of 2016. And that's why the review this time is a little different than it had been in prior iterations.
I see.
But again, to answer your question, what does the commission look for? It looks for the criteria that's listed in 3-201F.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
If needed at some point, we can try to find a way to get those up on screen. Very briefly, they include agricultural and forestal significance of the land, significant agroforestal lands not in active production, uses other than active farming and forestry, development patterns, comprehensive plan and zoning regulations, environmental benefits, development rights, and other.
You got them in here. You got them in your staff reports.
That's basically the.
Got it. Okay.
And so let me just slightly correct myself. 3204 is the review of a district, and it specifically says that 3201F 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. So not all of the factors for creation, but for our purposes here, F7, which is development rights, is one of the ones that to be considered upon review of the district.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks. All right. It's good to keep going.
Yeah, I think the only shame here is that the benefits of being an ag forestry district extend beyond just the tax break. And it's a shame that some of the properties that qualify under other kinds of land use for agriculture or forestry that want those additional benefits of being an ag forestry district, but don't have development rights, can't remain in. So those benefits are the additional review on development that would happen nearby, or, the things, as was discussed, if there's a road or some other project. My understanding was that a lot of the people in the hardware district, for example, joined because there was a project proposal in that area of the resort or something that was being proposed, and they didn't want that in their area, so they all signed up for forestal districts. So that's unfortunately, it sounds like we can't have both, right? So
trying to figure out. Yeah.
And I would point out that while staff at least is recommending removal of quite a few parcels from some of these districts, in most cases, the majority of the district remains. It's not true for all cases.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about eliminating the districts or decimating the districts. It varies a lot by district.
You could add to them too, right?
Yeah, and there can continue to be more additions in the future for properties that meet all of the criteria.
All right, I think you're good to keep going. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start with just a couple of the districts. You'll see what Scott's been talking about put into practice. I'll give you another opportunity to ask any clarifying questions in case it turns out you didn't fully understand. It's a lot to get through, and then we can rattle through them and go on from there.
Great, thanks.
So the first district is the Ivy Creek district. This is located north of Charlottesville along Woodlands Road, immediately to the west of the South Fork Ravenna Reservoir. It contains 19 parcels, 249 acres. We've noted here how much of the district has soils listed as important for agriculture or important for forestry in the county's comprehensive plan. The review period is the only time landowners are allowed to withdraw their parcels from a district by right. So they've had since October and until February to let us know of their wish to withdraw. For the Ivy Creek district, we've not yet received any withdrawal requests. Staff has identified 12 parcels without any small lot development potential, so those 2-acre lot development rights. And we're recommending that those 12 parcels be removed from the district. They're highlighted in pink here on the map. That would leave the district with 7 parcels, 126 acres. And as Scott mentioned, the staff recommendation was for renewal of the Ivy Creek district with those 12 noted removals for another 10-year period. The AFD committee recommended renewal for 10 years, but without those staff recommended removals. Onto the next district. This is the Hardware District. This is to the southwest of Charlottesville along Route 29 South and up through Taylor's Gap Road. This has 59 parcels, just over 3,200 acres. We've received 1 withdrawal request so far. That's for a 7-acre parcel highlighted in green there. Staff has identified 22 parcels with 433 acres without small lot development potential and are recommending that those be removed. That would leave the district with 37 parcels and just under 2,800 acres. There is also 1 parcel that since the last review of the district has moved into open space. It has no development rights. So as per the policy, we're recommending that this particular parcel stay in the district for another 5 years, be notified of their potential removal, and then potentially take them out 5 years from now to avoid them getting those rollback taxes without warning. So again, the recommendation is very similar. Staff recommended renewal of the district with the noted withdrawal and removals for that 5-year period. The AFD committee recommended the same, but without the staff recommended removals. I'll pause here. Any clarifying questions about any of that? Nope. Okay, carry on. I will try to carry on. Okay, we're in the Eastern District now, northeast of Charlottesville along Route 20 north, either side of Stony Point Road. This is 22 parcels, just over 1,000 acres. We've received no withdrawal requests, identified 8 parcels for just over 100 acres that have no development potential. This is the district's first review since the 2016 adoption of the new criteria. So there are 3 parcels here that are in open space taxation that have no development rights. Those 3 are recommended to stay in the district, be notified of their potential removal in 5 years' time. The recommendations are the same as the previous one for a 5-year renewal with those removals. The AFD committee recommended the same, but without the staff recommended removals.
Can you repeat that? If you recommended the same without?
Sorry, the AFD committee recommended 5-year renewal of the district, but without the 8 parcels being removed.
And just back to that for a second, just to clarify, so we all know the full picture. There are 8 parcels without small lot development rights. According to the county policy, 5 of those would be removed immediately because they're not an open space taxation. They won't be faced with rollback taxes, so they could just be removed. The other 3 would stay in for that 5-year short renewal because they are in open space, to give them that time to fix their tax qualification or do something else. And then they could be removed at the end of that 5-year period when it comes back up for review.
Sorry, just a correction that is 8 plus 3. It's not 8 including 3. So there are 11 without development potential. 8 can be removed immediately. 3 are in open space and would have rollback taxes. 4th district is Pasture Fence Mountain in the northwest of the county, north of Crozet, next to the national park. It's only 6 parcels, but over 1,200 acres. There have been no withdrawal requests so far received, and all 6 parcels retain some development potential. So on this one, staff recommendation and the AFD committee recommendation is the same for a 10-year renewal of the district. Similarly, with the North Fork Mormons River District, this is just to the north of that previous district, again next to the national park. All parcels retain some development potential, so both staff and the AFD committee are recommending a 10-year renewal of the district. In Free Union, this district is to the north of Free Union, stretching all the way up to Blackwell's Hollow and Shiflett's Mill Road. It contains 35 parcels, just over 1,500 acres. We've received no withdrawal requests so far, but identified 7 parcels, just over 130 acres, with no development rights that we're recommending for removal. So staff recommended renewal of this district with those 7 removals for a 10-year period. The AFD committee recommended renewal without those removals for a 10-year period. Nearly there, we've got the Carter's Bridge district. Now this is along Route 20 South and all the way down to Coles Rolling Road. It contains 73 parcels, just over 6,000 acres. We've received 2 withdrawal requests so far, those parcels highlighted in green. Identified 21 parcels without development potential that we're recommending to be removed. Again, there's 1 parcel that has moved into open space taxation since the last review. So we're recommending that that parcel stay in the district for 5 years and the landowner will be notified of potential removal in 5 years' time. Staff recommended a 5-year renewal of the Carter's Bridge district with those noted withdrawals and removals. The AFD committee also recommended 5-year renewal with the requested withdrawals, but without the 21 removals. And finally, Jacobs Run district, which is situated around Earlysville and to the north. It contains 20 parcels, just over 1,100 acres. We've received 2 withdrawal requests so far, those large parcels in the center in green. 7 parcels have been identified as having no development potential. And staff again recommends renewal of the district for a 10-year period with those removals. The AFD committee recommended a 10-year renewal without the removals. And we'll be happy now to take any questions.
Thanks.
Quick question. So when would the landowners be notified of the removals?
So all landowners have been notified of essentially what you've seen in the staff report, the recommended removals. If landowners are removed, they would be notified after the board's hearing that they have been removed from the district. And for those parcels that are not being removed because they could face rollback taxes, they would receive a letter from the assessor's office explaining.
That they would have a 5-year period to.
Right.
Yeah. And is there any recourse for them to, so now that they know that they're in this process, do they have a recourse of petitioning the board?
Well, again, have been notified of and are welcome to come to the public hearings. So they can certainly come to the board hearing and say, I realize I'm identified for removal. I would rather not be here. My reasons, and the board can take that into account.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, with that, I will not ask the applicant because you are the applicant. I will open the public hearing. I have two people listed to speak. One is David Van Royen and the other is Melanie Van Royen. Good evening.
Since I can't keep 3 minutes, my comments down, I wrote you each
Yes,
a little
thank you.
missive and tried to explain how the process works. The applicants do have an option under the county code or the state code that they can appeal to civil court.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but could you just state your name?
David Van Royen.
Thank you.
As a former member of the Ag Forest Committee for many years and also a member of the Hardware District for 35 plus years, I've seen the benefits of the basis of the Ag Forest Districts in protecting the county's rural lands. The Ag Districts provide an extra level of review and oversight for those areas, and the state code provides land use for the districts. Our county's need for revenue is real, and that's what this is all about. And there is abuse in the land use system. However, I'm not sure without a review by the state attorney general that the Dillon rule permits the county to remove and or deny land use to parcels in those districts. Repeatedly, I have heard from county staff and board members in the planning commission, what are we getting for our money? First, those lands are taxed based on SLEAC's numbers. I don't know if you know what SLEAC is and so forth, but okay, you know. You could explain it to them. On a yearly basis, and that's based on what the parcels can earn. Because if you tax them on fair market value, those farmers they're gonna sell their land, okay? Believe it or not, the NRCS has said that the soils on these lands, even in open space, are just sitting there, are improving. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to improve and hold on to this land for future agricultural uses if they're not presently being farmed. And as I said once before, I don't know what somebody's going to do with the land in the future. I never thought that they were going to have grapes all over the place. You know, I just thought, sorry. Regardless, I recommend that rather than throw out the baby with bathwater and strip the ag districts of a large percentage of their areas, and it comes out to be about 14%, the districts should be renewed as recommended by the Ag 4 Committee and allow the board and the staff to provide benefits that the county is looking for. Such as riparian buffers, reforestation, apiary development, native bird habitats, and so forth. I think that giving the staff, the board, and everybody time to work this out, unless it's simply actually tax dollars. And if it's tax dollars, hell, I'm sorry, screw it. Just throw out all these districts because you don't believe in them, you know? People didn't join the districts for tax relief. They joined them, as Scott said, for purposes to protect the area. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Melanie Van Royen? Good evening. If you just state your name, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I was planning to do a couple here, so this is only one argument on something that is obviously very complex and there's a lot more here. So, hello, Planning Commission and members of the public. My name is Melanie Van Royen. I'm a resident of Albemarle County. I also currently serve as the chair of the Agricultural and Forestal Districts Advisory Committee. I'm here today as a private citizen to address agenda items 5B through 5I, the review of 8 out of the county's 28 Ag 4 districts. Discussions around the Ag 4 districts program encompass a wide range of complex issues and considerations, including land use regulations, the intricate mechanics mechanics of the use value tax deferral program, the county's significant budget shortfall, public perceptions regarding conservation benefits, and misconceptions about perceived tax loopholes and tax inequities. Despite this complexity and the many, many reasons behind the Ag 4 Committee's recommendations, the one point I bring to your attention today is simple and straightforward. Albemarle County Code, in accordance with state law, mandates specific procedures for reviewing Ag 4 districts. Specifically, County Code Section 3204, reviewing a district, establishes two crucial requirements. 1, review within period. Each district must be reviewed within its codified review period. 2, timely initiation. The review of a district must be initiated at least 90 days before the expiration of that district's review period. An examination of the review timelines for the 8 districts under consideration today reveals that these procedural requirements were not met. The review of these 8 districts was referred to the Ag 4 Committee on October 1st, which is less than 90 days ago from today, and yet the review periods for 7 of these districts have already lapsed, and the 8th expires tomorrow. To illustrate this point, well, I'll quote the relevant county code sections establishing the review period and expiration date for each district on today's agenda during the public comment period for each agenda item. For now, I'll just give you the first one. Agenda item 5B, section 3221 states the district known as the Ivy Creek Agricultural and Forestal District is reviewed once every 10 years and will next be reviewed prior to December 4th, 2023. This is true for the rest of the agenda items as well. County code stipulates that if these procedural requirements are not met, the districts continue as originally constituted with the same conditions and review period previously established. Therefore, I urge the Planning Commission to carefully consider the relevant county code sections and advise the Board of Supervisors accordingly. In my opinion, this would be advising the Board of Supervisors consistently with the Ag 4 Committee's recommendation to renew these districts for the recommended time period, but not with the staff recommended removals. And then I do have some factual things to correct in terms of what was shared. But
Go ahead. You can keep going for about another 30 seconds.
In terms of the makeup of the Ag 4 Committee, there are supposed to be 10 members. We currently have 3 vacancies, but those 10 members are 1 board member, and these are all voting members, 1 board member, the county assessor, 4 citizens who have properties in an Ag 4 district, and 4 who do not have property in Ag 4 district. When it comes to the committee's recommendations before you today, I was the only person with property in an Ag 4 district when it came to the community members. In terms of notifications, county staff sent out letters as of October 16th. I did not receive that letter, but thank you to county staff. I requested it after realizing this in the committee meeting, and that mailer was a 9-page mailer. One, I really firmly believe, as the chair of the Ag 4 Committee, I would have remembered a 9-page mailer about Ag 4 districts. In that mailer, even if I had gotten it, the second paragraph says, and I'll quote it for
If you
you.
could make this your last point, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
In bold, the second paragraph says, please note that we will assume you wish to remain in the hardware agricultural forestal district for the next 10 years unless you request withdrawal before the Board of Supervisors takes action on February 5th, 2025. You can request withdrawal by email or by mail to the addresses above. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, sir. Come on up. Oh.
Good evening. My name is Baron Van Royen. I'm a 3rd-generation Albemarle County resident and taxpayer. I'm here today to express my concerns. As you guys already know, the Ag 4 program is voluntary rural conservation, and the Ag 4 Advisory Committee stands as an important additional review on potentially harmful development of our rural areas. The rural areas help achieve the comprehensive goals, comprehensive plan goals, conservation, ecology, wildlife preservation, and natural beauty. The county staff have repeatedly expressed the belief that land without unused development rights has no conservation value, and they wrote in the program and in the slides today that it confers a private tax benefit with no corresponding public conservation benefit. For years, this was baseless supposition because the staff also asserted that they had no ability to compile any data on which lots would be affected, and they have yet to present any data on the economic or ecological impact of the removal of these parcels. I personally take offense at the characterization of Ag 4 landowners as a bunch of wealthy tax dodgers, and I ardently defend the value of rural land, especially contiguous, low-density, limited development lots for ecological and climate reasons, as well as for the preservation of natural beauty, which is core to the character of the county and a top-cited reason why people choose to live in and move to Albemarle County. I'm going to skip over the Dillon rule since it was already mentioned. I'm going to skip over the administrative 90-day rule. I will highlight something that you mentioned. We can't change the way open space is codified, but there are provisions within Albemarle and state code that would allow for soil testing, watershed review, and other things that are relevant to admission and then renewal into the district. And I think there could be a needle to be thread to allow parcels to remain in the district, many of which were not open space land use, but are being removed because they have no development right. Get rid of the development right requirement, get rid of the open, and then let them in because they're actually putting some effort into preserving their land. I think it avoids that bad actor risk that was really, I think, part of what drove all of this in the first place, other than tax dollars. I also question the appropriateness and legality of efforts to dismantle the Ag 4 districts, given the county's code about liberal interpretation, that's chapter 3, and Virginia State Code 15.2 4312C, which says it shall be the policy of all agencies of the Commonwealth to encourage the maintenance of Ag 4 districts, and all administrative regulations and procedures of such agencies shall be modified to this end. I believe the county should maintain policies that are consistent with state and county code, and I believe the comprehensive plan and the recently reintroduced Ag 4 chapter. I believe that changes to the county policy should be based on facts and data and should reflect the will of current residents and taxpayers. I don't think the policy should be guided by staff perception or gut feeling, or the wishes of folks who may live in other areas and other counties looking to influence the direction of our county. I hope that the Ag 4 Committee, Planning Commission, and the Board of Supervisors carefully consider the potentially harmful and irreversible impact. I also hope that they seek legal opinions from the county attorney or the state AG before proceeding. Failure to abide by county code, state code, may expose the committee and the county to legal action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything behind there? No? All right. With that, I will close the public hearing. Well, let me check. Is there anybody online?
No, sir.
All right, getting late. Close the public hearing. Just as in normal times, I guess it's not really part of the public hearing, but I would give the applicant the opportunity to comment, or in this case.
Well, staff is not the applicant, but if based on public comment, if the commission has any additional questions of staff, you're certainly welcome to ask them.
Perfect. Any additional questions for staff? I just have forgive me, I know it's late, and I just want to make sure I get my head around this. So the benefit to the property owner is the taxation primarily, the essentially it's land use taxation. Is that right?
I wouldn't say so. The benefit to the landowners of being in these districts can include taxation in some cases. Many landowners in the districts are not using their membership in the district to affect their taxes, either because they're paying full rate taxes or because they're qualifying for ag or forestry taxes through their production activities.
Okay, so if that's the case, why is the only reason we're removing them because of this 2016 that basically is saying they no longer have development rights, so just it's a rote removal?
The reason we're pursuing this policy according to the board's direction is that the parcels without small lot development rights are effectively not regulated by the districts.
It's all about development rights.
And so while it is true that they would be considered, as Commissioner Murray mentioned, if there was an adjacent special use permit next to that district parcel, that would be considered. They are subject to the occupancy requirements that apply to these AFD parcels, which essentially means short-term occupancies are not permitted. A few other things, but the major effect of subdivision doesn't apply to them.
So just for clarity, if they don't have the subdivision rights and they're not regulated, so what could they do that one of the parcels with the subdivision rights couldn't do?
What the code allows for them to do is the same. It's a matter of a comparison between what they could do if they weren't in the district and what they can do in, which is usually in terms of subdivision.
Right, but they are in the district. So I
Right.
guess that's what I'm trying to, what is it what is the regulation that, because I guess the comment that was made was, at least the way it was explained to us, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it is, because, let me get back to that point. So the benefit to the county in terms of the way the land is being preserved, or, whatever reason, soils improvements, carbon sequestration, I mean, everything else those lands are doing, it's the same whether or not they have the rights for the development rights, right?
That's largely true because the districts don't mandate land management activities. They don't manage particular uses. They don't mandate vegetation cover, vegetation management. They just regulate uses.
So for that standpoint there, so I'm trying to understand, what is the regulation that you lose if they don't have the development rights? What are you regulating?
Yeah, I mean, it's if the difference between a parcel that is giving up some development potential and thus providing the benefit afforded the county for those soils and the agricultural land use pattern. A parcel that's giving up one or more development lots or dwellings to by being in the district, if they're earning that open space tax rate, and again, not all of them are, but if they are, then they're providing a public benefit in return for that tax rate. Whereas a parcel that has no development rights, putting in the district doesn't really change what they can do on that parcel. They can't divide anyway. They can do small scale farming or not, but they can't divide. So they're getting the open space tax benefit basically in return for that restriction on adjacent special use permits and the restriction on short-term rentals and occupations, but they're not giving up any development potential, small lot development potential, in return for that conservation-related tax rate.
Commissioner business at hand, but it's a direct follow-up question if it's okay.
Yeah, just as long as Commissioner Carazana is okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so there, but in terms of the benefit of that parcel as a conservation, there's still that benefit to the county.
If there's development potential given up, then there's a clear benefit. But if there isn't, there is some small regulation, which again is just short-term occupancy and adjacent special use permits are under more scrutiny. But that's the only thing that really applies to those parcels without those small lot development rates.
Okay, thank you.
Bivens has his hand up.
Yeah, let's go ahead with Julian. Yeah.
Mr. Bivens?
Thank you. And so let's keep in mind that originally those districts and people putting their property in those districts without any development right, they could always be ag forestry, they could always be open, they could always be conservation. But there was a push at one point in our history to ban properties together, because if you wanted to do so, if the government wanted to do something or the state wanted to do something that crossed that property, it pushed the scrutiny of what was going to happen to another level. So it had nothing to do with whether or not I was farm and agriculture, or I was open space, because you can still do that without having to be in a district. Okay, the district was sort of like this, this sort of coming together as a group to be able to gather together, particularly during the bypass era, to gather an extra sort of legal force that the county or the state had to deal with. And so I'd like to just sort of disconnect sort of what you do with your land and what we do as a group, which is what the district is what the districts are. And if you don't have any development rights, then there's an argument, why would you be in the district? Because there are other, as we all know, there are other routes by which to put your property in easement that actually is in some ways more beneficial from a tax benefit. It does some things for the long term. It ties up your property long term, but there's some immediate benefits for as far as taxes are concerned. And so I want to just be careful that you're, by taking a person out of the district or taking a piece of property out of the district, we are not changing what they can do with their piece of property.
But we are losing that sort of that mass benefit, right? The fact that they're all part of a grouping that you mentioned at the beginning, if they're taken out, you lose that mass.
To the extent that there's any county or public value to that mass. So if I'm a piece of property that has no development rights,
yeah,
and I'm not planning on developing my property, what's the value to the public good for them being in that district? Okay, so the district should provide a public good, and if there is no public good with that grouping, then I'd offer there's a different evaluation for the value of that district. And when I was looking at the staff pieces, I was saying, most of the people who are being pulled out have no development rights. So why are they in the district? They can still not develop their land, but why are they in a district? Why are we offering them that? Why is the county offering them that benefit? That's a question.
I do still have a question for staff, which is if a parcel is removed from an ag forestal district, can the property owner still apply to the use value taxation category, even outside of an AFD?
Yes, the two things are almost entirely separate.
Yeah, okay.
So, if they want to apply for the ag category by doing the ag activities that the assessor's office requires, for example, they can certainly do that, whether they're in the district or not.
But they can't apply for the open space category. That requires being in a district, correct? Except unless they have an easement.
The open space tax category, there's three ways to qualify for that. One is by being in a district and having the necessary acreage. You have to have 20 acres of open space, which excludes the home site. Or you can be in what's called an open space use agreement, which is basically a one-on-one contract between the county and a landowner to restrict development. And they're actually quite restrictive under those agreements. Restricts further development of that property. Will also get you to the open space tax rate. We also don't accept those if there are no development rights unused on the property. And the third rate that's technically possible, although we don't use it, is if you're in a conservation easement. That's not how we tax easement parcels in Albemarle, but under state code, that is an option. So those are the three routes to the open space tax rate within the larger umbrella of use value taxation.
And do all localities require, do you have to accept it? Does the county have to offer the open space use agreement as an option?
No, county doesn't have to offer land use at all. Albemarle chooses to offer all three categories, and it chooses to allow open space use agreements.
I just question, given our conversation that we had before about we can't put any constraints on open space use agreements at all.
Not beyond what the state as I've shared, there's a state mandated form for open space use agreements. It's a state program, as are the criteria for qualification for the various different types of use value taxation. Those are all dictated by state law. And there's minimal, if any, allowance for local deviations.
I'm just questioning what benefit we even get out of those open space use agreements. If we really want something to be in conservation, it should be in an easement.
Well, easement is more effective overall, and obviously it's permanent, whereas those agreements are short-term but renewable. They are quite restrictive. And again, we don't accept them anymore on parcels without some subdivision potential, a little bit different than the districts. So people are giving something up when they enter those agreements, but no, they're not permanent like an easement.
So what additional restrictions are in those agreements?
They are incredibly restrictive. You cannot build any new structures unless they are directly related to the open space purpose of that particular agreement. You can't add on to existing structures. If you read it literally, you can't remove most vegetation, which I think, you could probably violate one by taking a boxwood and cutting it down, which is a little silly, but they are very, very restrictive.
Can build on existing foundations, right? Can build on existing foundations, like if you have well, I guess it depends on the.
I'm not sure you could even put a second floor on an existing foundation, that one floor. I mean, there's very little you can do under those agreements.
Any other questions for staff? So procedurally, we are going to take each one of these on its own.
Right, and we've got a slide of potential motions.
Thank you.
For each of the 8, along with a map. And we've given you a motion
graphic
in
too.
line with the policy as we understand it, one in line with the committee's recommendation, and one if for some reason the commission felt that renewal of a district was not appropriate.
Chair?
And we are, I realize this is complex. We're happy to answer any questions while you're thinking through what actions you want to take.
Chair?
Yeah.
I would move, if I could see the screen again, since the Ivy Creek one is in my district, at least the side that's staying in it. If I could see the slide.
Can't do both.
Can't do both.
Okay,
Julie.
well, you don't need to see me. I am not, it is not necessary to see me. You can get rid of me.
Can we still hear them if we put the slide up?
I think so. I think
Okay.
so.
Oh, you
Nope.
can't. You can't. Okay, well, Chair, I would move that for the Ivy Creek, for the Ivy Creek district, that we accept the staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bivens, would that be to renew the district with the staff recommended removals? Is that your motion?
Thank you, that is my motion.
Second.
Well, you don't need to see me, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second on keeping track of this on Ivy Creek. Any discussion? All right, can we call the roll, please?
All right, Mr. Bivens?
Aye.
Aye. Say it again. We couldn't hear you.
Aye.
One more time.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
No.
Mr. Missile,
No.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray, I'm sorry,
Aye.
That passed.
Mr. Moore, I already asked you.
Can I again?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have we have that passed. Moving to AFD 2024-2, hardware district review.
I'll. This one. Right one. I move to recommend renewal of the hardware district for a 5-year period with a requested withdrawal and staff recommended removals.
Second.
Any discussion? No? Okay, can we call the roll, please?
Mr. Bivens,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
No.
Mr. Missile,
No.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Moving on to AFD 2024-3, Eastham District Review.
Guess so. You gonna do it?
Your district. Yeah.
I don't think so, but I'll do it. I move to recommend renewal of the East Ham District for a 5-year period with the staff recommended removals.
Second.
Any discussion? We call the roll, please.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
No?
Mr. Carazana,
No.
and Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Thank you.
Move on to AFD 2024-4 Pasture Fence Mountain District Review.
I move to recommend renewal of the Pasture Fence Mountain District for a 10-year period.
We have a second?
Second.
Discussion? We have the roll, please.
Okay, Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to AFD 2024-6 Free Union District Review.
I think we've missed number 5. Is that right, Scott?
Did we fish? I'm sorry, North Fork?
I'll do this one.
Apologies.
I can do that.
Thanks.
We should decide. I move to recommend renewal of the North Fork Mormons River District for a 10-year period.
Second.
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
Aye.
Mr. Missile,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, I won't aggressively check anymore. AFD 2024-6 Free Union District Review.
Yes, I can do it. I move to recommend renewal of the Free Union District for a 10-year period with the staff recommended removals.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
No.
Mr. Missile,
No.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Thank you.
AFD 2024-7 Carter's Bridge District Review. That's me, I'll move. Oh, no, you don't want me to move.
I move to recommend renewal of the Carter's Bridge District for a 5-year period with requested withdrawals and staff recommended removals.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Mr. Carazana,
No.
Mr. Missile,
No.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I think last but not least, AFS 2024-11 Jacobs Run District Review.
That's partially in my district. I move to recommend renewal of the Jacobs Run District for a 10-year period with the requested withdrawals and staff recommended removals.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Mr. Murray,
Aye.
Mr. Claiborne,
Aye.
Missile,
No?
Mr. Carazana,
No.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Bivens.
Aye.
Thank you.
That does it. Thank you, staff. Great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and we will convey that on to the board of their hearing in February.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on. Thanks, everybody, for coming. We'll move on to committee reports. Any updates from commissioners on committee reports? All right, could we have a review of the Board of Supervisors meeting from December 11th?
Yes, sir. No items of private sector review that come to you all before. They did take action to accept or to move to membership in the Regional Transit Authority body. Might be of interest to you. So,
Mhm.
but other than that, there were no other items on there. And I'll just go ahead and jump ahead. And
Keep
say I
rolling.
don't have any AC 44 updates for you.
All right, great. New business?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? New business?
I don't know if it's, well, we don't have Mr. McDermott here. So I do want to just bring up this conversation about traffic studies and that limitation that we have. I'm assuming the county can, I mean, there's got to be some way of amending that. It's 1,000 trips. So what way do we have that we can request for traffic studies? I mean, it sounds like we've done that in the past. I'm assuming that we could request traffic studies, particular areas that we know have some potential issues. If they're not required to do it because they're under that threshold, still request those traffic studies. What leeway do we have?
Yeah, so I believe that where we start with that number is based off of like the 527 state regulations of traffic studies. We can ask for other traffic studies. Kevin and I were having a little whispering thing when that was coming up. He was mentioning something in my ear, and I'm happy to follow up on this.
Yeah, particularly when we know we have multiple applications, right, that may be coming in a year period. And it's happened before, and so you never get the aggregate. So you never actually see that full benefit of what is the impact to that road. So anyway, we just maybe
But I
think
guess I
about
was gonna
that.
say, Kevin's last point was, once you fall under a certain number of trips generated, the study starts to lose value. That's what he was sort of saying to me right then. You know, you need to have a sample size of a decent number to really, that's what he was saying. And partly, and
I'm sorry. So, I mean, we've done plenty of this. We do traffic studies all the time at UVA, right? So we will have an area where we're gonna have several different developments. We could have a clinic, you know, one side, we could be, or multiple clinics that we're moving into an area. One clinic might be small enough, but when we do the aggregate, there's a significant impact on the road. So as we're planning for the future, we're looking at what is the cumulative impact to a road network. And when we do that, we see that they're going to be failing in some cases or adding to some of the challenged roads already. So I think just there's got to be a way to look at that more holistically and not just individually, and particularly individually, we're not even looking at it at all, potentially.
Michael, we need you.
so to finish with two things there, one, the size of them are small and makes it tougher to actually get a value. I think one of the reasons the Crozet master plan was doing that was an aggregation of all the parcels out there. So I think that was to that end, that benefit. And then the final thing I would say is typically the way these things come in, we rarely get a whole bunch of rezonings in a short period of time that are in a concentrated area. Unlike, you know, if you're referring to the UVA, you guys are, you know, you're master planning multiple parcels.
But I mean, in Crozet, for instance, we've had multiple applications that we know are coming. And so if we're asking them to do the traffic study, we have those. So as they come in as an aggregate, we'll be able to tell, okay, what is the actual impact on that road?
Again, I think that was the benefit of what they did with the
Anyway,
study.
we could probably take it offline and have some more in-depth
Yeah, I
conversation,
could say
but
a few
I think
things.
there is a benefit.
All right, that was new business, old business? Items for follow-up?
Just say congratulations on a job well done this year, Mr. Chairman, and
Ah,
we're at the end of the year, so we won't see each other until 2025, so.
Absolutely.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yes.
Yes, same to everybody. Thanks, everyone, and I will adjourn the planning commission.
Every time a gavel bangs, an angel gets its wings.
Adjourned to January 14th at 2025 at 6 PM.
Thank you, thank you.